Well, a wonderful good morning to everyone of the 67 that's tuning in so far. We are here at the IPA Scottish Grand Prix in the Players' Lounge in Falkirk. And we've got some phenomenal matches that are already on the go. It is the qualification match for the last 16. So our 8 winners will join the last 16 players who are all ready and waiting. So we've got Rob Wilson against Robert Stephen. Battle of the Robs. Rob Wilson and Rab Stephen. Rob, more of an English term, and Rab, more of a Scottish one. So Rob and Rab going at it, and Rob with a fast start. It is 1-0 in that one. Matty Rowland 0, Greg Davis 2, Eddie Roberts 1, Richard Swaffield 0, Lucas Bryden 1, William Wallace Jr. 0. And out with that, it is 0-0 across the board. And here we have Jamie Burnett, Luke Sanchez. Now, does that top yellow go? It must, because either that or he's played on the gap. But if that was the case, he's got nothing for short. He had to come at least another 6 inches down. In fact, he could have came right over to the right hand cushion, because I think the lowest yellow of the 3 goes in the bottom left corner. So yeah, a bit of a strange one. Well, let's find out. Yeah, it must go. But he needs to be careful here. He's controlled that pretty well. Mr. Unsworth, massive good morning to you, my friend. Kaiser, I have to say, I'm in the same boat as you, mate. The players that are left in, it's going to be it's going to be a phenomenal day of pool. Yeah, brilliant shot. A brilliant finish, Luke Sanchez, because they ended up slightly awkward there, but he's taken them out. Absolutely brilliant. And it's 1-0. Jamie Burnett had a chance, didn't get them. And Luke goes 1-0 in front. It's all go here in the Players' Lounge in Falkirk. Guys, please stay tuned all day. Loads of football, even cycling on at the moment, but we're here for the pool. So look to break off in frame number 2. Opportunity. If he's on the yellow, yeah, he must be on it. Yeah, you can see he's having to kind of dig it a little bit. Yeah, he's been able to hold it in such a way it gives him a chance here. I wonder if the bottom yellow passes to the bottom right corner. If it does, it's giving him a slight opportunity, but Yeah, there we go. This shows you. Just can he hold it? Brilliant shot, Luke Sanji's. Looks bang on it, so consistent. And over the course of this year, he's been absolutely fantastic so far. Maybe he'll be the one standing at the end. Nicely controlled. It's going to be Jamie Burnett 0, Luke Sanji's 2. Quick fire double. Ross Fernie's made a mistake early against Lewis McCool, so Lewis on a finish in that one. As Rob Wilson is 2 frames to the good against Rab Stephen. Jamie Burnett to break. Oh, the yellow looked like it was going to drop. And I think he's maybe given an opportunity here to like Sanji to drop the red in off the yellow into the middle, and that might open things up. Unless he's got the long red, which is obviously slightly awkward, however, it will allow him to get down and put his cue through it. That's the one he's going to play. Absolutely brilliant. He is bang on it this morning. Yeah, that red, that goes in the right middle. Albeit the only slightly awkward ball I can maybe screw back towards the yellow. It's just below the black spot. I think that's the road that he would like to get down. Maybe not get the angle, maybe has to use a cushion. No, he could pull it back. He's absolutely perfect here. Just drop this in. Might decide to just stop the cue ball. But I think he'd prefer to get his cue so he's not bridging over the yellow, so you might see him. Well, it looks like the red might pass that 8 ball. Yeah, it does indeed. Luke Sanji's looks in absolutely ruthless form here. Oh, he's missed that. Well, well, well. It was obviously a touch tighter. I mean, I'm going to assume that it went without any issue, but the fact that it was covering a little segment of the pocket, all of a sudden, it's forced an error. Now, in Jamie's case here, there's not a whole lot on. However, a moment ago he had absolutely nothing. It's still not got much better here. He's still got a bit of work to do. He's going to have to maybe consider playing something safe. I don't even think he can. He might have to take the ball in the right middle and bring the cue ball around. But has he seen something? Bottom cushion. He's left that. Yeah, I didn't personally like that shot. It was always a risk. I think if he just played off it and left the cue ball on the bottom cushion a few inches to the left of where it is right now when he made contact, might have been able to just delay the snooker, but Luke would have maybe been able to get out of it. Just a little swerve. However, from here, he's left him the entire ball. And although Luke has a shot to play, he's got a bit fortunate. He's obviously tried to come round the back, stab it in, cue ball back to roughly the baulk line, and then take the black in the bottom left corner. Yeah, that's what he's looking at, and it's the obvious shot. It's the only shot that stands out. Very risky, those shots. You're always worried about the double hit. And Rob Wilson 2, Rab Stephen 1, Lewis McCool 2, Ross Fernie 0, Matty Rowland 1, Greg Davis 2. Great black from Luke Sanges. He is absolutely bang on it this morning. Rephrase, guys. Matty Rowland 1, Greg Davis 3. Eddie Roberts 2, Richard Swafield 1. Lucas Bryden 1, William Wallace Jr. 2. William Wallace Jr. What a weekend for the young man. What a weekend. He's played some unbelievable pool. He's managed to play on a live stream against Liam Dunster. And he's still here on this Sunday fighting it out to try and get a place in the last 16. So proud of that kid. Absolutely sensational. Ryan Martin, another absolute wonder kid who had a bit of a rough start to the weekend, I have to say. Probably should be out the tournament. And he's 2-0 in front against Corey Rees right now. Absolutely brilliant. Pete Fisher 2, Scott Gillespie 2. As I say, guys, Rob Wilson 2-1 up against Rab Stephen. Lewis McCool 2-0 ahead against Ross Fernie. What the story here on the main table is Luke Sanges is 3 in front against Jamie Burnett. And he looks absolutely sensational so far. So if Jamie's going to stay with him, he's going to have to do something pretty special. Yeah, red ball's now in play. Well, after this shot. read that he was playing out at the top. I think for argument's sake, it'll be his next ball. And just drop it in to the left corner and come round the back of the one closest to it. And give himself a choice of 3 reds here. Yeah, I thought he might have played. Yeah, I'm surprised at the way he's played that. I thought he might have played it in such a way where he's coming towards the yellow a little bit more right hand side. Maybe just making sure that he missed the red on the way out. He can screw back now into that area. Yeah, but again, I think the red goes to the top right. He's having a look now, so that's okay. It's just a case just nipping and gripping the cue ball here. So it's ended up with a bit of cue ball flying around the table stuff. Well, that's absolutely brilliant, Jamie Burnett. It does not surprise me or anyone else. He is a former, just a phenomenal snooker talent. And it is 3-1. I spoke to him yesterday about the 148 that he got. And at that time didn't get the first prize. Well, sorry, the 147 grand prize when it was done. He only got the highest break prize. He had a free ball from the break and did 148 break. And the tournament officials, or whatever it is, or how they work it, decided that because he didn't get a 147, whatever the order was and how they came about it, he ended up only getting, I think it was maybe 10 grand first prize for the highest break, something like that. Jamie Burnett, player who done a 148 break in a major snooker championship and was robbed of the major prize. And then they changed it, didn't they? That you need to do 2 of them in the one event to get the money in. Ronnie the Rocket had a couple of 147s this week. And Neil Robertson put him to the sword in the final. Unbelievable stuff last night. I'm not sure. I think, yeah, let's look back. Well, Craig was doing his stuff there. Look, had a little moment of reprieve. And he's back now. And Jamie Burnett breaks off, changing it up ever so slightly. And this is one of those frames, you just make sure you're on the yellows. Yeah, good thinking. Good thinking there from Jamie. He's going to play the double now. Just trying to get his ducks in a row. Comes all the way around. And the two yellows close to the black. And they do have a pocket. The highest one of the two. He's going to play the 3-ball plant. And I wonder if the one below the black passes through the gap of the yellows. And it doesn't have to. It always went in the left middle. However, that's just not come out exactly how Jamie had hoped. Now I wonder if Jamie can maybe just touch the yellow and leave the cue ball right inside the red. That'll get the yellow out and leave Luke with no shot at all. It has to be the shot for me. And Jamie might decide to pop the yellow in the middle and then use one of the other yellows to kick, but yeah, we're going to find out. Looks to me like he's going to play this yellow in and then take the yellow in off the one at the bottom right corner. But this is a tough shot. There's no guarantee that the yellow will come out. It could go closer to the red. Let's see. Yeah, fantastic. Well done, Jamie Burnett. I love the imagination. These things can always go wrong. However, Jamie Burnett has absolutely nailed it there. And in the blink of an eye, he's back. Within one frame, well, barring some monumental mistake that I just do not see happening. Matty Rowland 1, Greg Davis 5. Eddie Roberts 3, Richard Swarfield 2, Lucas Brydon 3, William Wallace Jr. 2. That is going to be some match. 2 quality young players. Scottish pools in great hands. Ryan Martin 3, Corey Rees 0. Unbelievable story so far from some of these kids. Pete Fisher 3, Scott Gillespie 2, Rob Wilson 3, Rab Stephen 1, Lewis McCool 3, Ross Fernie 1. And as you know, guys, all tuning in here is Jamie Burnett 2, Luke Sanges 3. Who's playing the now? Southampton's on the one. No, it's 2 12. And then the first time we goes 2 o'clock. Is there no Scottish games early? No, it's Cup, no? Cup's come on. Aye. Both 3 o'clock. Come on at Dundee United and Livingston clubs. Going for another long pot. Such a tough shot that. Is that from later on? From the night as well? He's bridging over and having to play at the length of the table when you're digging down the cloth. So fine. So fine when it's brand new, and it is absolutely sensational. I would just say it's too good, guys. I had my own troubles last night overthinking a couple of shots, and when you decide to kind of play that shot that just grips too much, all of a sudden the cue ball can go in a direction that you don't think, and it can catch you out, and even the very best. That shot there from Luke is so tough, so tough. But you do lose a little bit of control when you're kind of digging down on it slightly. And even though it was close to the pocket, it was a tough opening pot. And it's allowed Jamie back to the table. A half decent chance on these yellows. Oh, sorry, reds. Set reds. Just that extra roll. Like I say, it really is super fast, super reactive. That's a perfect shot. He's a touch short on that. And drop this in and come round the yellow and take the one to the top right. Again, a touch straighter than he would have liked, but I think he can just about stun out and give himself enough. He's going to get a spider or a rest.
You winning, son? Huh? Winning? You shared it up with trousers, mate. I heard the story. What's that? I heard the story of your trousers.
Just got a wonderful story there from Craig Marsh. He was on his way to Bonnie, Scotland on Friday with his wonderful sidekick, Big Bushy. But on his travels, they stopped off in Carlisle. What a shot this is, Jamie Burnett. Brilliant stuff. It's going to be 3-3 here. So, he packed his bags. Craig Marsh packed his bags, and he had a problem with his trousers because his cat had got them all hairs, so he decided to wash them. Put them in the dryer, but his bag was already packed, sitting at the door just waiting on the trousers when Bushy pumped the horn outside, and he just grabbed his bag and left. Got to Carlisle, and then realised that his trousers were still in the dryer. But that is only the beginning of his troubles. He's on at 10 AM and he's on his way up. Goes into Slater's Menswear, one of the kind of suit specialists in Glasgow. They do everything that you can imagine when it comes to suits and kilts and shirts and trousers and everything that you can imagine. And he he says, give me the shortest leg that you have, and got everything to his size. But they said, if you give us an hour, we can fix them for you. They're about 10 inches too long. He's got them tucked into his into his socks and hanging down. Unbelievable, absolutely class. You want to see the size of them? Keep your eyes peeled, guys. If they he's shouting, they'll all be looking now.
To be fair, I didn't even notice.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What a guy. And for anyone just tuning in, massive good morning to you all. It is still morning just now, and it is a beautiful sunny day here in Scotland. Normally if it's sunny here, you guys have got it sunny all over. It's generally everyone else gets the good weather, and we get the rain and the wind and the snow and the hail, and that's usually all in one day. Jamie Ringham just letting us know that he's on his way back down south. We'll see him again soon in Coventry. But yeah, beautiful day here in Scotland. I hope it's nice everywhere else in the UK, wherever you guys are watching, even if it's further afield. It's the IPA Scottish Grand Prix here in Falkirk. Walk of the talker here all day till the very end, and there will be many players come and go over the day. As I say, Jamie Ringham last night went toe to toe with Pete Fisher down to a decider, and Pete took a monster finish to set up a tie with Scott Gillespie, and in that tie he's 4-2 in front right now, guys. So the matches are all ebbing and flowing. Lucas Bryden 3, William Wallace 4 now. That match is all over the place. Yeah, Scott, that's the brown shoes. I don't know what's going on with them, right enough. I'll need to actually ask him about them, but no, he was telling us a story of his trousers that are, I think he's tucked them into his shoes, to be honest. They are absolutely huge. They're about 10 inches too long. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I can't stop looking at him. Oh, as he's walking about, it's brilliant. He's got his trousers tucked into his socks. Oh, unreal. What a guy. What a guy. Ah, great shot. It's just went a little bit too far. He's actually unfortunate there. Maybe it holds up another inch and a half, and he would have been absolutely spot on just to run into the yellow, push the yellow out of the way, and then take the red to the right middle, and then the two on the side. I wonder if he can still play that shot. He might have to reroute. Mind his work. changes. It'll always be. Ah, the steam train, choo choo, Andy Neil, Paul Crawford, what a guy, what a guy. Good to have everyone on in this early hours of this Sunday morning, or the late hours of Sunday morning, late hours, heading towards the afternoon. Jamie's overrun that, doesn't go in the middle surely, doesn't go in the middle surely. Yeah, it doesn't look like it goes anywhere apart from the top right. I'm looking to try and see if there's even a double somewhere. I'm not seeing much. One that he's been practicing up at your bit, Paul. Yeah. Just going round the world. Top bag. Oh, the black. Well, I suppose it's a slight spanner in the works, but it is. Well, it's a big chance for Luke. Try and get himself back in front here. And where the cue ball's landed, slightly awkward. 2 yellows at the bottom left. Obviously you have to take the inside one first, so, or the outside one closest to the cushion. Yeah, good kick straight away. So I think that shot has opened things up in a major way, and it's likely going to be Luke Sanji's 4-3 in front after this, but yeah, good shot. This match looking like it's going to be some standard. Yeah, good finish. Yeah, that's, I actually just mentioned to someone there about the fact that the numbers that we'll probably get tonight watching will be pretty high. It normally is at these events, and although at the majors like the World Championships and stuff we had kind of unprecedented numbers, I have to say it was absolutely mad. And we got to watch Michael Rhodes become the IPA World Champion. It was simply sensational, and it was actually one of my first events where I really got to see what it's like being on the other side of the camera doing interviews and stuff like that. And it was quite nerve-wracking, I'm not going to lie. It might seem like it all comes, well, it probably doesn't seem like it comes natural, but it is quite nerve-wracking. But the numbers, when we looked at the numbers after it, and it was just absolutely incredible that the amount of people tuning in and the support that it got. These are some of the tough weekends when you've got some massive football matches on and there's just so much sport on the go now. But for me, the great thing about the live streaming is you can do that from any device. So even if you've got the football on the TV and you've got your phone or your tablet or whatever it is in front of you, your laptop, whatever it is you use, it's amazing that you can multi-screen and stuff like that around the house. And I think due to that, we probably will get some decent numbers, and maybe as the day goes on it'll grow. But even if you have to mute me, just make sure you stay tuned. Eddie Roberts is 4-3 in front against Richard Swafield. Matty Rowland 3, Greg Davis 6, Lucas Bryden 3, William Wallace Jr. 6. What a story. Ryan Martin 3, Corey Rees 1, another phenomenal story. Pete Fisher 5, Scott Gillespie 3, Rob Wilson 3, Rab Stephen 4, and Lewis McCool 5, Ross Fernie 3. And the main table match on the go right now is the one you can see, and that is 4-3, Luke Sanges. Keith Keldy has mentioned that World Championship final between Michael Rhodes and Ben Davies. I do have to agree, it will likely go down in history as one of the maddest finals and most exciting finals I've probably ever witnessed in my entire life. It wasn't just the fact of what you've seen on your screens in the arena. Obviously the cameras are so situated on what you see in front of you, but the left and right hand sides of that arena were absolutely packed to the rafters. It was the buzz in the place, the atmosphere, everyone's, I mean, it was like a nervous tension type thing, but a buzz that I've never seen before in any pool event, whether even international events or county events, where the atmosphere can be electric. It was just a different type of feeling. It was one of the best things I've ever witnessed in the world of pool, and I hope that we can emulate that going forward with some of the big events. Obviously, I think the difference with that was there's so many other titles to go after it. The way the World Championships works means the amount of people that were still there meant a massive crowd, and it does create a bit of a buzz. But the amount of viewers watching that, it was absolutely sensational, and it just a spectacle that was, yeah, one of the best I've ever seen. I do agree with that as well. Obviously, guys, that when I used to play many times in these events, and obviously they were all streamed, but there wasn't any commentary. It was just one of the things that only really happened in major events. And I would go home before I had ever even considered doing it. I would go up the road, stick it on, and I would probably maybe watch for 5-10 minutes, and then I would go about my business doing something else, and I'd go back and have a look, and back and forth, but I would never really tune in. I do think that commentary and certain types of commentary that maybe make it a wee bit more exciting, I don't know, or even engage with the audience. There's certain things that keep people engaged, and it's, but if you guys aren't on here and keeping the engagement going by maybe throwing stuff our way and things that we can interact with, then again it probably becomes quite robotic, just the same as everything else. I think there's, in a lot of walks of life, there's a lot of the same, but I'm one of these dare to be different guys. So I think if we can continue to do that and hopefully continue to grow the numbers of engagement, and that's a big thing for the game. It's a big thing for the viewers anyway. I think if you feel part of something, you want to watch it, you want to tune into it. So yeah, it makes a huge difference when everyone's on and everyone's engaging, and whether it's just with each other, it doesn't need to be with the team that's here. It can be just with each other, so it's absolutely fantastic. What a match this is. What a match. Luke Sanchez is absolutely bang up. He's been bang on it from the off. Very limited mistakes. He's only managed to get himself back in a 2-frame lead now, 5-3. Jamie Burnett won't go away. However, he's going to have to play at some standard if he's going to stop Luke. Refresh on the scores, guys. Matty Rowland 4, Greg Davis 6. Eddie Roberts still 5-3 in front now against Richard Swarfield. Lucas Bryden 3, William Wallace Jr. 7. Sensational young man, absolutely sensational. Ryan Martin 4-1 in front against Corey Reese. Seasoned professional Corey Reese against young Ryan Martin. I think Ryan's only 17. And I mentioned the other night, probably didn't do himself justice when he was on the stream, and a lot of people may be thinking, what's the fuss? Trust me, guys, there is a major fuss about this kid because he has some talent. Pete Fisher 5-3 in front against Scott Gillespie. Rob Wilson and Robert Stevens still only 4-3 in that match. And Lewis McCool has gone one closer, 6-3 against Ross Fernie. Michael Towers, thank you very much. JD, good morning. Listen, guys, it's for me, this is all not a pointless exercise. I think there's too much of the same out there. Just a little bit different. We're all trying to be as professional as we can and grow the game. And to grow the game and to grow the viewers, I think they need to be engaged somehow. I know football, they do the hashtag, and a lot of other sports will do it, even in boxing and stuff, when they're on live TV. And the hashtag will be out there, and some of the stuff will be mentioned in between the fights and in between basically half time and football and stuff like that. And that's a great way to keep kind of support and fan engagement. We are so lucky that we on the live stream get to engage with everybody at home, so please continue to do it as long as we are kind of offering that platform. Then it is absolutely fantastic that you all do kind of stick in. By the way, Lewis McCool is about to go 7-3 in front of Ross Fernie. Fernie's tournament could be over. And the mention of having some of the top pros in. Obviously, when these guys lose on a Sunday, they all kind of disappear, and it's generally left to whoever the commentary team might be at any event up and down the country, and they'll do their bit to try and keep you guys engaged and entertained all day. However, having the pros in and giving you their insight, their mentality on certain things. I was asking Dave Adenall the other day, if he's 7-1 down in a race to 8, what's your thought process? Are you thinking, right, it's double elimination, it's okay, I can go again? And he said no. He said, I'm going, Stevie, with the mentality that I can win 8-7. I might be 7-1 down, but I've got to try and win every frame from there. Hope that my opponent breaks down on his break, and then from that point take whatever kind of form and positive energy into his next match. Whereas we heard last night Robert Stephen was saying that he kind of looks at it and says, right, I'm beat here, so I'll dust myself down and I'll go again in my next match. It's having the insight of how these players' brains work. I think it's such a good insight for everybody that's watching and listening. Another chance for Luke. He's got work to be done all over, but he's just not missing these pots. He's just not missing them. Now the yellow just above the red, it might look like it goes nowhere, but it will drop in the bottom left if he can drop inside it. But he's also got one or two connectors that can open up that bottom corner, so I've just read that. Eddie Roberts won a match 75-10. That must be a typo. That must be a typo, Craig. 75-10. What kind of race is that? Best of 85 frames? Yeah, cover shot there from Luke. Using his pool knowledge to his advantage. There has been one or two mentions. Craig Marsh is actually a huge advocate for the events that travel up and down the country. He would like to see just slightly different break rules for each tournament. Keep the tours and stuff as they are, but maybe if you have a UK Grand Prix, a UK Masters, a World, obviously the World Championship will stay as it is, but maybe a Tour Championship or something, he would like to see, like maybe in one of them, the winner keeps breaking. If you win the frame, you continue to break, or in one of the tournaments, the breaker nominates. In another one, the breaker continues to play after he breaks rather than hand the table over if it's dry. There's been numerous things thrown in there, and he's saying, I don't want to change the rules, Steve-o. I just want to have a slight different break rule in each one, just to add a little bit of originality to it. And yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's just getting the powers that be to give their okay to kind of make these subtle changes for each tournament. But yeah, in general, we are alternate breaks. 75-10. I'm absolutely blown away with that. I mean, I remember Liam Dunster and Gio Edgar had a race to 50, which is obviously a lot of frames, and I don't know what the final score was, but I think they played maybe 80, 90 frames, and now you've just went and done the same. 85 frames in 4 hours. I'm not going to lie, mentioned last night about the break and dish challenges. I had 50 break and dish attempts on my own, and it took me 4 hours, and that was me attempting. I only did it, I think I got 17 or something out of the 50 the first time I did it, and it took me about 4 hours, maybe 3.5 hours. 85 frames in 4 hours. Wow. Are you sure you guys aren't using the 2 times table? What a session. What a session of pool, guys. If you want to get major improvement in the game, that is the kind of sessions you want to put in. I'd love to ask Luke and Jamie here if they've ever... Oh yes, William Wallace with a little fist bump has put Lucas Bride into the sword. That raw emotion from the young Glasgow starlet. And he is in the last 16. William Wallace Jr. Take a bow, my boy. Take a bow. What a fantastic story. Yeah, the draw for the last 16 will be coming up pretty soon, round about 12:15, and then our last 16 ties will be confirmed. That 8 players waiting will be joined by all the qualifiers that are playing right now. Young William Wallace Jr. has now become one of our last 16 contenders. I mean, the young man, he could walk into a Mark Boyle, and who's to say he can't beat him. He played Liam Dunster yesterday. Liam beat him 9-5. Oh, Jamie. Oh, Jamie. But the 8 guys, if you don't already know, that are in the last 16 confirmed from yesterday is Liam Dunster, Gavin Robinson, Craig Marsh, Jake Dillon Newlove, Mark Farnsworth, Dan Davey, Gio Edgar and Mark Boyle. That is some 8. But the first person to join them, player number 9 in the last 16, is William Wallace Jr. Lewis McCool 7-3 in front against Ross Fernie. Greg Davis 7-5 in front of Matty Rowland. Those two are on the hill. They are 1 away. And Eddie Roberts 6-3 in front against Richard Swafield. And it is the same for Pete Fisher. He is 6-3 in front against Scott Gillespie. That young William Wallace, I think I'm right in saying he's the first amateur in the last 16, because the 8 players confirmed are all pros. What a story, young man. What a fantastic story. Luke Sanji 6, Jamie Burnett 3. That in off from Jamie there it made things quite difficult for him ever getting back to the table in that one. Scott Gillespie gets one back against Pete Fisher, 6-4 in that one. Rob Wilson 4, Rab Stephen 5, and Ryan Martin 4-2 in front against Corey Reese. It's 7-4 Lewis McCool against Ross Fernie. It is Lewis to break. What a break. What a break. Well, Jay, if you have a free shot at any stage, you can play any ball. It's a free shot. That is the definition of it. Just needs to get these out. It's not exactly what he was trying. He was trying to half ball it in such a way that the red would come down close to the right middle, and the other one would just come out into the open. I think it probably works out okay. He can just about drop it and then take the red to the bottom left. And then the one over the middle for last. It might not have been the way he was going to go. I'm not 100% sure that he can do it any other way now. Saying that, if he drops this in, he can take the red down the cushion. No, he's going to go the way I mentioned the first time. I think that's one of the biggest things that stands out to me when people talk about the foul rule. The fact that you can foul and not get punished for it in certain other disciplines, I just find it absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. You should not be rewarded for committing a foul. I just don't understand it. I think when you look at this was mentioned last night with some of the pros, and the pros they've stated that you either get the one free shot, one visit from behind the baulk line if you decide to move the cue ball, or you have ball in hand. Both of them, for me, from the consensus of the pros, they say there's not really much difference in them. If you've got ball in hand to put it anywhere on the table, it's a huge advantage. And if you have to lift it and put it behind the baulk line and then move something, they feel it's like almost the same idea. But it's always been the case from the beginning of the days of English pool. There was always in fact, there used to be that you could carry your shots, so you could carry your free shot continuously, and it made life a bit mad in the old days, and that was taken away to just one free shot, one visit. But I'm a massive advocate for, if you commit a foul, you should get punished. Sometimes you're unlucky, that's the nature of it. But if you make a mistake in such a way that you foul, there should be a punishment for it. Yeah, it's nonsense, absolutely nonsense. For me, it's one of the worst rules in the entirety of any sport. Whether it's played in Chinese 8-ball and whatever other disciplines, it is an utter nonsense that you can commit a foul and not get punished. I just can't wrap my head around it. Tactical foul, no, it's blatant cheating if you ask me, and it takes away a lot of what the game is based on. So for me, there's no skill involved in that. And I understand people will say things like, if you get a quite fortunate skill shot in the game, well, it's not even a skill shot, a combination, but there will always be elements of luck involved in any cue sport. You might try and put a ball in one bag, it goes in the other, and then there's people that talk about, well, you should have to call the shots, you should have to. Listen, that's not our game. It's like in any other sport, there's elements of luck. You get a little bit of fortune here and there, and most of the time it goes both ways. Sometimes it doesn't, but the fact that you can go down and blatantly cheat by playing a deliberate foul and have no punishment for it is just absolutely absurd. Hey, Anthony Grimley Atkinson. I have to say, this guy travelled up to Bonnie, Scotland this weekend and was absolutely outstanding. Put on some phenomenal performances. Put 2025 professional Greg McMillan to the sword. And honestly, Greg's father was watching that match and said, you were absolutely outstanding. I was watching from afar, and there's no mean feat to come all over the places you do, mate, and go and beat some of these guys. Absolutely outstanding. Ryan, you're probably spot on. It was spoke about yesterday, and some of the pros were saying if you've got ball in hand anywhere on the table, ideal. If that's not the case, and when you lift it you have to go behind the baulk line, then you need to have the free shot. So you're probably spot on. I don't think many people would complain if that was something that came in, to be honest. I really don't. Lewis McCool on the other table, struggling to get over the line. He's had a couple of half chances and he's not managed as of yet. It's 7-5 now in that one. Fernie not going away. He never does. Luke Sanji's here. 6-4 in front with a cracking chance. He controlled that. Absolutely brilliant.
Excellent.
Robert Stephen is our next player in the last 16. He has defeated Rob Wilson. And he came up to me there, a little tap on the shoulder. He was on, for anyone that was listening last night, Robert was on doing the commentary for the last match of the night. And we spoke about his break. Robert's break used to be an absolute weapon, and it was a strange kind of cut break. He basically, what's a slack shot? He didn't hit them hard, but he timed them really good. And he used to have balls flying all over the place. But he's made a lot of changes, he's changed cues, he's done all sorts of things over the last while. Can he run into the red? Didn't need to. Fantastic shot, Luke Sanges. And he's now on the hill against Jamie Burnett. Not much Jazz I could do there. Yeah, Robert. He came up to me there, tapped me on the shoulder and just said, cut break, baby. And I take it was going well. And he said, well, last night we had that conversation on the stream. And we're talking about my break and how things go. He's obviously tried to make so many changes throughout maybe the last 18 months, and his break has been killing him. However, he said, I tried to go back to basics and just stay down, cue it, time it right. He says, and my break was just absolutely brilliant there. So I think there's a lot to be said about all of us when we're at the table and we decide to try and, maybe our break doesn't work once or twice because it's in the hands of the gods. But if you time it properly, you probably get a chance more times than not. And I think that's where when we tweak things and we move from side to side, and all of a sudden we're screwing it, we're topping it, we're doing so many different things. All of a sudden it can become, and he's looking there to make sure the black was down. But Robert Stevens got his break working. And what does that do for the rest of the weekend? Well, he is the second player from today's qualifying matches to go into the last 16 draw. Eddie Roberts is on 7. He's 7-4 up against Richard Swarfield. Greg Davis 7-6 ahead against Matty Rowland. Pete Fisher 6. Scott Gillespie 6. Ryan Martin 4. Corey Reese 4. And Lewis McCool 7. Ross Fernie 4. I think it's actually 7-5 in that. I don't think Ross has put his frame up, but I'll keep you posted on that. Yeah, the free shot from the break is one of the things that a lot of the top guys have even championed. They've said, listen, let's take that one away. But I think these things have to go to the WPA, and then they have to go through the proper channels, even for the most subtle of changes. I do think there'll be one or two maybe over the next year to 18 months, because we are pretty close with blackball rules. And I think when you notice that most of the big money matches out there, no matter what discipline you play, most big money matches are played to blackball rules, and there's a reason for that. There is no doubt it's the best rules out there, but just needs a couple of tweaks. One of the guys with some of the biggest ideas in the game, Mark Boyle's just entered the building. Just pinged my earphones right off, mate. As always.
Got a drink, Stevie?
I'm alright, mate.
You sure?
I'm alright. Cheers, mate. The debate always rages. The break, it seems to be the break shot that's one of the biggest issues, but that's probably a good thing that a lot of people are saying. And there seems to be a larger number than not going for the one shot. So ball in hand. What does that do in the sense of, do we need the bulk line anymore? Maybe all we need is a guide at the left and right hand side to tell you where you need to be behind to break, and everything else from there, all you would have on the table is the break, the setup line, and nothing more. Yeah, listen, it's one of the things where you should get punished for a foul, and if that's ball in hand, then brilliant, and if it's one free shot, one visit as it is right now, then obviously that's just the way it is. But I do believe wholeheartedly there'll be one or two changes over the course of the coming years, but I think we're really, really close with blackball rules. Luke Sanjay's, he has been sensational for most of 2025, and I would not be surprised, guys, to see him go all the way this weekend. He's been in finals, he's been in semi-finals, he's been chapping on the door since the World Championship return to the IPA. He's been in ruthless form, especially there against Jamie Burnett. Fantastic performance, and Luke Sanjis is the third player to join the last 16 draw.
Did the last 16 draw pick the bar area if you want to come and witness it?
And the last 16 draw is going to take place. Stay tuned. Well, I've got Mark Boyle standing next to me, and although there's always debates about the break shot, it's raging right now, Mark. The rage right now is the two shots rule. People are shouting it should only be one, a ball in hand type thing, rather than two shots, saying it's too much of an advantage.
Yeah, everything suits the breaker. It's a huge debate, but I think the two points that we need to make a change to is, if you go in off your break, you only get one shot behind the line. If you go off the table, I think you should get two. And the other option, I think it's a big change to make it a bit harder for the breaker, is you can't hit the opposite ball into another ball.
Yeah.
To hit hit a yellow into a red, to pot the red, and then that opens up a cluster, so I think that will be a big change, because everything kind of suits the breaker a wee bit, so you don't really want to give the breaker too much advantage, because they've got the advantage because they're breaking anyway. But it is what it is.
One of the things some of the guys are saying there, that having two shots at any stage in the match is too big an advantage, so they would prefer just ball in hand, one shot.
It's a good shout, because you know yourself, Stevie, if you give away two shots, it's basically frame over.
Yeah.
And I think one shot would be good, because you've got the option to take it behind the line if you want, and you've got the option to pot one of your opponent's balls if you need to. So I think one free shot would be perfect.
Yeah, I think that's probably a massive point at that level. Generally, if you make a mistake, as in go in off or foul, you usually don't get back out your seat. That is usually frame over, and that would maybe just tighten things up a wee bit if it was just ball in hand. And although you can go anywhere in the table, if there's a couple of balls dead, well, you've only got one shot, so you've still got work to do.
Well, the thing is, Stevie, as well, the standards going through the roof, so you want to make it a wee bit harder. So the two shots is too easy nowadays.
Yeah.
It's frame over, so it's just a case of make it a wee bit harder for the players, and it's better for the spectators as well. Rather than if you were to see somebody get two shots, you kind of know that frame's done.
A wee bit of news for you, mate. The winner of this match, right in front of your eyes, plays you.
I was talking to Greg yesterday. It was him that actually mentioned it. He says, no doubt I'll get you in the knockouts. I says, no doubt you'll end up beating me.
Robert Stephen, he was commentating last night in one of the matches, and we were looking at your match was on the other stream, so we were getting back and forward to it, and we're obviously watching a lot of it. And Robert says, I remember, was it 8-0?
Yeah.
Greg beat you in Coventry.
He beat me in Coventry. He beat me 8-0. He broke and dished. I dry broke. He dished. He broke and dished. I dry broke. He dished. The only chance I had when I was 7-0 down, and I had an absolute tap in, and no, that way I was like, my head was gone. And then I went on and won the Open the next day.
That's
it was
right,
unreal.
that's right.
Aye, it's pulls that like that game.
I mind after the match, I said to you, you were just walking out, and I kind of went, what happened? I was thinking you must have just chucked it or something.
No, he played brilliant.
And that's what you said. You went, he was just brilliant. And right for that point, you kind of think there's a lot of people that don't make excuses, because there's nothing you can do when you're getting dished and dished and dished and dished. But you always get that feeling like I don't know what it's like in you when that happens, right? So I've been destroyed. The guys played amazing. This Open is mine. Or do you just go, well, next one?
Next game.
That's it.
I can do it to players. Players can do it to me. It's just the way I see it nowadays. It's just the balls decide matches. You know, the odd time you'll throw in a few clangers. You know, like then you deserve to get beat. But 9 times out of 10, the balls decide. It's a break. Break's massive. A lot of luck involved, but you've still got to take them out. But if you're breaking well, and you're feeling okay, you just take your chances. But that match I just didn't have any chances till I was 7-0 down.
I says to Jamie Burnett, was it yesterday? He was playing, might have even been the day before, but he was playing Johnny McDermott. I think it was yesterday. And I says, how did that match finish? And he said, I broke well. And I looked at him and he went, well, obviously I won because I broke well.
Yeah.
And I says, right, okay, if that's the gist of the conversation, then fair enough. And he went, no, Stevie, but that's the big part of it these days. Now, if you break well, you generally play well. And I went, well, no necessarily. I get the sentiment, and I think that's where the debate seems to rage with the break. You might break well, you just said it right there. You still want to take them out.
That's pool.
You don't break and get the frame.
You don't win the frame for the break. It's like playing golf. You hit a good tee shot into the green. You're not guaranteed a birdie or a par.
Exactly.
You know, so you've still got to finish it off. It's all part of the game. The game of pool is breaking well and potting everything in sight and basically controlling that cue ball. Control that cue ball, you make it easy. That is the biggest part of the game, the cue ball.
Yeah,
people
exactly.
going about the break, but it's actually the cue ball.
No,
if you can't control that cue ball, then the game's going to be so hard. You could have the best break in the business.
Well, I know a few guys that have got absolute weapons for breaks. Well, no, winning tournaments, they're not at the top of the game, and they've probably got some of the best breaks I've ever seen in my life.
But then you can also go into the best part of the game. The biggest part of the game is the patterns.
No, the pattern play, exactly.
There you go. So you've got the break, cue ball, and the patterns.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the last one of all, bottle.
Aye, well,
there you go. There's the 4 things I pull, Stevie.
There you go. If anybody needs to know what the minerals that you need to put together to make some kind of weird smoothie to be good at this game, well, there you go.
Like it, Stevie. We just came up with that. And
exactly.
It's amazing what you can think of when you actually think about it.
But it's true, isn't it? Because if you could have one of each of them, just one of them, and somebody in here's got great bottle, but they can't keep a hold of the cue ball, and they've got a good break, but their patterns are all over the place.
So if you've got all 4, you're going to be number 1.
Exactly, you've got a chance.
So Dunster's got all 4. There you go.
Aye, there you go. Aye.
Sums it up.
That's it. They says to Robert there, you've got Dunster, and they went, I'm going home.
Or buying a newspaper.
Oh, that's funny. He's like, he said, I don't know what it is with him. He's like, he's just one of the. Everybody's got one of the players, I suppose. If you've got that mental kind of thing about pool or snooker or any kind of sport, and people talk about having bogey players and things like that. I think once that's in your head, then you've got some issues.
Yeah, I thought Greg was my bogey player, but then I managed to turn it around a wee bit. But it's one of them, Steve. It all boils down to how you feel. It doesn't matter who you play, it's how you feel. If you feel vulnerable or fragile in your game, you're going to look at opponents and go, oh no, or this and that. So it really boils down to how you feel about your own game. Because if you're playing well, it doesn't matter who I play.
I quite like that, because when you're at the table, your opponent's sitting down, so you can only really affect what you can do. You can't affect anything else. It's not a boxing match. You're not having to duck and dive at the same time. You're just getting to affect whatever decision you make at the time on the table, and that's in your hands.
It's like golf, darts. It's in your own hands, in a way. There's nobody there putting you off. Oh, sometimes.
That's this match we're seeing in the top corner. Scott Gillespie, Pete Fisher, 7-all.
Just a decider. Is it first to 8, Stevie?
First to 8, yep.
So it is race to 8. And then you've got Lewis against Ross Fernie, and Fernie's at the table to take it 7-7 each. So that could be 2 deciders in about 5 minutes.
Yep. I think Lewis was 6-2 and 7-3 up, and he had a couple of wee half chances.
I was outside when I came in, and they 2 were standing outside having a cigarette, and I said to him how he's getting on. We're playing each other, and Lewis was 7-5 up at the time, and I said to him, it's just horrible playing your pals.
Aye.
You know, it's just, he's just going to end up just making it, it's just a game of pool at the end of the day.
Aye, that's it.
Fish cake has went in off. Has he?
Wow.
No? I
Where's
don't
the
see the
cue
cue ball. No, he must have went. Yep, it looks like he's went in off. Gibbsy's at the table with 2 shots. And the Reds look good.
That is your worst nightmare.
The Reds look good.
Just keep the cue ball on the table. That's all you're saying in that moment, and all of a sudden, there's actually a guy. He was talking to me a while ago about stuff like this, and he says, like, have you ever seen, like, you're on a finish, Stevie, and there's one ball, just one ball on the entire table, and you say, as long as I don't go behind that, I'm okay.
Then you go behind
it. He says, when you actually visualise that scenario, you've actually put that in your mind, and your muscle memory from your subconscious kicks in, and you actually put it there. And I'm like, what? And he's like, honestly, he said, I know it sounds mad. He went, but rather than be positive and say, this is where I want to land, pick an area, just zone in on it and play on that. The chances are you'll get close to that area. But when you start to put that doubt in, your subconscious takes over. And I'm like, because that happens a lot. 100%,
Stevie. If you start thinking negative things are going to happen. We've all been there.
Yep.
Right. Fernie's got this one into the middle, and he's played it perfect. Oh, he's got a wee bounce, so he's okay. So it's really just getting down. I think he'll take the top one first. Or will he swing round the white over to the side? I think he'll be better. He's got to worry about getting on the black after that one. So
tough.
He's got a wee bit of work. That yellow's looking massive. The one that's third on the right up, closest to the right middle. That ball just looks massive for him.
What about the story of young William Wallace? He's in the last 16 mark.
The fans' favourite, I call him. The fans' favourite. Love it. I played him once in McGoldrick's, and it was quite funny. I was playing him, and I played really well, and I beat him, and it was like, I was watching him play, and I was like, this wee guy can play.
Aye.
He's brilliant. You know, he never made a mistake. Like, to about, like, it was like 3 each or something. Like, I was like, this is class. You know, obviously I know William, and I've never really seen him play, but when I was watching him, I was like, he's got all the shots.
Aye.
Yeah, he's brilliant, and he can't no love him. Wee McLovin, you know. So, brilliant. I hope he's winning already, and he just loves pool. So, I hope he does well and he gets a wee run. But yeah, that's another one. I was talking to Dunster outside because he pulled up at the same time as me. I think he was following me, to be fair. But he said when he was playing him last night, he said, I told you, that yellow is massive.
Yep. It was called by Mr. Magic Nostradamus.
That's how I thought I came down for that one.
When he was, and then just work your way back up.
Just play onto the side cushion, and he's got the one in the top left. But he's just, Dunster said, he just didn't miss.
Aye.
Do you know that way, like at the start as well? And he said, who did they play? Had 7 dishes.
Aye, that was against young Stephen Allison, 7 dishes in the race to 8.
Young junior, So, class.
Aye, what a story. He's
the fans' favourite.
I played him, I think it was last year. It was the Glasgow Singles. It was only that race to 3, and he beat me 3-2. But it was one of the shots he played. I'm still not convinced to this day that he played it, but he kind of went up and down about 8 times off every cushion and potted this ball, and I'm like, away you. And he went, well, that's what I've played. And you know the mad thing about it, after it, and I'm kind of maybe driving home, and I'm going, I actually think he's that mad he did play that. It was one of these, just a crazy visualisation in his mind, and he's ended up just executing maybe a 1 in 100 shot. But I think that's the when people start to maybe get to know him, and maybe we get to see him on our screens more. I think
Reds away. Goodbye.
And I think they'll love that about him, that imagination that he's got. But he's a good kid.
He was on the black there as well, Stevie, so he was.
Oh wow, Goobs 8 looks as if he's almost through.
Yep, told you the Reds were looking good, and he's just got red into the middle to take the black into the bottom right.
Goobs was 4-0 down in that match. 4-0 and maybe even 5-1.
He's shown his battling skills this weekend as well, Goobsy.
He nearly got dragged outside in the first day. We had a laugh about it. He lost the plot in his match. I don't know what happened, but he kind of lost the head a wee bit. I spoke to him about it because when I was in the next table, we were on the stream, but he just kind of bars right in front of me just as I could have shot. And I've stood up and but I was playing Jake, and Jake's there was a look from everybody that was watching, thinking, what's he doing? So I said to him after it, what was that about? And He's basically went, I don't even know what you're talking about. And I went, mate, you just kind of bars right in front of me just as I was queuing. And he went, Stevie, I'm just having a tough time with my pool right now. And it wasn't meant. It was, listen, I apologise and that. And then
It's a tough time for him now.
No,
He lost his dad about a year ago.
That's what I mean.
So.
And I says, no, listen. So we ended up having a laugh about it. But yesterday, I'm walking to the toilet and I hear him. He's saying to Lewis, and he's like, do you know what the worst thing is, Lewis? See when people barge in front of you on a shot, that is the worst thing in pool. And I looked down at him and he went, "Isn't it, Stevie?" well, kind of laughing and joking about it, but I could see it wasn't even just that. I could see when he was at the table, he was playing. I think he was playing Dylan Stanfield, and I could see when he was getting round. He took this finish maybe in about 30 seconds, but he was on the hill. He was maybe 7-3 or 7-4 up, but he looked like he was raging about something, and I think it was as if he just wanted to get off the table and out of there, and maybe just needed a breath of fresh air or something. But there he is. He's still fighting. He's in the last 16.
We're all human. We all feel the same emotions, you know. So
yep. Push through for it in the middle here.
He's running a bit straight, isn't he? And his head, you're like, just don't get a kick. Don't.
And this is a shot where you get them.
Oh, cue ball's running.
And now,
it's nice and straight.
Now you don't want the dust on miscue here. Talking about your miscue. We were talking about it for hours last night.
Still using that, Tom. And he's won it.
Well done, Lewis McCool. He is in the last 16 as well.
Right, guys, I better get ready. Cheers, Stevie.
You better get ready. Cheers for joining us.
Have a nice day, guys. Maybe be on here later on rather than playing. Right, guys, take care. Have a nice day.
Brilliant. Cheers, Mark Boyle. He is going to get ready for his last 16 tie. He's going to play Greg Davis. These two guys that you can see on your screen right now, two of the very best of friends. And as Mark said there, it's one of the worst things having to go and play one of your mates, but it is just the nature of it in these events, because there's loads and loads of good mates. They have to go head to head. Ryan Martin and Corey Rees. Corey's turned that on its head. It's 6-4 now to Corey. Young Ryan was in front in that one, but it's all change. It is all change right now. The last 16 ties will be coming in the next few moments. Guys, we weren't actually talking about the break. I don't even know how the break came up. We were talking about the ball in hand and the two shots, and then all of a sudden, the break comes into it. But no, listen, there's I think you've probably you're maybe not reading the room a wee bit. There is going to be changes. There will be changes afoot pretty soon. I think there's a few things going towards the AGM or whatever it is that happens at the WPA. There probably will be a couple of subtle changes to blackball. I've got no doubting, because they're never perfect, but one day they will be, because they're not far away. Guys, you'll be back in the next few moments. I'm going to go and check for you to see who we're going to have on the mainstream table. Give me 2 seconds. I'm back, guys. I'm back. And we are almost set for Scott Gillespie and Craig Marsh. They have lagged off. And I'm out there talking to some of the guys, and young William Wallace has gone up to Jamie Burnett after Jazz has been beaten and said to him, "Unlucky, Jamie, it was a good effort this weekend. Good effort, mate." Jamie's face. Oh, Jamie's face is unbelievable. What a laugh.
Bacon, egg and sausage.
I'm a bit vegan bacon though. No. But normal bacon. Get normal bacon for the cafe.
It's not smoked downstairs.
It's not smoked either. It's unsmoked and
I don't really care. It's just bacon with it.
bacon's bacon. Bacon's better than what.
No, you get smoked and unsmoked.
Aye, but
Maybe that's a conversation
Yeah.
to take on the
I'm still laughing at young William swaggering up to to Jamie, putting him in his place. Scott Gillespie, Lewis McCool, Robert Stephen, they're all there, and they were all absolutely buckled. The wee man he doesn't miss. He just does not miss. Absolutely brilliant. And he's got his work cut out because he's playing one of the best to ever grace the sport, and that is Mark Farnsworth, Liam Dunster and Luke Sanges. Mark Farnsworth. Mark Farnsworth, William Wallace Jr. Good to see young William on the stream table. He's on table number 12. And our main match, Craig Marsh, Scott Gillespie. What a match this promises to be. Pete Fisher about to leave the building. Brilliant tournament again from Pete Moore. Very important ranking points for him. He's going to be heading in the direction of the top. I mean, I think he's comfortably in the top 10. I would need to have a look at Pete Fisher. Definitely chapping on the door of pro status, and I think he'll mix with the pros. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. It looks like someone has spilt their coffee. Mark Farnsworth and young William Wallace on the other stream table doing a bit of cleaning up. Scott Gillespie though had to fight back against Pete Fisher there. Pete had a commanding lead at one point, but it's ended up Scott Gillespie after that in-off break. And in-off, and it led to Scott getting a chance. Absolutely brilliant finish in the end, 8-7. Santa in the house. Business will pick up in here over the next while, guys, and no doubt the atmosphere will as well. And then as the match is kind of slowly draw to a close, it will probably quieten down a touch in the venue. However, I think there is maybe a chance that we get done in good time tonight. That would be fantastic. But the races go up. They do go up and up. And the races will get longer. It's races to 10 now in this last 16. Well, it could be a long day. Scott just wants to pull this back, take the black into the bottom right. Nice and easy. A little jack up, and it should be 1-0 Scott Gillespie here. IPA Scottish Grand Prix, brought to you live from the Players' Lounge in Falkirk, here in Bonnie, Scotland. Hence the fact the Scottish Grand Prix. Massive thanks and shout out to every single one of you tuning in. And for anyone who is not long on, good afternoon. Walker the Talker, here all day till the very end. A bit of a scrappy break. Nothing really standing out. Well, Liam Dunster 1-0 in front against Luke Sanges. Robert Stephen 1 up on Gav Robinson. Jake Newell have 1, Eddie Roberts 0, but they are moving tables. I think there's a slight issue with those two maniacs. Yeah, some just trying to get themselves a bit of space. There's a load of tables in here, so they have decided to ask if they can maybe get themselves a little bit more space, and they've moved another table up, which is totally fine, and the guys have accepted the request. A chance for Marche to try and square things up here. As I say, yellow's not pretty. However, he's got a couple of balls that he can try and open things up with. The highest yellow of the 4 of them can be used and just come down and nudge the red out the way, but needs to get this one first.
Next match on table 9, Stan Davey versus...
Oh, he's used that one. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Mark Farnsworth 1, William Wallace Jr. 1. That is the only match so far, 2 frames in. Dan Davey, Lewis McCool yet to get started, and Gio Edgar, as far as I'm aware, is going to be playing against Corey Reese. So some absolutely incredible ties taking place over the course of this last 16. And what a finish, what a brilliant finish this is from Craig Marsh. Absolutely sensational. And he's going to square this match up at 1 frame apiece. Brilliant stuff, absolutely brilliant. What a standard of pool we're having here. By all means, guys, if you want to subscribe and share, fire away. We do loads of that on our social media as it's growing. But Slayer, on you go, my man. Slay the dragon, slay that dragon. So, Scott Gillespie. Now that would have been One hell of a break to not get a ball. Almost every ball has landed at the top end of the table. One yellow in the centre and a red at the bottom. Every ball has basically fired to the top
Next
end.
match on table 10, Gio Edgar versus Corey Reese.
It's not straightforward. It is not straightforward. That much is for sure. There's work to be done. No matter what set of balls you decide to go for, you could take the red on the right hand cushion and off the black ball and open that up. But an opening red, not standing out as anything straightforward. As Liam Dunster gets a reprieve, as Luke Sanjis just misses a black in that other match. News travels fast. William Wallace Jr. 2, Mark Farnsworth 1, and it's young William to break. That is on our other stream table. I hope if you can multi-screen, guys, that the young man is on your second screen. I'm actually gutted and it's not on the main table. Would have loved to have done some commentary for that match. But Scott Gillespie has opened these balls up incredibly well. He's given himself a couple of options here. The biggest thing is probably the 8 ball, the black, which is not just black anymore, as Liam pointed out yesterday. He says, well, it's not black, it's black and white. Do we call it the stripe? I call it the zebra. There's got to be something better than that, though. The vice versa. Well, I think it's always been the black ball to me, so I'll probably continue to call it that until a better name comes about. Delicate little shot from Scott, taking the pace off it, and it's 2 frames to 1. What a standard we are witnessing from these two guys. This one could go all the way. It's a race to 10. It is a long, long way. Race to 10. Craig Marsh to break in frame number 3. In frame number 4. I'm all over the place here. Big break. He's in off. Oh, thought the 8 ball was going to save him there. But the likelihood is Scott Gillespie is going to go 3-1 in front here. Because what a chance this is. What a chance to get some daylight between himself and Craig Marsh. I was going to say, his only decision is how he opens these up. He's actually got so many options on both sets. The reds stand out early doors, but the yellows aren't bad. Marshy boy, what a guy, what a guy, what a player. Fantastic Cuest. Liam Dunster has gone 2-0 in front against Luke Sanges. Robert Stephen 2, Gav Robinson 0. Jake Dillon Newell have still 1 up against Eddie Roberts. And Mark Boyle, and well, it's 1-1, sorry. Jake Dillon Newell have 1, Eddie Roberts 1. Eddie just got 1 on the board. Mark Boyle 1, Greg Davis 1 in that race to 10. Those two played yesterday. Had the qualification match to get to the last 16, and then Greg had to come through the one loss side this morning to get another crack at Mark Boyle. Dan Davey, Lewis McCullough is underway now. Gio Edgar and Corey Reese just getting underway as well. So all our last 16 matches are now in play. Scott won't be too greedy here. I think he'll just play the gap. Yeah, he could have tried to force through the yellows, but that comes with its risks. So just playing the gap. Drop the plant in nice and easy. It should be pretty straightforward from there. Little drag shot, trace aside. It's come a bit further than he would have liked, but it's okay. Just needs to cue this. Dead straight. And dead straight he does. He's short on that. That is razor thin, so the cue ball will be travelling here. But no issues for Scott Gillespie. It's 3 frames to 1. Scott to break next. William Wallace is still 2-1 up Mark Farnsworth. He had a chance there, young William. Ran a ball just too far. Ended up having to play a little swerve shot. He did have a chance though. The young man just needs to stay patient. He just didn't get the ball into play the way he wanted there, young William. I'll keep you posted on that match. Liam Dunster 2-0 in front against Luke Sanges on our Table 11 stream. Now these are going to be dry, and a chance here for Craig Marsh to try and get back within 1. Yeah, red next to the yellow to start them off. So good chance here for Craig. A man known as Marshy had some issues with his wardrobe this weekend. Well, he's here and he's ready to play. Would have liked to have missed that there, but he's okay. I think any contact, he was always going to get out anyway. I'd like, maybe I've liked a bit more angle. I think he can just about bump out. Right, okay. I think that red. I think that red will pass the yellow at the top right. So you've got him playing it now. And then the one to the bottom left will be last. Yeah, good shot. Brilliant finish, Craig Marsh. A try break from Scott Gillespie, and that's kind of the story of this match. One visit stuff.
It's amazing, this cake. Yeah. Even though it's vegan, it's still amazing.
I think right there, maybe the cue ball was still moving when Marshy's moved the balls, and I think Scott was saying to him, it's kind of a rule, I won't take it from you, but maybe let the ball stop moving. I think that's what happened there. Now, it looks like the reds stand out, but Marshy might go yellows. I can't see him going yellows, to be honest. Looking at the yellow at the top, yeah, he can work his way around, but the reds are by far the better ball set here. Would have liked to get the black into play there, but instead it's landed even, you could argue, a bit worse. But it will go in the right hand middle, so there is options. He's just going to have to mind his work a bit and get himself back on it. Yeah, bit of work to be done. Reds all look good. He's trying to figure out the best way to get on the 8 ball. And it gets the yellow out of the way. Limits the traffic. I wonder if he's thinking about pumping this red in, coming round the angles, getting the black out of there. Yeah, he's tried to do so. I also think he might have been able to play a similar shot from the red at the right hand side, cut it down and just come across and nudge the black out. He would have had that red into the bottom right. Okay, Stevie. It's funny because I think before the match had started, they were talking about, I think, the match between young William and Lucas, and I think there was an incident similar. I don't know if a frame was taken, but I think there was balls still rolling or something when they And William kind of mentioned it, and I don't know if frames were taken, I've no clue, but young William does not miss a trick, so he was on his case. But so it might have been just a bit of fun or something there from Gibbsy and Marshy, but we'll find out. But if the balls had stopped, then maybe it was just a bit of misunderstanding. What a shot. What a shot, Craig Marsh. Three frames all. A fantastic shot to get on the 8 ball there. Craig Marsh and Scott Gillespie not really making any mistakes. The only difference in this match so far has been the breaks, but it's all square. 3 frames all. Gav Robinson 1, Robert Stephen 2, Jake Dillon Newlove 2, Eddie Roberts 1, Mark Boyle 2, Greg Davis is on 1. It's 3-1 now to Mark Boyle. Dan Davey 2, Lewis McCool 0. That one's off to a flyer. Gio Edgar 1, Corey Reese 0. Liam Dunster 3, Luke Sanges 1. Mark Farnsworth and William Wallace Jr. It's about to be 3-2 to Mark Farnsworth, and that one. It's all go in the Players' Lounge in Falkirk here at the IPA Scottish Grand Prix. Our main match, Craig Marsh and Scott Gillespie, has been some standard so far. Big break off, gets a ball, and almost every ball at the top end of the table once again. A tap on the leg from Marshy there, appreciating that. Absolutely nailed it. Or does it come with a chance? Yellow balls for Scott here. So he gets himself back for the one to the left middle. He's going to play for the one to the right middle next. I wouldn't be surprised if the one in the bottom left cushion becomes his last ball. I don't think the black passes into the bottom left, so it looks like the yellow at the left-hand cushion is the obvious connector. It's just about perfect. You can just run through it. You see where he's looking with the cue. That'll be yellow to the left middle pocket. And it will be the yellow on the left hand side. It did stand out as quite the obvious shot for the black. It was the obvious connector. But things do change when you're at the table. Sometimes you have to reroute and go a different way. He would have loved to be a bit further forward there. A little bit of bridging to do it. and making sure, giving himself a tougher black. When you fancy Scott to get this. Yeah, 4-3, Scott Gillespie and these two serving up some standard of pool right now. There's little to no mistakes. The break has been the biggest weapon so far, either for or against, but it's 4-3 Scott Gillespie. I'm not even sure there's been a ball missed. Unbelievable stuff so far. I think that's a bit fine. I think so, aye. Oh, 3 or 4 balls trying to go in there. Well, it's ended up dry. And what a chance for Scott to get a bit of daylight once again. Yeah, this is a massive chance for Scott to go 5-3 in front. I'm not really seeing any major issues. Maybe he's going to want to get down and get the red at the bottom left. I would assume in an ideal world he can go bottom left, middle right, middle left for the black. But he's still got the 3 at the top end that he has to take away first and then get himself down for those. So he's even looking at playing the one to the middle right next. And then the one at the top. When does he take that one? They're all there. He just has to get the pattern right. I wonder if the black goes into the left middle. I don't think it does. Is he maybe going to take... I don't like leaving the one at the bottom left last. There's just far too much margin for error. Mark Farnsworth 4, William Wallace Jr. 2, Liam Dunster 3, Luke Sanges 2, Gav Robinson 2, Robert Stephen 2, Jake Dillon Newlove 3, Eddie Roberts 1, Mark Boyle 3, Greg Davis 2, Gio Edgar 2 up on Corey Rees, and Dan Davey 2, Lewis McCool 1. This is the problem for me in this one. Scott's having to figure out getting on the 8 ball. So he's tried to get on the one to the bottom left. He's not managed to do it. And that, guys, is why I preferred trying to get down off the top 3 and then using bottom left, middle right, middle left for the black. It seems obvious when you're sitting here, but at the table it's always so much more difficult. And still, like I said, I didn't like the red at the bottom left as last. He's not got a choice now. If he can just nick this in, little trace aside, come past the 2 yellows, just up past where the black spot would be. He'll have a chance. Yeah, good shot. So he's given himself a chance. But he'd love the cue ball back where it is right now. That's exactly where he's looking at. He's got a small window. Unless he plays up towards the yellow, close to the centre of the table, but that's a very, very tough shot. That'll do. Oh, chance for 5 frames to 3. Yeah, it wasn't easy, wasn't straightforward. He had to mind his work a bit, but he's got there in the end. Marshy laughing because he knows he was all over the place. Well, it's 5 frames to 3. Scott Gillespie, and Scott is going to break next. Bart Farnsworth on a finish against William Wallace. A chance at a 5-2 lead. William has had one heck of a weekend, and it is not over yet. Still a long way to go. Black ball down. We'll get to do it all again. Bart Farnsworth with a little flick there. He was in danger of snookering himself and giving young William a chance to get back. Well, he's ended up with a nice little flick. He's landed pretty good. It's 5-2, Mark Farnsworth against young William Wallace. But as I say, there is a long, long way back. But there's also a long way to go. Absolutely delighted for him. Deserves all the credit in the world. Puts the hours in, and here he is in the big stage on a TV table against one of the game's greats, Mark Farnsworth. So he'll be proud no matter what. And Liam Dunster goes 4-2 in front against Luke Sanges. A dry break once again. So the break, I'm sure it's 5-3 to Scott here. I'm sure it is. Figure that one out in the next few minutes, but I'm sure it's 5-3 to Scott Gillespie here. I'm sure there's a bit of daylight between both of them now. He's just, I did think I seen him go to put his score on. It doesn't seem to be that it is, so I'll find that out in the next few moments. Maybe you guys watching will know for sure, but I'm sure it should be 5-3. bounce off the top cushion would be special, but it's not. Has he get the potting angle? I'm not sure he has. Yeah, I'm not convinced that he has. And even if he can, the cue ball is going to be doing a bit of travelling here. Well, let's see what Marshy has up his sleeve. Yeah, I didn't think he could pot it. Well, it was a lot further away. Yeah, there you go. Marshy had seen it himself. He knew. Cheers, Andrew.
Alright? No problem, Mary.
6-2 Mark Farnsworth. Mark Farnsworth throwing cues about now. Yeah, keep it simple. Just make sure you get the snooker. You take the ones on the left hand side that he was looking at. If he doesn't keep the cue ball tight, he's going to be giving Craig a chance. So made sure of the snooker. Might be a slightly easier hit from here, but he's got 3 balls that all go in the bottom right now, and a chance to move those 2 reds if need be. So definitely the right idea there from Scott. Now this is the chance. Just has to figure out how he plays the 2 reds at the left hand side. Jake Dillon-Newlove is 6-1 in front against Eddie Roberts. That's the widest gap we have so far. 6-2 obviously the score line between Mark Farnsworth and young William. So now Scott can play this snooker a lot better. Oh, he's not. Yeah, Marshy should have been in all kinds of trouble there, but instead he's actually been given a chance. Yeah, he didn't have a whole lot on, but he's got fortunate there. As Gibbsy hasn't really got a good starter here. To be fair, the snooker before that he didn't get right. And that's coming back to bite him. Ah, that'll do it. But again, it's went in off 2 yellows. It's went in off 2 yellows, but he's ended up, I don't know if he's on anything. maybe the outside, or the one closest to the middle of the table. Can he pop this in, screw across? Off one cushion, two cushions. Absolutely brilliant shot on the other table from young William Wallace. And he has got one back in that match, 6-3 Mark Farnsworth. Wow. That came with its risks. But the positivity and the way that Scott Gillespie played that shot, absolutely sensational. And he's landed at the perfect angle. Well, Tracer run inside, and it is this black for a 6-3 lead. He's rode his luck a couple of times over the course of the weekend, and anyone that goes deep in any tournament has to do so. But wow, so far in this match, what a standard it's been.
Not been as warm as the outside today. I haven't felt it. I've been in here.
Huge break-off shot.
That's why you've not seen any sun.
Huge break-off. Reds. So yellow balls is the decision that has been made. Now they all have a pocket. I think you would have loved
Same guy, mate. Oh, yeah. It's in his living room. I sit in his living room. I can't find it. You can? I can't find it. Why?
Not one of the first mistakes I've seen all day from Craig Marsh. So Scott had no choice but to leave himself a skill shot here, and it should be an absolute highlight reel moment. If he gets it, I would just be dragging this in. I wouldn't be playing it too hard. Yeah, fantastic stuff from Scott Gillespie. He has definitely been taking some pointers from the Book of Walker when it comes to skill shots. To be fair, I can't remember the last skill shot I played. I've played a few crackers that Robert Stephen has. Robert actually said a couple of weeks ago we were in a corner pocket in Dalkeith where we had a team event, and he said it was the best skill shot he'd ever seen in his life. I looked at him as if he was daft, because he's obviously not seen that many. If Renzi was watching right now, he'd say, Stevie, he's not seen all of the ones you've done because he's at it. That was a cracker from Scott. The thing I liked about that was the control and the position at the same time. So he played it like the yellow wasn't even in the pocket. Just a little controlled screw down the table. Brilliant stuff from Scott Gillespie. And he is 7-3 in front. He's not made many mistakes out with probably the snooker that he tried to play and didn't get it right. And Marshy, probably only one mistake really. There's been a couple of mistakes in the match, obviously, guys, but the standards from both players has been pretty sensational. We always expect some unforced errors in any walk of life. It's hardly ever perfect pool. But these two guys are serving up a bit of a classic right now. Brilliant skill shot, brilliant finish. 7-3, Scott Gillespie, Craig Marsh, mountain to climb.
Mine isn't in the competition.
Yeah, this red goes in the top right. Just needs to kind of screw back off the yellow. Clears the yellow out the way, opens things up. Nicely controlled. Found a bit of a groove now, Scott. Found a bit of a groove. Like I say, he's had his struggles in certain aspects over the weekend. He's had to dig deep against Pete Fisher in his last match. And as I say, Pete is one of these guys, when he gets to the pro ranks, and he will do, he will be an absolute menace for most of the guys. He's already competing at the top end of the game, and I think he's got a big money match coming up. I could be right, is Pete playing Matt Steeper, am I right? I think, and Matt Steeper's playing someone, but I thought it might have been Pete Fisher. Maybe it's not. I know those two have had a few little back and forths, but two. There's some big matches coming in the world of pool. At this right now, Craig Marsh, Scott Gillespie. I feel like these two guys have been around forever. They have. Absolute brilliant from both of these guys. Yeah, cheers for that, mate. Anthony Grimley Atkinson. I'm going to give you your props again, mate. Brilliant weekend, some fantastic results, but that match against Greg stood out because you just seemed like you were bang on it. But even in some of the other matches, obviously getting some of the rewards from the time that you're putting in, mate, so can't help but give credit where it's due. So 8 frames to 3. Scott Gillespie, will he be the first one to get over the line and into the last 8? brilliant news for everyone as well that Dave Adenau, the Isle of Man superstar and IPA professional, will be joining me on comms from the next match, most likely from the last 8. With a bit of luck, he'll join us throughout the day. I know he doesn't leave till tomorrow to go home, and his insight and knowledge, second to none. Brilliant player, brilliant guy, and probably over the last while this year, since we dragged him in, I think it was in the Masters, in McGoldrick's UK Masters last year, and he actually said to me that he's, I'm not too sure, it's not something that I like to do. I get a wee bit nervous the first time. Now he is the one coming and kind of tapping on my shoulder and saying, give me a microphone. So Dave Adenau will join us, guys, probably from the last 8 on. We'll see how things go. It's just come a touch too far, but the black goes in the middle here, so yeah, that's exactly it. It's, people ask every now and again at the tours, I mean, whether it's here or Wales, or we've been in Bolton, Coventry, Newcastle, whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. It's every one of them kind of feel at home. They don't feel, it's a different venue, but the people and the kind of, I know it sounds mad this, so it's kind of like a family, but it's, to me, I think that's one of the big positives about the IPA tour is the people, and definitely, let's face it, it would not be a very good tour to go, and everyone was kind of keeping to themselves, nobody getting to know each other, just yeah, I don't think it would have the same feel. So for me, it's one of the big things about what we have here. A few of the guys that have actually come back this year mentioning things like it feels like I'm home, it feels like I'm back with the family that I once had, just things like that. It's, you're absolutely spot on, mate. Some of the people, in fact most of the people, are just first class. Maybe the Bahamas. Maybe we need to go to the Bahamas, guys. That would be good. IPA tour in the Bahamas. In the Atlantis Hotel in Nassau. That would be special. It's also got a casino in it. I'm sure Jason Hill will be out of retirement. Seeing that, he'll probably have his own table in there, putting odds on all those guys. Oh, William. Just caught my eye on the outside, the other stream table. Young William Wallace with a chance there against Mark Farnsworth, but that one is getting close to its conclusion. It's 8-3 Mark Farnsworth, and he has a huge opportunity to make it 9. So Mark Farnsworth edging towards being the first man in the last 8. Scott Gillespie at the table, he is looking to be in that last 8. We are at the business end here in the IPA Scottish Grand Prix, the Players' Lounge in Falkirk, and I think it's fair to say that the standard of the tables, the balls, the facilities in total have been absolutely first class for this weekend. Every single player. So really, I've only heard positives. You can't really ask for much more. Tables all recloth this week. Brand spanking new balls right out the wrapper for this event. New I-beam lights from 8 Ball Direct. We've got the halo lights on the mainstream tables as well. It is absolutely a sight to behold.
ahead, Fred.
Yeah. Well, I talk here about chewing the fat. If you've never seen it, get yourself on Chewing the Fat on YouTube. You will not be disappointed. Especially the painters, Bob and Alan. They do the store, Bob and Alan. The painters are mad, the Pebble Dash guys. Chunky Chalky Bicky. If you've not seen it, trust me, you will not be disappointed. Oh. Is he going to pull this back? He's going to power through top cushion and down. Yeah, good shot. It could have been arguably slightly better, but oh, what a brilliant shot from Scott. Little stun whilst bridging over the yellow just to get to the right hand side for the black into the left hand middle. Fantastic stuff. Scott Gillespie. Oh, the proverbial feet wiping black ball. That is 9 frames to 4. Gav Robinson 6, Robert Stephen 3, Jake Dillon Newlove 8, Eddie Roberts 2, Mark Boyle 5, Greg Davis 3, Dan Davies 7, Lewis McCool 2, Gio Edgar 6, Corey Reese 1, Liam Dunster 6, Luke Sanchez 2, Mark Farnsworth 9, William Wallace Jr. 3, and as you can see guys, it's Greg Marsh 4 and Scott Gillespie 9. IPA Scottish Grand Prix in the Players' Lounge in Falkirk. Tables, balls, lights. The venue has given us everything that we could possibly have asked for this weekend, and a massive thanks to all of them and the staff. It's been sensational. But we are still a long way away from crowning our champion. It's early doors on this Sunday. If you get any favourites, guys, pop them in the chat if you do. Scott Gillespie starting to gather ahead of steam. Mark Farnsworth, Dan Davey, Gav Robinson, Jake Boyle, Dunster, they're all leading. Gio Edgar leading. And Robert Stephen is going to have to work to turn it on its head. He is 7-3 down now to Gav Robinson. Oh, Marshy doing what he can to hang in there. Looking like it's going to be 9-5. 9-4 now, Mark Farnsworth against young William Wallace. (9-5). Not much more Marshy can do. He has to just hang in. Scott has a chance to break. And Luke Sanchez has gone in off against Liam Dunster. It's already 7-2. It has gone from bad to worse. I've no idea what he shouted, but it was a bit of a yelp. However, he's sitting in his seat with Liam, ready to pounce. Big break, Scott Gillespie. That cue ball was not a million miles away from sailing in the top right bag. It stayed out. One slightly awkward yellow, one awkward red. It's decision time. And whatever decision Scott makes, he's going to want to take them and get this match over and done with as quick as he can. Eddie Roberts gets one back against Jake Dylan Newlove. It's now 8 frames to 3 in that one. Race to 10, remember guys, so a lot of matches still with a lot of pool to be played. Lewis McCool got one back there, 7-3 Dan Davey now. Robert Stephen 7-3 behind against Gav Robinson. There's a few players with big leads. Gav Robinson, Jake Dillon, Newlove, Boyle, Dan Davey, Gio and Liam, all quite a few frames in front. Mark Farnsworth on the hill, Scott Gillespie on the hill, so who's going to be the first to book their place in the quarter-final? So needs a cue ball to keep coming if he wants it. The bottom yellow. Maybe the yellow on the left hand side will be doubled. Just needs to slide this in. Just a little flick on the yellow. Yeah, that'll do nicely. He's still got a couple of issues here. And Mark Farnsworth, I can tell you, has put William Wallace to the sword. Well done, young man. He should be so proud. Last 16 of the IPA Scottish Grand Prix. A phenomenal weekend of pool. Young William Wallace, at the age of 18-year-old, has just come of age. Everyone, please keep your eyes peeled, because this kid could go all the way. Well, this is tough. Very, very tough to get back on this yellow. Find out. Is he maybe going to try and screw off a touch aside and come round the back of the red? Oh, he did try that. He did try it. Oh, he's unlucky. He is very, very unlucky there. Does a yellow pass the black? I don't think it does. That is harsh. That is harsh. Yeah, he had no shot whatsoever there. He had absolutely no shot whatsoever. Liam Dunster 8. Luke Sanchez 2. Gav Robinson 8. Robert Stephen 3. Jake Dillon Newell 8. Eddie Roberts 3. Dan Davies 7. Lewis McCool 4. Gio Edgar 6. Cody Reese 2. Boyle. Mr. Magic Mark Boyle 6. Greg Davis 4. Still a lot of pool to be played throughout this entire day. I think for Marshy here, he's been there, done it a million times, so he knows just to plod away, take the chances when they come. And right now, all he can do is roll these in, break off in the next frame, hopefully get something that puts a bit of pressure on Scott. And Scott Gillespie will just be waiting on his next opportunity. So big break needed here, huge break needed. Right. Right, okay. So for anyone that has been tuning in to Table 12 on the live stream, that will not be in play from now. It will only be Table 11 and 13. And like I said, guys, after this match is over, Dave Adenau will be joining me on comms. So I'm looking forward to that. IPA professional and Isle of Man star. He really is the Isle of Man superstar in the world of Cuesports, so he will join us for the quarterfinals onwards. And that's brilliant. Everyone tuning in, looking forward to that. And there will be, as I say, the last 8 coming up. Will be Table 11 and 13. Well, stay tuned, guys. Stay tuned. We're not going anywhere. We've still got a massive match going on right now. There's just a lot happening around me. Oh. Well. Slight turn up there. Ah, Jamie boy. So yellows are now in the open. He would have loved to be on the 1 at the bottom right straight away, but there's no rush. He can work his way back onto that. I think if he's on it now, he'll play it. If he's not, he's then got another shot or two to play, giving me signs that he is on it. Yeah, clever shot, just dropping through. Just drops through. That'll do it, that's fine. It was all about getting on the yellow at the top left. He's managed to do that. You see how low on the cue ball he's aiming. A young William Wallace exiting the building. Massive shout again for the weekend the young man has had. Craig Marsh still in this match. Absolute legend is Jamie. And next up, I think it's only next month. We're not far away, guys. It's Coventry. And we all get to bang into each other once again. It's obviously a bit manic at some of these kind of weekend ones. I know they're all usually weekends, but some of them you get down a bit earlier, and that's ideal. So get yous all on the Thursday night. Maybe do some, I don't know. I need to get some of you guys do some stuff for my Walker the Talker thing that I'm trying to get going. So maybe get yous involved in some games on the table. Get a camera out. Big break. Cemented the cue ball. He's got a bit of a kick. Right, okay, yellow balls. Standing out right away. Top right, top left, and can work his way down. Yeah, this is... in an ideal world, he can get... all he has to, well, I'm saying all he has to do, like it's straightforward. Drop the one to the top right, and then the one to the top left. He should be able to maybe stun down the table and have one of the yellows to the left middle. That'll get him the one to the top, and having the one in the top, that'll give him a chance to work these out. He's just mapping it out, getting his patterns right. Yeah, so that's the plan. Just to stun down in the centre of the table. You'll want to miss the yellow that's in the open. Not as far as Scott probably thought it was going to go. Well, it should be okay. He'll have a couple of options here. I think he'll be pulling it back and taking the one to the middle. Yeah, he would have had the option to go to the top right, but that ball in the centre of the table, guys, is his connector for the 8 ball. A lot of matches heading towards the climax. So you just pop this in the top corner. And like I said, the one in the centre of the table was the obvious connector for the black. So he would like to leave himself in such a position that he's not going near the reds. Somewhere close to where he is right now would be absolutely spot on. So he's looking at the angle and maybe just dropping it in. And I think that's maybe the clever shot. But again, with that, you would rather be slightly left-hand side, as you can push on and off the right-hand cushion. If he lands slightly wrong side, again, he'll be coming towards those reds. So he's absolutely perfect to just run this through. Yeah, off the right hand cushion. And a slightly thinner black than he would have liked. You see his face there, just wincing a bit, but Scott Gillespie, this black, for a place in the quarterfinals, and Scott has joined Mark Farnsworth in the last 8. And what a performance, both guys absolutely flying there at different stages in the match. But it is Scott who joins Mark Farnsworth in the last 8. And Liam Dunster 9-2 up against Luke Sanges. Gav Robinson 9-3 in front against Robert Stephen. Jake Dillon Newlove 9-4 in front against Eddie Roberts. Dan Davey 8, Lewis McCool 5. Gio Edgar 8, Corey Reese 2, and Mark Boyle 7-4 in front against Greg Davis. But it is all go. You can see all the outside tables just now, guys. Stay tuned. We will be back very, very soon for our last 8 ties, and I'll probably join you in the next few minutes.
On the main table 13 is Martin Farnsworth versus Dan Davey.
back sharpish, guys. Quarterfinals underway. Mark Farnsworth, Dan Davey. And in a few moments, Isle of Man superstar, IPA professional Dave Adenau's going to join us. And absolutely delighted that he's in.
Hello, great to be here.
Mark Farnsworth, Dan Davey. Don't know how many times you've played them, mate, but these two guys are just different class, and I would love to say that it could go all the way, but either one of these could blow the other away as well.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. You know, with any match, the quality of the players, that can easily happen. But Dan's come into a bit of form recently, the last year or so, getting a few more deep runs and won a title as well. So he's coming back into it.
I've often heard that at the top end of the game, if you get there, the hardest tournament to win is obviously the first, and it must be in the pro ranks. Very, very difficult with these guys about, but usually when you get one, and obviously Dan, I think it was last year when he got his, I don't know if it was his very first, but when he got one and then he got another, and then this year he's got one, they do seem to start coming in more regular than obviously trying to get that first one over the line.
Yeah, well, he did get one back in I think it was 2016.
Right.
He won a tournament. So obviously it's been a long time since then. So he was pleased to obviously, get a couple more. So it's, but they've been close together. His runs as well. So it's, he's been doing well.
The prize money this weekend, can't remember exactly, but I'm sure it's pretty good. I think it's about $5,000 to the winner, I think.
I'd like to tell you, but I've never had to worry about it. I think it is 5,000 for the winner. They usually are, these Grand Prix.
Yeah, I think it's a decent first prize. Actually,
What did you get for last?
Oh, well, I think we're going home with sweet nothings. There was I was saying to the guys a wee while ago, I said, we need to spread it out a bit further. Yeah, so 5 to the winner, 2.5 to the runner-up, 1,000 for the beaten semis, and then 500, and then 200 for the last 16. So it's not too bad.
So all these guys playing now have got at least £500.
Yep.
So we're hoping to increase that, and most importantly, they'll be wanting to lift the trophy.
A good start from Dan. I was speaking to the guys not long ago, and I said, why don't you just spread it a bit further, base it on pro rata and all this kind of stuff? And they were like, listen, the top prize, although they would maybe argue, and I know only one can get it, but if you want to entice the top players to travel the country, you need to kind of dangle that carrot, and 5,000 first prize, it's not a bad weekend's work.
No, it's great. Like if you can win it, it's, like you say, there's only one player that can take that prize away, and with so many great players, it's there's so many more deserving, but of course only one can win it.
My question was, if it was $4,000 to the winner and 2 to the runner-up, would that stop players coming? And obviously there might be some people that say, well, yes or no, but I don't know. I know these tournaments are not cheap to put on, and it's a large sum of money that the guys guarantee and stuff like that, and to make sure the best players come. I just think knowing that there's good guys trying to push the IPA forward is sometimes enough to entice players to go and support it, because you know that maybe in the future things are just going to get better and better. But if money, I mean, I'm one of these, if you're in this game right now to try and earn a massive living, then it's maybe not the right game, because although there's money to be made, it's on the right track, and who knows, maybe 10 years from now this game could be absolutely buzzing. It's the most played Cuesport in the UK. Most snooker clubs have converted most of their rooms, or some of them completely, into pool halls. I do think we're not a million miles away from breaking through. It's just right now I think most of us are in it because we love it.
Yeah, I think exactly that, and I don't think people play pool for the money. Like you say, it's to compete at the top level and compete against the best in the world. And like you say, at the moment in time, we don't play this for a career. Where it's a hobby, and that's even for like the very top players, because there isn't the money in it. But you know, we all hope to be there one day and make a living from it.
No,
but
exactly.
But in the meantime, we support it and hope that it does get there. But in the meantime as well, we also want our names on the trophies.
100%.
Which is ultimately the most important thing.
There was a guy in here yesterday, and I had just stood up. One of the matches had just finished, so I've nicked away, just catching up with some of the guys for 5 minutes before the next match came on, and I got a tap on the shoulder, and he said, "Excuse me, mate, I seen you doing the TV stuff there, and is this all professionals in here?" And I said, "Well, there is a lot of the guys, and in fact I was just called on, so I just stepped out here, got my cue." And he said, "So everyone in here's making a fortune through playing pool?" And I went, "Well, no." I says, "There is some people that have done okay." I says, "But it's hopefully heading that way." And he went, "I never realised that was a possibility." And he just kind of, as if maybe he was thinking, "I'm going to go and get my old cue dusted off and go and take these guys on." But it was just the way he kind of shocked that there was a professional kind of ranks in the world of pool. But
yeah,
I think that's the thing, that the live streaming, and obviously a lot through the years has been on TV. My big thing with this, Dave, is whether we're on a live stream or on a TV channel, I'm not convinced the viewing figures would change that much, because right now it's people that play pool, that watch pool.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah.
So the casual viewer, whether we're on Sky Sports or any other channel, I'm not convinced. Yeah, fair enough, someone might flick through the channels and go, "Oh, that's fine," you might get a few casual viewers, but it won't be as vast as you would imagine. So I think right now for us it's about the engagement that we've got. We spoke about it, the engagement we've got with people. There's actually more and more that maybe wouldn't have even switched on because they feel part of it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it's just gathering that bit of traction. I think we're onto something right now, and maybe by the time we do get these possibilities of a TV deal, who knows what kind of numbers we're getting there.
I think the best way is to try and get new figures, new viewers, and it's very hard to do because it's very difficult to assemble. But if you've literally got like pool at the same time every week, same channel, week in, week out, you don't have to think, is it on this week, is it on next week, or in a month's time. If it's when people don't have to think about it and it's just there, and that's how I find that you can increase the viewers.
It's funny that you say that, because again, obviously the world we live in right now, most things are live streamed, podcasts in particular, and different shows that you just go and you watch online, whether it's Netflix or whatever else, they're all streamed. So so many things are now online, and that's a massive part of it. Like, it could be whatever your favourite podcast is, it's probably on at the same time most weeks, probably gets released at the same time most weeks, so people are ready for it without having to go and check any adverts or go and try and find it. Oh, Dan.
I was just going to talk about his break cue he got last year in Kirsten, I think.
Do you know what's funny? Dan breaks from the right hand side and his cue ball always goes towards the left. Keep an eye on this the rest of this match. Yeah. He was playing Gareth Hibbett. Gareth was breaking from the left hand side and his cue ball was going towards the right, and Dan was doing the polar opposite. And I was watching and thinking, both of these guys, Gareth's got one of the best breaks I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
They didn't really do much to change it. They just kept going with it, and if they went in off, but I think in that match Dan ended up winning that final. It was in Coventry. I think he went in off maybe 3 times in the race to, was it 7, 8? Well, I think it would have been 8. And the pro, in fact, the pro goes up, doesn't it? It goes up to 10 in the final.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
It's something to watch for with Dan's break. It tends to always track towards that top corner.
So these are just dot to dot here for Mark to take a 2-1 lead.
I hate saying it over and over how important the break is, but it is one of the... Mark Boyle sat down earlier just for 5 minutes and he said, "Stevie, so the break is so important." He says, "But then your cue ball has to be important, then your patterns have to be very important, and then your bottle." He says, "So there's actually more components than just the break." He went, "It's just that the guys at the top end of the game have got most of their components, in fact, or all of them, and that's the reason why."
The difference is, I mean, like majority of the pros have that, but the thing is the top players, they just make their mistakes less,
Yeah.
and that's the only difference. And that's why they still get beat occasionally, because of the nature of pool, but that's why you see them more often at the back end of tournaments, because they are making less mistakes. So there it goes. Max takes that out.
Yeah, Mark Farnsworth. That's a quick 3 frames. Quick 3 frames. And it is 2-1 Mark Farnsworth. Scott Gillespie's 2 up on Jake Dillon now. Liam Dunster 1-0 in front of Gav Robinson. But our last 8 is all go. Just get a visual from the main man himself, Paul Crawford, Maverick. And he's got the TV outside enjoying the wonderful Scottish sunshine and some pool at the same time. That is what I'm talking about. That is a touch of class, guys. I don't know about the rest of you across the UK right now, but if you're not in the sunshine watching the pool, what are you doing? Sharp eye. I'm absolutely 100% with you on that. I think that's what we need to be looking at, and it's something that hopefully I can be involved in doing and trying to get a concurrent kind of running thing week to week. As you say, it doesn't need to be a tournament every week, just needs to be some kind of content that we can all tune into and know that it's going to be there. 100% agree. So another chance here. This time for Dan. The yellow he's closest to is the slightly more awkward, but I'm looking at the red at the top right and thinking maybe reds could be the balls. So I thought there Dan was on the red to the top right and maybe the reds were the balls there, Dave, but he's decided to go yellows. Is he maybe going to take the double on right now?
Yeah, both colour sets are still looking good, though, aren't they? But depends if that yellow goes past the red on the left hand side. But I think he's still got a case for both colour sets, really. I think yellows are better just purely because the 8 ball.
Yeah, he's on yellows now because there was a dry break and from Mark.
Oh, sorry.
And then
Yeah,
does that yellow go down now?
I think it does.
Oh right,
yeah.
okay. I'm thinking it doesn't go. And that's one of the things over the last while I've been arguing that I've got good at. When people say I'm not sure, and I go, yeah, I do this every day. That flies in, and then I'm looking at that. Yeah, it actually does fly in. The more I'm looking at it.
It's going back to that shot the other night, isn't it? The world's smallest gap.
He actually put that in. Just missed the red and no more. Into the bottom side of the pocket, so it did fly in.
So yeah, that yellow of the left middle is a good link-up ball to the 8 ball.
Are you going up?
Yeah, I
Just now
think
for
just
the
go
one?
forward, yeah, and then get the one by the borderline.
Yeah, between.
You can either screw this back or play off the side cushion. So off side cushion, yeah, you're looking like side cushion. Even if he nudged the 8 ball, it wouldn't be a bad thing, but you'd initially try and stay clear of it, don't risk it too much as long as it's natural like that.
Yeah, that's
the only thing though, yeah.
You're absolutely spot on. That's because I was thinking to go into it, but I didn't even consider that. And that's you're thinking. I'm not saying it's the thinking of a pro and an amateur, but that's moving something that maybe you don't need to, and all of a sudden he's going to have a bit more distance between.
Yeah. I thought he still might have the right angle, to be honest, if he nudged it, but it has sent him away from his work.
Slightly tougher black, but he's okay.
Yeah, and that's the beauty with the conditions here this weekend, you know. But you can play a shot that softly.
Good standard
shot.
so far. These first 4 frames, all one visit stuff. Yeah, so the beauty of the conditions, but Dan's just wrecked the table in one go there.
Yeah. Not content with potting all his own, he's potting marks as well.
I've been guilty of doing that at times when I drag the balls in with my cue, but it's usually after I've made a mistake or my opponent's had some kind of fluke. Well, Dan's just took a cracking finish and he's just... There's a question for you. So Dan, I've seen Dan there, he's using the Supreme triangle, but on the tables we do also have the smart rack. I don't know, there's loads of people that prefer one or the other. I've actually played a couple of matches this weekend where I was using the smart rack, my opponent was using the other one, and that's great that we've got those options, but what's your preference, Dave?
I think I go with the smart rack. I do struggle with both, to be honest, but I just think not having have nothing at the back with the smart rack just does kind of help. But wow, what a break again. And that's why he decided to get a break cue last year.
Wow.
Dan actually only got the break cue because his farewell split just before a tournament, and he sent it to, went and paid a visit to Falkirk because they were in Newcastle at the time.
Right.
He fixed it there and then and pretty much bought a break cue straight away, and he said he was never into break cues, but then as soon as he got one, he was happy with it and stuck with it ever since, and we can see by the results of how effective it's been for him. But yeah, another good chance here on yellows, and just got I assume the 8 ball goes into the right corner. If it does, that makes things a lot easier.
Yeah, that was some break. It's like every yellow tried to go towards the bags, and
so yeah, this is just dot to dot now.
it's funny when I say things like this is some standard from these guys, and it's like if they're breaking well, this is kind of the standard you should expect. But as Mark said earlier, it's okay having a good break, it's okay maybe being able to pot a ball, but there's a lot of components that go into it, because it's, if it was that easy, then there'd be a different winner every single week, and there'd be a different last 8 and a different semi-final, but it's generally a lot of the same faces you see at the tail end of these tournaments, and these two are no different.
And even if it's not like as many as we've had in this tournament, there's always some of them.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, innit? You know, all top players get beat at some point. I mean, I've seen one year the world champion then go to the next tour event and gets beaten in the first round of both events, which is because of the such as the standard is. And that's what we mean when we talk about it. The only difference is the fact that the top players, that doesn't happen to as much as other players, and that's why they're generally in the back end of tournaments.
3-2, Dan Davey.
Take a look at Mark's break. And then for the cut break.
Yeah, so that break cue that Mark's got. So I played Mark last week, and we were a couple of frames in, and he was setting the balls up, and I actually went over, like I grabbed his break cue. I didn't grab it, I just had a look at it.
Gives that a yeah.
And he started laughing, and I looked at him and I said, "What is that?" And he said, "I don't know." He said, "Someone gave me a shot of it, and at the top of it, it's like, I actually thought it had like this brown ferrule on it.
It's like a brown ready kind of.
But it's actually clear, and it's gorilla, it's brown gorilla glue that's underneath it to hold it in, and then whatever the tip is on it." And he says, "Someone gave me a shot of it, asked me to try it," and I thought, what's the worst that can happen? And he's been breaking like a god. And yeah, but it looks mad, and I think that looks like a bit of leather or something.
Is it quite new then, is it?
Yeah, well, I don't know what the deal is with it, but he just said to me, someone gave me a shot of it, told me to have a try it, and it's been working okay, but I thought it was brown, so I went to have a look at it, and then I realised it was clear, and it was just the colour of the glue inside it. But it is mad looking, it really is mad looking, but And you're breaking like that.
Also, his playing cue is apparently the tip's like really small, and
Yep.
but the way he pots, you wouldn't think he's playing with a small tip.
I was told, I don't know if it's still the case. I think it's probably changed now, but maybe a year or two ago he was playing with a racket or something. He'd got one basically in a local club years and years ago. It was really light, didn't have much to it, and he'd started playing with it and absolutely loved it, and just that was a cue he used for years. But
I think that's the same cue he's got now.
Is
I think
that
so.
it?
Yeah, it's because it looks similar to what I've always seen him play with. So
yeah, apparently he got it and he just basically got it tidied up, and it's just the cue he's always used.
sometimes you find that you just pick one up and it's just perfect. It doesn't matter if it's a rat cue or a cue that's worth about $3,000.
No,
It really doesn't matter.
I think the story on the old Stephen Hendry cue, I think his cue was a really cheap kind of bit of wood that he had for years, and then he got lost in a flight or broke or something, and then he never truly recovered.
No, he didn't know, and I know like a lot of people say it's more like the back end of his career, but I definitely think he wasn't the same player since that. So here goes. Mark takes another finish out. Good cue ball control. And
This is unbelievable. Has there been a miss yet? I don't think so.
no, I don't think so.
It's actually the pace. That's one of the things that stands out to me when the likes of Mark Boyle breaks. He absolutely hammers that cut break. I've been hitting the cut break not bad the last wee while. I was on this TV table yesterday and my break was absolutely sensational. But then I'm on another table later on in the day and it was all over the place, whereas I think one of them I hit it hard and the cue ball flew off the table. These guys seem to, like Mark Farnsworth's break there, absolutely hammered it. He kept it on the table, got himself a chance, and that's the big thing for me with the cut break, Dave, is when you absolutely wallop that cut break. It's just never guaranteed that the cue ball stays on the table.
There we go.
He's mishit that.
Oh yeah, completely. I think he slug whacked himself a little as well.
Yeah.
I think you could just see the just all stuck together. Yeah, it's I'm surprised with like in a way like Mark's break cue, because I find for the cut break you've got to use like a playing cue rather than a break cue. His looks more like a break cue.
Yeah, well that's it. It's massive.
Yeah.
So it looks like about a 10.5mm tip. As I say, when I looked at it, and I'm like, what is that? Now, because it looks mad, but
compared to his playing cue, it's like a wagon wheel.
I remember it was in here a number of years ago, and I says to Mark Boyle, I says, I just don't understand how you can hit that cut break the way you do. And he says, Stevie, what size of tip were you using on your break cue? And I said, I don't know, it's probably about 9.5, 10mm, something like that. He says, yeah, it's too big. Yeah. He went, you're better going down the front with that. He said he got a break cue at the time, I think, made not far away from his playing cue, say it was 875 or something along those lines. And I never really thought of it, and I thought, yeah, well, when I do it with my playing cue, it's fine. So I ended up, the break cue I've actually got now is an 8.75, and my playing cue is just a little bit below that, so definitely makes a difference if you're gonna cut break. But Mark Farnsworth's is huge.
Well, I mean, I agree with that 100%, because the reason why is the fact that it's easier to get the tip through the cue ball, and that's because you're not going to hit it that hard. Then you do need a smaller tip to. You find as well it's easier to get to the hit the second ball a lot thicker as well, and closer to the top ball with a smaller tip as well. So I've broke with small tips as well. And
these don't look too straightforward. You're just trying to get the 8 ball out of there, David.
Yeah, you'll be trying to open these up. I think you'll be looking at going reds or yellows. To be honest, I think it's going to be yellows. He'll want to be on. Well, nudge that out.
Yeah, that's worked out. Probably better than.
Yeah, it'll be yellows. I know it looks a little clustered, but they all have an open pocket, and that yellow next to the 8 ball will be good for his last ball, or second to last ball.
this shot that he just played. I think.
I'd have liked to have left that till later, I think, unless it was more covered than we
Yeah.
thought. But I think also that yellow next to the 8 ball goes in the bottom right, so I think that's maybe what he's thinking. But I'd like to leave these 3 till the end and use that as the yellow next to the 8 ball as like the last one or the penultimate one.
It's a funny shot. He's just played obviously the red onto the yellow. And Mark Boyle was sitting here earlier and he said it's one of the shots that he would like to outlaw in the game. As he said, the game at the top end, obviously the break is getting called into question quite a lot these days because certain advantages or disadvantages, and he says that if you take that away, it just adds a little more of a test, if you want. If that's slightly awkward and the ball does cover, well, you just need to mind your work, you need to try and figure it out. He says, but when you can play one onto another to open things up, it can he just thinks it's too big an advantage, and he would like to see that taken out of the game, that if you break and there's a chance, whatever cover set you want, you have to play for them rather than hit another ball onto it.
Yeah, I do agree, but I also think it's one of the beauties of this rule set is the fact that it helps keep it open and attacking, and you know, we could potentially see in a safety frame instead of an attacking frame, because if we outlawed that. So there's pros and cons, you know. We want to keep our game attacking, but other than that, it probably is the rightful thing to do because it just adds that little more skill element.
Yeah, there's quite a few things getting kind of floated back and forth, and it's because the break shot has become so important. But as pointed out by loads, there's a lot of guys out there, Dave, that have got phenomenal breaks, but they're not at the top end of the pool world.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more to it than just being able to break the balls.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, you need a good break and be able to take them out. So once the cue ball just below the balk line or just above it, and he should be fine.
Yeah, decent stuff. Not a bad standard from these two.
Is he going to have to run through off the side cushion? I think no mark, he'll probably stun it in and come the side, but yeah, he's got the gap, yeah. So yeah, there's Mark takes that out, takes a 4-3 lead.
Liam Dunster 3 in front against Gav Robinson. Scott Gillespie by the same scoreline against Jake Dylan Newlove. And for some reason, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I've missed it, but I'm pretty sure it's not still 0-0 between Gio and Mark. According to the tablet at the table, and then the one we've got in front of us, apparently it's still 0-0, but
do you know what? I think there's something wrong with that table, you know, because I was on there yesterday, and I was about 45 minutes with Scott Gillespie on the first frame.
Really?
So yeah, maybe it's the table, yeah. Or the Scottish, or the Scottish players.
I don't know. I've got it in my head that I've seen the two of them taking finishes out, but obviously I've missed something. Yeah, so that seems like there's confirmation that he is still using the cue he got from the rack. Oh, he's been kicked in. See that big brown looking tip there, but I had to double, and I was about 5 feet from him, and I thought that's a big brown leather ferrule he's got on that, and then
Quite tall, isn't it, the foul?
Yeah, it's about an inch or something along those lines, but it's the Gorilla Glue. So somebody has come up with that and thought, I'm going to see if this works. I'll give it to Mark.
Because he was searching for something, because obviously everyone was talking about his break a lot, that it wasn't up there with the best players.
Exactly.
And, but obviously his on-table players up there, if not the best. But so it is something he has worked on, and I do feel it's improved.
It's
Still
one of
feel
the.
there's better breakers out there, but but it has improved and it's helped him a lot.
I remember one of the events in Coventry a number of years, maybe two years ago or something, and that was mentioned in the match he played. I can't remember exactly what the score ended up, but between himself and his opponent at the time, I think it might have even been him and Gareth, and it was maybe like 10 or 11 break dishes in a row or something at this point, and it was mentioned that his break on this night he was getting a ball, but he mentioned in the interview after, I think it was Mark or Kev that was talking to him, and they had mentioned how his break was working. And
sorry, Dan's just put the shot there, opened all the yellows up, so a good opportunity here.
Yeah, brilliant chance. All of a sudden, if you've got a Mark Farnsworth who's struggled with his break, who's always at the top of the game, if he's got a break working,
yeah, exactly.
All of a sudden he's a danger to anyone getting. You probably need to play perfect pool then to beat him.
He's arguably the best potter on tour. You very, very rarely do you see him decelerate. He always hits the ball well, and it doesn't matter where they are, down the rails or anything. He just kind of smashes them in. And a lot of other players are a bit more tentative. He's got no worries at all. So this continues. Pretty much dot to dot this one. Nice route for Dan there. So it's just a matter of sinking this 8 ball.
Kicked in off, and it's 4-all. But it has been, even though Dan's went in off, Mark's went in off, it's been pretty flawless pool by both guys.
That's just it's fine margins in it for each, and then they're the only things we can pick out, and such as the nature of the standard.
Yeah, Jamie Craig. I actually remember that getting mentioned, that rather than hit the second ball and losing the cue ball off the table, he was hitting the third ball down. I've done that for a laugh before, and I've actually had cracking breaks, and I thought I'm going to do that, but then it just doesn't go right. But
yeah, I've tried it myself as well.
I can imagine you've tried it with some of the things, some of the things I've seen and heard about you and your mad breaks.
Cushion breaks the way forward.
That is some of the content that we definitely need for our weekly TV show. Welcome to the Dave Adenall School of Breaking. Never mind the School of Hard Knocks, the School of Hard Breaks.
Yeah, something different, isn't it?
That's it.
We don't want to see the same content all the
No,
time.
exactly.
Throw in something a little different. And
That's it. We need to come up with some innovative ways to break, and you've definitely got a few. The one into the cushion. Do you know, somebody actually says to me, I don't know if I mentioned this to you, there was a conversation and someone was talking about your break, and I says, oh, you talking about Dave when he plays it into the cushion? And they were saying, yeah, we think it's a foul.
It's up for debate.
Yeah, and I was like, foul how? And he says, well, after the point of contact, the next thing that needs to be hit is was it something to do with a push or something? The point of contact's still on it. Was it that? Because I was thinking, well, people go off the back and into it, so it can't be that. But then, it was maybe something to do with.
Yeah, I think unless we get super slow mo and viewed back, I don't think we'll ever get the answer. I think we'd need the answer. I mean, obviously, if someone could prove and go,
no, of course,
that's a foul, I'll be like, all right, I'm not doing that ever again. Out of respect for my opponents. But there's a case that the a push shot is only classed if with a ball, but not a cushion. So I don't know. It's the honest answer, but I think that's a factor to take into account.
See, I think as well. See when the cue ball's really close to a ball and it's maybe just off touching, and you see that the player will slide off it. To me, that's always a push, even though it doesn't get called as a push. And I know that in every cue sport it doesn't get called as a push. But if your break was to be called as a push, for instance, because your tip is on the ball and the cushion almost at the same time for maybe a split second, the same can be said for that exact shot when you
Yeah.
slide off a ball, because there's no way that your tip is off that ball when it's making contact with the next
Yeah.
ball. There is no way.
Where
So-
does it end?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it'd be a can of worms that would just, it would be never ending.
So we've then got to start hitting the ball instead of striking the ball.
No, exactly.
And what have we always been taught to do? Yeah, strike the ball. So it's where does it end?
Oh.
What happened there?
I actually wondered if he was maybe going to screw in towards the black and the yellow, but
Did that just bounce out? I mean, obviously you're trying to create an angle so you got the balls bouncing, which can be the reason for it, but and all the spin on it as well. I mean, with that, with the 8 ball there, it's there's a lot to work out. So I'm just trying to open them up. So I think Mark will attack these.
we got the luxury of a little replay there. I just missed it, Davey. Just missed it.
Just missed it.
That's not a bad kind of thinking where you're going from one side, cueing basically across the front of the ball, off the side and back into them. It's like top spinning.
Yeah. Is that to hit the cue ball to come the same side or go the other side?
I don't know if he's meaning basically basically playing into it and following through into the side cushion and back in, but I think when you see these days with the cut break and the front break, they're not a whole lot different. It's like everybody's trying to find their own way of playing those kind of breaks, but there's not a
nice shot there for Mark.
Yeah, well controlled. There's not loads of massive difference in them, but I wonder if there is something that we're just all missing. Something simple out there that just opens all the balls up. And
I think as well as we discussed before, that how can we possibly set them up the same every single time? And that's part of it as well. The cloth is slightly different every time as well, and you could also set it up like a mill out, or something's not touching. It's impossible to get everything exactly the same, and condition the balls, condition the cloth.
I think that's
and the way you hit it, and then it comes to human error on the playing side. Yeah. So it's never endless, really, is it?
In American pool, they figure out a way to get the one in the middle bag, and even at that, it always baffles me because apparently they believe that the referee or whatever will set them up almost similar every time. Right, that's fine. They use a kind of, I don't know what it's called, a magic rack type thing.
Yeah,
but
like a plastic rack, and then the balls fall into place. Yeah.
But I often think to myself that even though they do that, how are they managing? Apparently Shane Van Boning can look over the top of the balls, and from the way they're sitting, see if one or two of them aren't touching each other and whatever, he can probably 90% of the time predict where most of the balls are going to end up, depending on the pace of the break.
Wow.
And I'm like, that's some mad. And I'm saying, how can he do that? They say, it's bigger table, less balls, all this stuff. Right, okay, that's fine. And I know that the laws of physics then take over. But the similar principles, I know we've got 15, it's a smaller table, but there must be similar principles in there. But I don't know. I don't understand why it's so different. But maybe that's for someone else to figure out. Not us. But I just want to get a ball and a chance, and it doesn't
Yeah.
really bother me where they land.
I usually get one and then a cluster of 14.
A cluster of 14.
So yeah, I was asked that question about the which side. So it's the opposite side to where you break. So it's almost like cutting across.
Yeah.
Like you're hitting the front ball, but then the cue ball goes over to the other side. Yeah, give that a go as well.
It's worth a try.
I think you go through stages if something works for a while and then it stops working and you got to try something else. So I tried quite a few.
No, that's
So that mark shot there from Marcus. It's obviously tight. It's a clip the red 8 ball on the way. You can see him looking at it a few times. So.
yeah, it's massive, the break shot, but again, it's only a small part of the game. It's one of the biggest shots in the game. But you sometimes have to realise if it was, there'd be players just practising the break and forgetting the rest of the game. It's just.
Well, he said Mark done that once. Mark Boyle, he
Yeah,
go in
well,
for an hour.
Well, he's obviously worked on his break. I know the likes of Dunster and stuff have worked on their breaks, but I just think that there's people out there. I know a few guys that have got, and they're good players, don't get me wrong, and they've got unbelievable breaks, but they're not here winning these tournaments, and it's because that's not all it's about. There's just so much more to it, and it'll probably be a debate that rages for years to come. What changes people would like to make and whatever it is, but we're not a million miles away with blackball rules. There's maybe only one or two things for me, Dave, that could make them perfect, and whether they happen or not. But right now, the thing that stands out to me, if tomorrow or the next day, whenever it might be, when there's a lot of big money matches getting played, most of the time they're to blackball rules. It kind of shows me that they're not far away.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's also what most players are comfortable with as well because of the nature of the rules and also how long they've played them. I think the thing is no matter what rule sets, there's always pros and cons to both, and there's obviously a preference out there for people to which they prefer.
So, I was just looking at the time there. It's 3:45. I might be right in saying that Gio and Mark have got about 17 minutes for one of them to get on 3 frames, or their match will be cut.
Yep. New rule brought in this year, which is I agree with. I think it's it's got a schedule to keep to, and it's none of the players' fault. It's obviously just the way the balls have lied. So it's been slow frames, not slow play, which I think is important to add. And Mark takes 8 ball there and takes a 5-4 lead.
Dry break in that one. And Gio and Mark Boyle's game. Mark Farnsworth, he pointed out about his potting ability. He said a few of them in that frame alone, he doesn't miss much when he's in about the balls.
He doesn't know. He just punches them in. It's not no fear at all. And like balls down the rail, I think he's arguably the best at. And just firing them down the rail is. There's a lot of players can be like a little bit more tentative, want to play at pocket weight, and I know he just hits them in firmly and like as if he's got no doubt that he's going to pot it. And
yeah, I mean, but we're in frame number 10 here. Liam Dunster's 4 up on Gaff Robinson, and Scott Gillespie 4-3 against Jake Dillon Newlove. A lot of frames, and Gio Edgar, Mark Boyle is 1 each. Who would have thought those two would be holding us up?
Scottish tactics.
How dare they? How dare they?
How dare they? Yeah, there's tactical frames.
And it's ended up, they're in one of them right now. It's on the other table, guys, and they're in another tactical battle, but we'll keep you posted as that one goes on. Right now, we have got 2 guys playing unbelievable pool right now. Top right corner, a bit awkward.
Yeah, it's, I think yellows are the balls. It's just whether he can find a good ball to go and disturb that area that you mentioned. I think he might go into it now or play it onto it there. He could go find the gap. So he's, like I say, he's getting a bit closer to get into that area.
Maybe play into that right now from the red, the yellow close to the red, just above.
Just stun over and find that gap.
Yeah, if he can get in there, all of a sudden, this awkward finish, this awkward chance.
It's sort of shot like Mark's really good at, and it's a lot of players can like underhit it, overhit it, like really decelerate it because they're scared of overhitting it, and it's no problem at all to him.
Yeah.
He just cues it the same all the time.
How are you playing this, Dave? Are you screwing on and off the cushion, or are you just flicking off the red?
I think ideally flick off the red, but I have a feeling he's going to hit it too thick. He might try and pot this as soft as he can so the cue ball doesn't go wide, and just flicks off at half ball so the cue ball goes on the balk rail, so you can still pot the yellow in the left middle. But it just all depends how much angle he's got. If he's got too much angle, then he will have to screw into the red and flick off the red that way. There you go.
Oh, what a shot.
Yeah, so there obviously was too much angle, so you had to play it that way around, but same result.
Yeah, what a fantastic shot from Mark Farnsworth there. And he's given himself an unbelievable chance to get two in front here. Another nicely controlled shot. And the 8 ball. Talking maybe the one over the left middle to get on that.
Yeah, I'd say that's your length ball. And the only thing is with the angle there is it's a bit tricky for him to get the right line. He doesn't want to have the wrong line on that. This ball he's about to take now, he's going away from his work rather than closer to it, because ideally you'd want the cue ball on the left cushion. So he's obviously not going to get there, so he's going to get as close as he can with a bit of slide. So it's about accepting what you're limited to.
Yeah, probably just a little push forward here. Doesn't want to be too greedy. He's got quite a big window, so he should be okay.
Yeah, just a couple of inches past the middle, you've always got a shot then. If you go another inch or two, that's a bonus.
Yeah, 6-4. This match might be over by the time the boys in the other table get to 3.
Ah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Wow, and Dunster 5-0 in front against Gav Robinson. Scott Gillespie 5, Jake Muirlove 3. High drama all over. And Gio and Mark serving up a fudge fest.
Well, they obviously seen how late we were kept up in Wales and what time you got home, so they're probably trying to set a record.
See if I can keep everyone here a bit longer.
Here goes Dan's break. He'll be serves broken, so he'll want to make sure he gets this one to try and get things back on track.
He controlled the cue ball so well.
He did, yeah.
So well, and does not get in. And the reds and yellows have split apart completely.
But look at the cue ball. It's just one of them awkward positions. It's all about the first shot. I think he'll take the yellow into the right middle, but it's not easy. The frame will be won and lost on this shot.
It looks, I think it's going to need to be one of the Mark Farnsworth pots that we've been praising him for. No mistake. I was wide awake, mate. I was just shutting my eyes because of the way you were driving. It was one of the moments when I opened my eyes and I thought we were coming into land. I was like, he's absolutely flying here. No.
I can't believe I can't believe after you doing all the driving, he's trying to take the credit for it.
It's unbelievable, mate.
Absolutely unbelievable. Have a word with yourself, Jamie.
He's round the back of the other yellow. Oh, he's flicked it out. It was okay. He's landed better than it could have.
I think it's important this next shot now to make sure he has the right angle on the yellow above the break line. He just needs to be off angle with the cue ball heading towards the red.
Oh.
So I think he decided to go the other way and take. I understand actually why he's done that. He's actually played it harder than I mentioned. So he had the yellow in the middle, or the yellow by the break line. So he was playing for 2 balls, and if he hits that red thick with a bit more pace, he's absolutely perfect. So it's a great thinking from Mark there. But has he hit it? Has he stuck to that red?
Yeah, I think he's lining up to play the one to the bottom right here. But that, as you say, obviously could have been absolutely perfect. He's landed in the one place that he can't get that yellow to the middle, so it is the one to the bottom right.
Yeah,
Great recovery.
Well.
I see another couple now. Just shows you one positional shot can lead to a chain of events where you're chasing the cue ball, but
and that's the thing, it's still the same here. If he's got quite a lot of angle on, it just makes like nipping this shot a little harder. Ideally he wants to stun this yellow, but he's probably got too much angle. He might even have to run it through and come off the cushion about a foot. But even then, he's got to have the right angle to get on the 8 ball.
is there an argument for taking the one to the top right?
A little, but it depends how thin it is.
Oh, what a shot. Again, I'm going to just screw past the red here.
And this is the tricky thing, if you hit the reds. And even if you do happen to miss the red and come at the back of it, you want to make sure the other red's not in the way and close to the 8 ball. You'd like to think Mark will be looking at maybe if he can just stun it in, can he still clip the 8 ball in? Because that would be the safest one, but you still don't want to overscrew it and get behind the red. But yeah, as expected, he just cues it so well.
Absolutely phenomenal, different class.
So yeah, that's what I was talking about before.
7 frames to 4. And barely a ball has been missed. If even, I'm struggling to remember a ball being missed. Just Dan's yellow to the bottom right, and
I don't think they've missed much in the Gio and Mark Boyle game either. They've not had enough frames to.
a passenger princess. New nickname has been handed out.
Tell that makes a change. It's usually you handing things out. So yeah,
I know.
We've got our viewers handing them out now. If anyone else likes to give us any nicknames, please be kind. I got Scalesy last time, so that was a new one. Yeah, you've obviously got Coisty. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's been some good ones. Liam Doomsday Dunster. He wasn't liking it at the start, and now he realises that Doomsday's a Marvel character. He actually thinks it's okay.
Well, we'll have to change it then if he thinks it's okay. We can't be having Liam being happy, can we?
It was funny when he said to me, he said, I didn't even realise what Doomsday was. I thought it was just like a bad day in the calendar. And I was like, what? Yeah, everybody thought you were just a bad day, Liam, that's it.
When you were saying it before, I was like, I don't even really know, so I'll let you finish and explain it.
He came in to the commentary box and McGoldrick's and he's like, I quite like the one that one of the guys put on there, Deadly. Someone says Deadly Dunster. And he went, I quite like that. And I went, I suppose it works. You can have like a logo with a Grim Reaper or something with the pool cue in the hand. But he's warm, and the problem with that is loads of people were writing on the chat and stuff at the time, Doomsday this, Doomsday, and then there was the odd other one flying about, but it seemed to gather the most kind of traction. And so I said, unfortunately, Liam, you don't get to pick, you don't get to choose. Gio's going to be snookered on the other table. It is only frame number 3, which has absolutely blown my mind.
Anthony, great to see you too, and thank you for the comments. It's much appreciated. Hopefully see you at the next tour, and thank you very much. Very kind of you.
Gio has just went top cushion down, potted the yellow from like 8 inches up the cushion, but then he snookered himself again.
Wow, it seems to be a few similar shots like that throughout the match. And
Mark Farnsworth is absolutely flying. It looked to me last week that he was going to go all the way when he was up in the Saltire. He just looked like a man possessed. He's ended up, I think it was Scott Gillespie. Was it Scott Gillespie that beat him? I think it was. And then Boyle went on to win the tournament, but he's definitely a player in good form right now. And it wouldn't surprise me if it was to go all the way this weekend.
Yeah, Mark seems to go through phases like that. You know, he'll a couple of quiet tours, and then he'll come back and like win 3 out of 4 tournaments, and you know he's always got it there in the locker.
He's got a big money match coming soon as well.
Oh, right.
Cara O'Donoghue over in Ireland.
Ah, right, okay, yeah, they've played before, haven't they? Quite a dramatic finish last time.
Yeah. So that should be a good one, and obviously I'm assuming he's been putting in the time for that as well, so it's no surprise that he's in a bit of form.
Yeah, it's no coincidence. I don't know how you feel, but I always find like practice is kind of a bit of a struggle. And what I mean by that is nothing replicates match practice, and you know it's like come to one of these events and like you know coming like the nearer the end of the tournament, I feel like I'm getting into a bit of form because of that like match practice, which I call like a battery. It needs to keep charged.
Yeah, you need to be switched on, innit?
And it's hard to do that when you've not got a lot of tournaments to play in. So Mark there takes an 8-4 lead.
So a little bit of a comfort break for anyone watching. There's 1 or 2 people that said to me about that. Well, one in particular, she works in a corner pocket. Kristen saying, see you in that comfort break thing that you go on about, and I'm like, it's not me. I've took that for somebody else. This comfort break thing, but yeah, when I used to hear that, I used to think a comfort break. Who who goes to the toilet to get comfortable? Do you know what I mean? But I found myself saying it as well, and it's just,
we're here again, are we?
brilliant.
Yes. Yeah, we've had this conversation before, haven't we? So some scores on the outside table. Liam Dunster 6, Gavin Robinson 0, Scott Gillespie 5, Jake Dillon Newell 4, Mark Farnsworth 8, and Dan Davey 4 as we're watching now, and Gio Edgar 2, and Mark Boyle 3. So they've had 5 frames now. They're picking up a head of speed.
Yeah, they're having a bit of a laugh right now because those frames were added without their knowledge.
Ah. Yeah, I did. I take it they've had a frame each because I thought it was only 2-1.
Yeah, Dan Davey back at the table to break here. He's changed sides. He's changed to the other side. And it's a slightly better result this time.
Isn't that what normally people do when the football team's not doing very well?
Become a turncoat. Yellow balls possibly standing out, but again,
I think it's just one good shot to play first. But yeah, yellows, especially where the red is next to the yellow on the cushion, it's not really going anywhere, so it has to be yellow. So it's just a matter of cueing this one well. So he might have to take the yellow over the right middle, which is he'd like to save that till the end for his link up with the 8 ball, but he might have to take it now. So the tricky part about this clearance is where the 8 ball is trying to get a ball to link up with that. As he puts the next couple of balls, if he's got to do it off the yellow next to the red, then it's really tricky to be dead straight on it and get through. So that's what he'll be figuring out right now.
He likes a double, but from where the balls are, there won't be a double.
Exactly, yeah. And that's why I'd be looking at how he can get above the 8 ball. I mean, it doesn't have to be that yellow next to the red. It could be the one over the pocket, but even that's really tricky unless he's on the side cushion. So you could literally do this in any order. There's pros and cons to both.
Yeah.
But you've really got to be careful. Like, he'll want this really dead straight and to run through, so it just like sits on the knuckle virtually. Obviously not snooker himself on the 8 ball, but it's literally that close. And then if you're too much the wrong way, you're going into the red, and then that makes it impossible. I mean, that yellow does also go to the top right, so.
And that's what he's going to play.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan.
And that was the problem. Yeah. Because of where the 8 ball was and how precise you had to be, no matter which way you come around, it was always possible. So looks a lot worse than it actually is.
Yeah, just the angle he had. Needed probably a touch more to the right so that he was going above the middle pocket.
Yeah. Well, that's going back to when there was them 4 balls there. That's what I was saying. How like it's tricky it can be, and how much of a problem that 8 ball is. And
So the one red on the left-hand side, that's the obvious problem ball on the reds, but obviously the 8 ball, which was Dan's issue there, is also a problem. So there's a couple of things he needs to sort here.
yeah, I think he does right dealing with the 8 ball first, because at least he can use all his reds to deal with the other one if need be.
Do you think Mark was trying to just put the 8 ball in a place where if he did make any mistake here, it doesn't go? Maybe leave the red at the bottom left to last and then pop it in the middle, but
I don't think Mark
thinking
is
that
quite
way.
wide like that, but yeah. But yeah, it's a possibility, but you could end up putting it on the cushion and you end up in the right mess. He's still got a shot to play. This isn't guaranteed to come out if he double kisses it, but you'd fancy him for it to come out in some form and he'd have a shot. Just doesn't want it double kissing and staying on the cushion. But that's fine. It's come off. It's made it a bit easier. So, and if it has come off just enough to go in the middle still, then even better. But
Yeah, he might be playing it in the bottom, I think now.
I think so. Yeah.
Upstairs, get the 2 reds away up there.
I mentioned obviously a few times his match. It's not like it's a shot that he fears. Plays better than anyone else, so if he gets good position on it, would expect him to get it.
Yeah, that's all. Let him get as close as humanly possible. Is he straighter than he would have liked?
Yeah, he is, but even if he just stuns it, he's still going to have a good shot at the 8 ball, so he doesn't need to force it. He could even bring the cue ball back a little if he wanted a couple of inches, just gives him a little bit more angle. So,
Yeah, just exactly as you called. And it is 9-4 Mark Farnsworth, and he is looking to book his place in the semi-final well before anybody else. Scott Gillespie, Jake Newlove, what a match that is. 6-5 to Scott.
Wow, yeah, you'd expect that to be a close game. Both two really good players. Mark Farnsworth on the hill now, the same as Gia Edgar and Mark Boyle. That's currently 3-2 to Mark. The only other score we missed out there, Liam Dunster 6, Gavin Robinson 0.
The ruthless Mr. Doomsday Dunster is absolutely taking Gav Robinson to task. And again, people ask the question before most tournaments, who do you fancy and what you're thinking here and there, and you always look at Liam and think, well, he's got a chance because he's just always there.
Yeah, it's just hard to ignore him. And the 8 ball on. Oh, it's a re-rack, simple re-rack. He'll be glad the 8 ball went in there.
Yeah, hand up from Mark because he knows that would have been a chance for Dan to try and get one back. But it's a long, long way back when your opponent is Mark Farnsworth and he's only one away. It's a hard enough game as it is, Dave.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all gone Mark's way from 4 each. Now we're 9-4. Played some really good stuff, and I don't think Dan's really done much wrong, really. Just that yellow he missed in the corner that rattled. And that's really about it. But yeah, talk about Liam. Yeah, he's we pick him all the time, and it seems a little unfair on him sometimes, because he can't win absolutely everything. It's impossible for him to win absolutely everything he plays in. But when you look down the list for alternatives, it's as much as these great players are so close, he's just got the edge.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to pick him.
Mark Boyle was talking earlier about all the attributes that are needed, not just the break, not just the bottle, and all these different things, the patterns and your cue ball control. He said there's a cumulative number of things that you need to be one of the very best. He says, and look at Dunster, he's probably got them all.
Yeah.
Now, if you were going to be hypercritical and say maybe he's not one of these guys that's got this amazing vision for the theatrical type shot, the only reason for that is because he doesn't really ever have to play them.
Yeah, I've always said that. It's like very rare he has to play it. And the one thing you can't say he's the best in the world in is the outrageous shots, because, like you say, he's not having to do it very often, so he doesn't get much practice at it. No, certainly everything else is control, composure. It's like, I don't think he ever feels nerves, to be honest. I think he's just got like the control that a lot of players just ain't got. And
no, that's
so impressive. And
it really is. He's people say, oh, he's just made different, and maybe that's the case, but Liam he deserves a lot of credit for the work ethic that he's had in the game, the willingness to sacrifice to become good and learn and listen, and all the things that, all these components that you need. You don't just wake up one morning and you're one of the best players in the world. You've got to work at it, and He talks about some of the issues he's had, Dave. Sorry, he had problems with like long potting and stuff at one point in time there. So he went away and he did a bit of work on it. He went and seen brilliant coach Elliot Sanderson, who works on the mechanics of how you stand and cue, and everything's about that sight right type thing. That kind of idea behind it. And what he said, Liam was one of his best kind of I don't even know what the word for it is, but one of his best clients, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
One of his best students. He said he was just like blown away by the nature of how, basically he was saying to him the things that he was doing, and Liam was kind of like, wow, there was these tiny adjustments, and he couldn't believe how simple some of it was, but how it was working. And he said it was just such a joy to kind of work with someone like that, because you could actually see the amazement in his face that someone as good as him and has won as many things as him was still blown away by some of the basic mechanics that he was maybe getting wrong. But that's Liam. He wants to be great at it, so he'll go and do it. He said yesterday in comms, if he misses or plays a bad shot, he'll go in. He might break and dish a few times, just a bit of practice, but then he'll spend maybe 50 times playing that one shot that he got wrong, and just play it over and over and over and over, and then away he goes. That's him done. And I don't think I've ever once done it in when I overcut the same black 3 times in the one match, and I was like, I don't know why I was doing that, and I went in on my table a couple of days later and I did it 50 times or something, and then it's the only time in my life I've ever done it, and I only done it because I heard Liam does that. But I've never done it again, and that was a few years ago.
It's massive commitment, that, isn't it? You know, I've sometimes done it a few times, but not 50. No, just goes to show the difference, isn't it? And I usually don't have time to do 50 now. But I don't get much time to practice. But it's just incredible. And so one thing you could arguably say that, wow.
That yellow roll the pocket there, that was insane.
Wow. I don't think it's done them any favours. I don't know if it's affected where the cue ball is. Because I don't know if he had a clean shot. I don't know where that yellow ended up going. But he's basically probably just going to open this up for Mark. It's hard to play safe here. But yeah, I think it's like with Liam. I think it's easy to say potentially that you can't say he's like naturally talented.
Yeah,
that seems a bit of a crazy thing to say, just because he's not like free flowing, and the cue action I don't think it's come natural to him. But he's obviously got natural talent of what he is. Like,
that's
as a competitor and commitment, and but you know, he's done nothing but work hard for it.
Yeah, that's it's like, let's say you've got a central defender and a speedy winger. Both of them have got different attributes, but they play the same game.
Yeah.
And they've got to be natural at something to succeed in the game.
Yeah.
Whether you're big, strong, athletic and good in the air, good defender, good at tackling, or you're good at going and dribbling and putting crosses in. And it's the same as, there's more than one way to skin a cat. And every single player here, although there might be similarities in a few, everyone, there's obviously, Liam's different at some things to Mark, and you're different from some things to Dan, and everyone's got these. Yeah. It's just maybe Liam's a bit different to most in the way he goes about his business, but you cannot question the effectiveness of how, and to say he's not, I know that natural flow maybe, but that's not the way he plays the game. So
no, exactly. It's I don't know if it's quite like the right word or not.
No,
that's why I started off with that.
That's a cracking point.
But he's very workmanlike. He's earned everything he's got. I mean, his cue action is very different.
Ah, what a shot!
Great shot. That's potentially opened everything up now. but like his cue action's like different to anyone else's. It's kind of like sticking out a little more compared to others. I know it sounds a bit weird, but he's so straight and controlled still. So I just might have put on this yellow, you'd say, in the middle, and then yellow down the rail.
Yeah, there's still a bit of work to be done here, but he's opened them up as good as he possibly could, Dave, and I suppose it doesn't matter if they're all over the pockets or they're slightly awkward. When you're 9-5 down, you need to get them no matter what.
Yeah. Tell you what, where that red is next to the 8 ball, it sounds crazy, but that could become a bit of a problem. So he's going to put this down the rail, and then the patterns you've got to be really careful with to try and get the cue ball in a position to get on the 8 ball.
It's not going to fall.
Mark Boyle taking the 5-2 lead. Other scores on the outside table. Scott Gillespie 7, Jake Dillon Needle 6, Liam Dunster 6, Gav Robinson 0.
Yeah, you can have it any way you want, a cider. You can look at it and say it's 5-2 to Mark or it's 6-3 to Mark, because technically, based on the rules, that one will have changed. So, just in case anyone is slightly confused when the scores come in, but as per the new IPA rules, if you haven't amassed 3 frames either of the players in the first hour, your match will be cut. Now we can't have referees at every table putting people on shot clocks. It's just not doable. So to try and keep the draw going, and the rule is, it happened to me yesterday actually against Jake Dillon Newlove. I was 2-1 I think, or 3, yeah it was 2-1. I was 2-1 in front and the match was moved 1 frame each forward, so it ended up 3-2.
Yeah, the Gav Robinson game. Yeah, sorry, just noticed that. Yeah, Liam 6. Gavin,
Yeah, that's 6-1 on Cuesports. That's well spotted there. Is there a case for the skill shot here?
Yeah,
or does he just drop on it?
I think there's a case for it, just because it's going to help the 8 ball, but I think they all go anyway. Depends how straight he is, so I think there's a bit too much angle on it for it. Always try to do a combination. I tell you what, if he can get that in the middle, he's felt lucky there.
It's 6-2 Liam Dunster against Gav Robinson. Gav's got another one back. Scott Gillespie 7-6. That match with Jake going all the way. Yeah, I wonder, is he at least on the bottom red here?
I don't think the bottom red's too much use. Depends how much, if you can get any side on it though, that's the only thing. Just to bring it back closer to the red that he's closest to now. So there wasn't, so that's why he's gone up for the other.
Could be the skillet last or even now. Again, depends on the angle he's at for the top one, because I'm not sure. You would want to be as close to straight as possible so you could just run through it.
Well, that's it. At least if he plays it now, then he can hit it with a bit more authority. But if there's too much angle, he's going to lose the cue ball. And he doesn't want to play it any softer than he has to so it'll affect the pot. Mark Boyle's just broke like God.
Well, decision time, Mark Farnsworth. Decision time. I think he would be happy if he could get back and just flick the yellow. But I'm not sure. I think he can nip it, but he needs to be careful that he doesn't land wrong side, and I think that's his worry here.
I think the only problem is looking at the yellow. So I go on there.
He's looking at trying to screw back past it and take the red into the same top bag, or if it goes in the right middle. He's just looked at an angle there.
I don't think that's a bad shout. I just feel where that yellow is. If you're trying to screw back into it, I think with the red, the skill shot, you're going to be just off angle the wrong way. So I think that's why he's considering that.
A bit dingy.
So it is skill shot time. Oh, that was not far away. The red gathered some momentum, but he just slightly off target.
It's horrible because I think he had to play like a little bit aside as well to hold the cue ball for. I mean, look where he's left it. He's left it perfect for the red in position.
Yeah, this is pretty. I wonder if that's a plant at the same time.
Yeah, could possibly be.
Well, he's playing this one
it'd
down
be
and
you,
running
isn't it?
through anyway, but
Yeah, he's played that well, controlled it well, and it was important to control that yellow over the pocket. You know, you see how he's controlled it. It's like the same height as the 8-ball, which does make life a lot easier.
just about perfect.
Mark Boyle takes another frame, leading 6-3.
Nine 6. He's catching up here, Dave. He's catching up.
That's it, one at a time. As we've mentioned before, just keep going.
Right, Mark Farnsworth with a massive break here. Is this the one? Well, it's a tad awkward.
Yeah, he didn't feel like he really hit them well, but still made one. But like you say, it's a tricky table. I mean, the whole really, aren't they? And they're, I think yellows seem like the better colour set, but I think it'd be more about trying to get on the colour set and then play safety.
Yeah, can he? Is it maybe the plant into the middle, the shot that we're talking about that Mark says should be outlawed?
Yeah, I think that is the shot, yeah. I mean, this clearance is on. So yeah, if he gets this, get on this colour set so he can choose what he wants to do. I think it's going to have to be a safety looking at the layout, but the yellow to the bottom right, that could be used as a breaker ball into the 8 ball and get the other yellow out, but you're still relying on that they don't bounce back safe. But so I think the order of the day is a safety shot and develop your colour set.
Well, there you have it, guys. That is the options we've got here. He's having a look at that right enough, but it's getting to that situation. There's nothing. I mean, I actually think he's on that yellow right now, but it doesn't serve him too well to go and knock it in from there.
No, and then it won't be there later when he needs it. I think the cue ball definitely needs to be this end of the table because he doesn't want down there blocking any of the pockets down here. So yeah, that's actually quite clever.
Yeah, the safety.
Because that shot we mentioned before, he can now play that shot and nudge into the red, which opens it all up. So with the yellow being there as well, and the 8 ball will be there. Sergio takes a frame there, so trailing 6-4.
Or 7-5.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah, as much as the guys are a bit disappointed in it, and I think they pointed out that the Liam Dunster game hasn't got as many frames in it now, but the fact of the matter is, if no player is on the 3, then that's just the way it is. It happened to me yesterday, so I'll be shouting for the rooftops, Dave. If anybody changes anything.
I think it has. I think it has to stand on it.
Yeah, you can't just.
You can't just go. The rules are for everyone. It's not based on the match next year.
No, exactly.
Because if you start going off, let's have a look at all the other tables. It becomes a very grey area. And
yeah, 100%.
So we want it black and white. Like our 8 ball.
Yeah, there you go. Just like the zebra with the number 8 on it. It's good to have the football back. It's Man United Arsenal right now, Dave.
It probably depends who you support.
Yeah, I suppose. I suppose that's very true.
I haven't seen my team yet. I don't know if they've played yet or not. It's too busy at the pool this weekend, but Leeds.
Oh, Leeds, I thought you were going to say Isle of Man United there. But
even I can get in that too. I just.
I'm actually surprised that there's not a team involved in some kind of British football from the Isle of Man.
Yeah, we have had teams like Isle of Man FC and also Ellen Vannon that went to like the Olympics.
Right.
I think they won it actually, like the Ireland Games. But no, we actually do have Isle of Man FC playing like one of the leagues actually, and teams come over from the UK to the Isle of Man, and
is it like the lower
home and away and
the
all
lower
that.
leagues in England type thing? Yeah.
No, it's the Premiership. Come on, do you not see that? Yeah, at the bowl in the Isle of Man.
And this is a chance. It's only really the 8 ball now that's in any kind of danger.
Well, they'll be looking at going into it now, and he's really being careful to make sure if he does play it now that he does hit the 8 ball and the 8 ball only. He doesn't want to be nudging any of the reds on the way, or whether it be either red, to be honest. The thing is, even if you hit the 8 ball reasonably thick, the cue ball could still nudge that red. So he's wanting to hit it like the higher side of the 8 ball, if and when he goes into it.
Yeah, that's his big decision here, and I think that's what's making him take his time, Dave, is whether or not to be taking that risk right now, or...
I think if it was a natural, he'd have played it by now. I think it's quite thin, so he's having to nip it a little, which means he's having to hit it with less pace, which then doesn't have the desired effect that he wants as regards to less pace. So I think he's gearing up to it, it's just getting back there. But he does want to do it sooner rather than later, so he's got backup options. So he's got balls to land on once he breaks into it.
Scott Gillespie 8, Jake Dillon Newlove 7. What a match. Going all the way. So
what team do you follow then?
Yeah, my team generally wear the colour green. I'm a Celtic fan. That sounds like a Rangers man, apparently. I've not... yeah, I mean...
I was trying to think of any other team with green before you got to that to answer it, but...
Yeah. That's my local Glasgow team from the East End, and that's where I'm kind of born and bred, so...
Yeah. Nah, you've got something.
It's something that doesn't happen a lot here in Scotland. Although there's many people that do support the local teams, the majority of Scotland is either on Celtic or Rangers. It's either one of the two, but...
I mean, they are the two biggest clubs, so it's naturally going to happen anyway, but you still do hear of a few of the other teams and the supporters, and it's always nice to hear.
I think Mark was wanting to get on that yellow at the right-hand side. Does he still play it just now?
Actually, yeah, I see where he's coming from, because if he takes that out and the shot we've been talking about throughout the frame, it'd actually be better playing it with this yellow gone. But I think because the angle, he is going to try and just disturb the black now anyway. Yeah, just need to catch it a bit thinner so the cue ball come out, which he knew. But it's tricky when you're trying to get that nip.
Yeah, where can he hide the cue ball here? It doesn't leave Dan Davey with a good opportunity, that's the question. Is there a safe place in the table? And if there is, can he get there?
Yeah, the safe-ish, I'd say. I think run through and leave the cue ball on the bottom cushion if you were to play safety. All you'd leave is the plant, but then you've got to be wary of where the yellows are going. So that's a good shot.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
The only thing with the shot he was playing is if he didn't get that right, he was leaving the finish on. But like at least this gives him a bit of equity in the frame. Puts him favourite, so Dan's got to pull out something pretty special here.
Yeah, it was a very good shot by Mark Farnsworth there, going across table, playing the yellow in such a way that it covered the bottom right corner. Clever thinking. Not an easy shot to get right, Dave. That can, if he doesn't catch that right, he's given Dan an opportunity to get another frame back, and he's played it well. Well, something tells me that was Dan's thinking. Try and get an angle to get into it.
I mean, Dan at times can be really good at like these little intricate little finishes that look like there's no answers and picks something out. It'll be even more impressive doing it from 9-6 down while Mark's on the hill. So he could actually play the snooker here. The two reds together, the one on the right hand side, just hit that one. Oh, he's not played it well.
Yeah, it's not gone.
I think he was being a bit like, asking for more than he needed there, I think. But he's obviously trying to cover the yellow of the pocket.
Yeah.
And that's the thing with these top players, it's sometimes it's not just about playing the safety, and that'll do. You know, the blocking off potential, trying to block off potential options that they know they can, the opponent can deal with.
I actually thought Mark might have screwed out there and took the yellow to the bottom left, and then left this one he's playing just now to last. Can he push past it? Yeah, he can. Brilliant stuff.
I think the fact he could virtually guarantee position with not having to move the cue ball much is why he went this way, to be honest.
Yeah, brilliant. And it's looking, Dave, like this one could be over any minute.
So just the 8 ball.
Not an easy 8 ball, but the way he's been potting this weekend and in previous weeks, there's no mistake. So Mark Farnsworth 10, Dan Davies 6. Mark Farnsworth is our first semi-finalist. Absolutely sensational.
Great performance there, yeah. It's both players played really well from 4 each. Sorry, up until 4 each, and then the match obviously started swinging in Mark's way and took advantage.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And there you can see the outside tables now. Well, Scott Gillespie's 8-7 in front against Jake Dillon Newlove, and Liam Dunster 7-2 ahead against Gav Robinson. It really is all go in these quarterfinals. I wouldn't like to pick a winner. I might have to if he's forced me. Nah, I'm not gonna. It's a coin toss. toss a few coins, Dave. We'll see if I can guess the winner.
If the viewers had an image of you sitting on that fence right now.
Gio's just went one cushion and cut the black up into the top right corner. I was actually convinced that Mark Boyle in that frame, Dave, could have played a yellow inside the black to clear the pocket and then finished it, but he waited and waited, and then he's missed a pot to the bottom right, and from there Gio's ended up kind of putting him in a bit of bother. Mark snookered him onto one cushion and he cut it in, and it's now, whatever way you want to look at it, 6-5 or 7-6 in that match, and it's getting closer to its climax.
So guys, that obviously makes it race to 9 effectively.
Yeah.
So for everyone watching, bear that in mind. Just the nature of the, if you just join us, the early frames are just taking a little longer than due to tactical frames, so we do get the matches.
What a shot from Jake Dylan Newlove there. What a shot. He has just played side cushion from the gap into the bottom corner, and now he needs to cut the black back.
It's not an easy one, but we'll hope you can get it.
Oh, he's overcooked it.
They're harder than
You kind of, when you're down, you start to adjust and think, I'm not thin enough here, I'm not, and before you know it, you've overdone it, and wow.
And also is how hard you hit it has an effect on how it reacts to how thin and thick it reacts, so you've got to pick your pace as well as your angle. So Scott will be wanting to take advantage of that and get on the hill. Yeah, would be interesting to see if that red goes past the 8 ball. I'm sure it does. So is he okay? Yep. Nice. So them 3 by the port line, and she'll be taken out, and then the red in the middle to come down for the red next to the 8 ball. So that red goes past the 8 ball, and Scott Gillespie goes on the hill, leading 9 frames to 7. So the other scores: Liam Dunster 7, Gav Robinson 2, Gio Edgar 5, Mark Boyle 6, but that is reduced to a race of 9. So Gio Edgar's got a chance to make it 6 each. Tricky shot in the middle. Plays it well. Gio Edgar 6, Mark Boyle 6. Reminder that's race to 9. Reduced by a frame. Good break from Gav Robinson there. He's got another frame on the board, trailing 7 frames to 3. But looks like a good chance here.
Essential fatty acids and essential amino acids, and that's the. They said everything else isn't essential. They're the 3 essential. I'm chancing my arm. I'm trying to lift it up. I've no chance.
So Scott Gillespie at the table. Looking like he's going to take reds. All depends if that red goes down the rail past the yellow.
They call you Fansworth too.
So yeah, it's got Gillespie at the table. Yellows do look good actually. I don't know if the red goes past the yellow or not, but certainly the yellow goes through the ones on the side cushion, so that could be another reason why he's electing to go yellows. A big shot to make sure he's on the colour set. And in it goes. Good chance here for Scott Gillespie to be our second semi-finalist. That looks like a good shot there from Scott, as long as he's not straight. He looks like to have the perfect angle to run this through, and then the yellow down the rail. Should be a good link up for the middle then. So yeah, he's just made sure he's not underhit it. So hitting it a little harder, so he should be perfect. Hard to see it from this angle, but I don't think the red. I think the red could come into play, so it's just a matter of being careful of that. So yeah, he stuns it out because he wants to get closer to it as well, so he got the control. So looks like just a little stun shot and then an easy 8-ball. Plays it well. And there we have it. Scott Gillespie, our second semi-finalist. We hoping to take another IPA title on home soil. We'll be back with you soon. Enjoy the rest of the Liam Dunster game. That is currently 7-3. 7-3 Liam Dunster, and on the other table we have Gio Edgar and Mark Boyle, which is 6 each. And a reminder that is a race reduced to a race of 9.
teams, Liam Dunster, Scott Westbrook, and on table 11, Mark Coyle, Matt Coyle.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our semi-final, which is live and exclusive with commentary. Stevie Walker, the talker, joined once again by Isle of Man's favourite son, Dave Adenall.
Well, that's a new one. I've not been called that. But
Well, in the world of pool, you're obviously the man that's going all over the place. And to be fair, I'm not saying my first international event was in Isle of Man for Scotland a lot of years ago, and it was in a kind of place that reminded me of the spa, but it had an upstairs. I can't remember the name of it.
Oh yeah, Villa Marina.
Villa Marina, and it was absolutely fantastic. But when it comes to, I remember when Chris Brown had moved over to Isle of Man and stuff like that, but this isn't me being kind of derogatory on it. There's not a lot of massive names coming out of the place and going to your IPAs and everything else and doing the kind of damage you do, and I think you deserve all the credit in the world, mate. So, yeah, Isle of Man's favourite son.
No, thank you. It's the idea of coming on was to try and promote pool in the Isle of Man and get more players playing on the IPA and basically put the Isle of Man on the pool map, so to speak. So we've got a few more players on the IPA from the Isle of Man now, so it's good.
Yeah, definitely, and it's always good when we go there as well at the end of the year. I think I probably do speak for everybody, because we don't go there just for the sake of it. It's actually a fantastic place to go and play pool. Loads and loads of, I mean, obviously the hotel we've been in every now and again, well, most of the time has got a casino in it, so that's helped things. If you're into that kind of thing. Me personally, I just go play some pool, enjoy some good food, and there's loads to do though. We've been some of the karaoke bars, and there is just so much. And do you know what I'm more impressed with anything else? You might tell me different, because I've not travelled the whole island. But I can't remember in the last 2 years I've been over there seeing a pothole anywhere. They are some of the best streets I've ever seen in my life. And honestly, it's one of the I came home and went, I've never seen anything like it. The roads were perfect. Street markings as if they get painted every morning. Yeah. And maybe it's just on the main promenade that's like that, but no, it's a cracking place.
I think what it is that's just been done up the promenade over the last few years, 2-3 years. So it's if you venture out a little more, I'm sure we can take you to the Isle of Man's finest potholes.
Yeah, that is a tourist attraction and a half, that. You want to go swimming in the potholes in Isle of Man, get yourself over. Liam Dunster, who had an unbelievable one, was it 10-3 I think against Gav there. He was 6-0 up at one point. Gav said he had a chance to get back to 7-4, didn't take it, and obviously Liam, being his ruthless self, ends up getting over the line. And Boyle had a controversial match with the frame. He actually says to me there, he went, Stevie, listen, I don't mind, the rules can be the rules, but let's not say it's getting cut but then add on. So as we spoke about, we like the idea of just putting them on, that keeps it simple, but he prefers, if it's cut, well, it's cut.
Yeah, I like the idea of it adding, just because it's still a race to 10, and then it's clear for us and the viewers and everyone really, so tournament organisers as well. So, but I can the letter of law it is they reduce the race at the moment, but I think tweak it slightly and add it on, and it'll be nice and simple. So Liam Dunster takes the first frame there to take one frame lead.
I think that it's probably similar to the way he just played against Gav, especially at the start. Gav had mentioned that Liam was maybe taking a bit of time on certain shots. I don't know how much or how long he was taking, but the referee was over there watching a lot of it, and he said there was actually a lot of moments from both players that they weren't too different from each other. So you just seen there Liam taking a finish pretty quick fashion, but the players have been told that the shot clock is sitting ready and available. If any match falls behind, it will be put on the shot clock, and our final will be on the clock as well. So
I think that's all good. Keeps it flowing, and I think it's good for the players as well, because if they don't want to get bogged down either. So, and particularly good, obviously, of course, for our viewers. So the semi-finalists, we have 3 Scotsmen hoping to win this on their home soil. And we have 1 Englishman in Mark Farnsworth hoping to spoil the party.
Yeah, Mark Farnsworth actually said a moment ago when the semi-final was complete, he kind of looked at it and went, wow, that's some semi-final. And he wasn't caring where anyone came from, he was just looking at the standard of player. Whether you were Scottish, English or somewhere else, he was just looking at the players involved, and it is one hell of a lineup. When you consider the quarterfinals, it was 4 Scotsmen and 4 Englishmen. I'm just having a look there, and it's just ended up slightly lopsided now in the semi-final, but Mark Farnsworth will be the one trying to go all the way and, as you say, spoil the party. But he's been so consistent lately, it would not surprise me that the 2 guys that we've got on our main stream right now, Scott Gillespie and Liam Dunster, Scott desperate to get an IPA title since coming back, and Liam, well, he's just running out of space to keep all the trophies, to be honest.
Is that why he got a pool club?
Yeah, I think that is. He's just trying to scatter them all around the walls in there.
I can't keep these at home, so I'll have to get a pool club, and I can store them all there.
It should be 2 cracking semi-finals. 4 guys that have just, I would love to know the amount of titles that these guys have got between them.
Well, that's the thing, innit? I mean, they've I'm not sure how many IPA titles Scott Gillespie has got, but I know he's got world titles, of course. And you know, he went on a run of winning absolutely everything for 2 years, didn't he? And then COVID hit and went off the boil a little, maybe. But it's also the nature of the game with so many good players doing exactly the same thing. Players do go through runs and then quiet spells. And
it's that thing we mentioned earlier, that only one player can win. I mean, you look at the talent that's on show from the start, never mind now.
Yeah, exactly. And like we mentioned before, I mean, the amount of times you can say, oh, such and such player is like underachieved and all that, but the problem is there's like 20 players that have potentially deserve a title. So
yeah, exactly.
At some point, and you know, there's only one title.
Yeah, you consider the players that are all competing for each of these titles. It's never that's actually a fantastic point, because there is people ask that question, who do you think's underachieved? And when you consider only one person can win, you never think, well, he's had 2 finals, 5 semi-finals, 8 quarterfinals, whatever it might be, and
Yep.
you think super consistent. It's just winning titles is not easy. There's just far too many good players, and that's probably another reason to kind of tip your hat to these guys, that they manage to do it as often as they do.
Yeah, and that's why they're the very best, because they get there more than others. You know, they make less mistakes. They believe in themselves, and they make less mistakes than others. So that's why they're there more often than the others.
This is quite a tough shot. You're jacking up like this. You jump the cue ball. Scott controlled that brilliantly well. Could be a 1 frame winning visit. Yeah, 1 visit pull by these guys. That is a standard that we've come to expect. Brilliant stuff. Scott Gillespie, 1 frame apiece. And if they keep playing at this rate, they won't need any kind of shot clock in these matches. But as I say, they will be in play for a final, which will come straight after this. Well, we've got Mark Farnsworth on a finish to do the same thing back to Mark Boyle. It's 1-0 to Mark Boyle in that one. Mark Farnsworth is only a few yellows and a black over the top pocket away from squaring that one up. So both finals off to a very aggressive breaking dish styled start. Oh, Liam Dunster with his usual pre-shot routine, getting himself all set up. He either hopes to get the wing ball or the yellow that he contacts on the break.
So precise with his breakers, Liam, and he's really worked hard at it, and you'll never see him.
Oh, the yellow was going, but he did end up getting one in the bottom left. He hit that really good. That yellow was tracking to the middle. It hit the white on the way back, hit the cue ball. How are you seeing these early, Dave? Reds?
Yeah, I think Reds. It's I think he'll look at taking the red into top left, and then take the one by the baulk line, and come back into his work, come back down the table for his work. Question: why did Mark and Gio only play a race to 9? What it was the match went a little slower at the start, and if both players reach 3 by a certain time, it goes over that allotted time, then the match is reduced by a frame. So that's the reason for that.
Yeah, I think there's been 3 or 4 over the course of the weekend, and that is just to try and keep the draws in time with each other. Everybody knows the rules that we have.
Oh, that's a clever little shot there from Liam. Played off the yellow to pop the red in the middle, so it meant he could control the cue ball much better. So good shot selection there from Liam.
Yeah, and the good thing now from where he's landed, it's opened everything up for him. And they say Liam Dunster hasn't got any imagination. What is he thinking here? just a little drop. I wasn't sure he could hold. But that's another shot there that he can play when the cloth is
Yeah.
brand new and the balls. He can just hold those shots.
So that little deft shot, isn't it? Like just a little nip.
Yeah, I think we're going to be witnessing some no mistake pull from these guys. They don't make many mistakes at the best of time, as you've mentioned so many times, Dave, about the kind of unforced errors that these guys kind of limit compared to the rest. From what I'm seeing, we're going to take. It's going to take a bit of just extra consistency from one or the other. If they're going to beat the other here, because Scott has been in fine form since kind of struggling a little bit at the start, and then he's kicked into gear, and here he is in the semi-final. But Liam, well, it's just Liam.
So I think he's just going to pop this one in the middle. I think stun it out slightly for the red by the boat line, because then the red that he's left is a good ball to stun over for the 8 ball down the rail.
With the cloth and the balls and being so reactive, is there an argument for screwing towards the black? I'll just leave it.
What now?
Yeah.
I think leave it, because if you miss it, then you could lose the cue ball, and I don't feel there's a need for that risk.
Lovely stuff.
Probably just loved another roll maybe, but he should be fine. So we have a prediction already. Dunster to win 10-8. Has anyone else got a prediction?
I tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes as far as that, because I don't think these two guys make enough mistakes for the other to kind of blow the other one away. So it could come down to the breaks as well, Dave, which again, there we are talking about the breaks. Well, they're me talking about the breaks, so but yes, but these guys play at that kind of level that usually the guy that breaks the best manages to get the victory in the end. So we shall see. Guys are going 10-4, Liam.
I think the thing as well is once you get to this stage in the tournament, a semi-final, you kind of know all players are in good form, and then it just kind of falls to however the match falls, really, and if you can maintain that form as well. But you do tend to find, if you've won a few matches under your belt, and especially in a double limb, you tend to find most players are in good form by this stage. All that match practice and
as you say,
the belt.
You mentioned that earlier about getting the right match practice, and through these, nothing can really emulate this kind of match practice from start to finish, playing good players over and over and working your way through these tournaments. So by this stage, you're generally pretty sharp.
Yeah, no, definitely. Hopefully 10-9 with 19 dishes, yeah.
That would be unreal.
Yeah.
Well, we're 3 frames in, 3 dishes in.
Well, we'll try for you. Not that we've personally got much control over it, but we'll see.
See if we can get a message to the players.
Yeah. Book your ideas up. 19 dishes has been requested, so please deliver.
And then Goobsy would be saying, well, that means It's going to go again. Well, not necessarily. I suppose there can be some reverse dishes in there, but
We'll give the lads a chance, shall we? We'll let them have reverse dishes.
yeah, we'll have them.
Yeah, not just break dishes.
Throw a couple of reverses in there.
Yeah. I think that would be asking a bit too much. Not beyond the realms of possibility, though. Monster break from Scott.
Yellow has gone over the left middle, and that, for me, should be that.
Yeah, we don't need too long to think about that then. Yeah, definitely yellows.
Yeah, yellow balls. They kind of map themselves out in such a way. Even the one at the bottom right, you could argue you could leave it to last. You can get it out the way early. It's really only the one just above the right hand middle pocket for me that's slightly awkward, and that's me looking for something.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's
yeah. Yeah, I think the yellow down the bottom right, you don't want to be leaving that to the end. Somewhat, maybe one of the ones in the middle, but he didn't get hold of that the way he wanted to, I don't think. Unless that yellow goes, of course,
yeah,
past the red, so yeah, so that'll be okay. I think you ideally, with one of the ones in the middle, you want to leave as your last ball. Or
I actually thought he might have come down for the one at the bottom there.
Yeah.
And then just came up and, as you say, just tidied up his work at the top end.
Even the one close to the cue ball would be a good link-up ball to the 8 ball. But I think he'll be taking that now based on the layout. So a chance in the other semi-final for Mark Farnsworth to take a 2-1 lead. He's on the 8 ball right now. So Mark Farnsworth against Mark Boyle takes a 2-1 lead.
And that is against the break. Mark Boyle broke in that one and didn't manage to get them. So Mark Farnsworth will be breaking with a chance. Opening up some daylight in that one. He's taking his time here, Dave. It's making me think that maybe that yellow doesn't go as clean. We've seen the opposite camera angle. Gave us a slight idea.
Did look a bit tight.
Yeah, it did look tight. It looked possible, but it did look tight.
Talk about daylight, that's not something us pool players tend to
yeah, you don't see much. Yeah, unless we can get a convertible pool club with a retractable roof.
That'll do, yeah. Have you ever played pool outside?
Only when I've been on holiday, like in Tenerife and stuff, and just on cloth that's never been changed in 30 years. It's just became part of the slate. The balls have totally lost their colour completely, and they just keep rolling and rolling, and usually all roll to one side. But yeah, that's about as far as it's got. But
I've actually had it a couple of times in the Isle of Man, funny enough. Yeah, a couple of friends have put the pool tables outside. It's quite weird, but kind of nice as well.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be against it if we had decent weather. To have again, obviously, you wouldn't want to be absolutely sweating in the scorching sun, but if it was not too bad in the sense of maybe a bit of sunshine, but breathable, then I mean, could be enjoyable. Is he playing to just maybe stun between the yellow and the red here? Just a little delicate screw-like stun shot. Is he going to push on and off the cushion? Yeah, so it is the one at the bottom right last. I only mentioned that at the start because the balls were straightforward, but never really thinking that would end up the last ball, but it's just how it's worked out.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the way it's worked out. I don't think you go for the other yellow here now.
I mean, he was bang on it, so...
Yeah, the only thing here is like pace control. It's the only reason I wouldn't like to leave this till last, but it's still not. Shouldn't be a problem. And he's played it perfectly well.
Yeah, so 4 dishes in a row here.
4 down, 15 to go.
Yeah, it's going the way some people are hoping. Liam Dunster to break next.
So we get to see the Liam Dunster break again.
Does it come with a chance? It does. Not easy. But there is an opportunity here.
I think if it's any colour, it's yellows, but then you still got a tricky yellow next to them 2 reds. But
Liam looking at the possible plant and then opening up.
Relying on a few things going right, but it's given the opportunity for them to go right with that shot. Mark Boyle just putting the 8 ball to go 2 frames each against Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, he's seriously considering this plant.
Yeah, it's a good spot. Good imagination, it's to look at that, and there's of course a lot going on in this shot, so he's really got to think about it.
The issue for me at the same time is the red close to the 8 ball.
Yep.
I know Liam might think that if he's on the top red, he can drop to the left hand side and pot. Does it go in the right middle? I think it does. And I know that's the kind of precision pool that Liam plays, but again, as you say, there's a lot of variables that come in when you're trying to be as intricate as that. But then again, that is the way Liam plays the game.
I think Mark Boyles just broke the table with that break. That's really well controlled. Hit half enough to make sure there's separation between them 2 reds.
Who says Liam Dunster isn't flashy?
Liam the Flash Dunster.
Well, I actually, I mentioned the Flash being like, people say play slow, so we call him the Flash, as if, and there's a guy we've got here in Scotland, they call him Tiny. and he's nowhere near tiny. And it's like, that was the logic behind it,
Yeah.
that total opposite thing, but yeah, Liam the Flash.
Tell you what, the way this weekend's going, he's going to have more nicknames than titles.
He's got a lot to think about, and again, it's that red close to the black.
I think as well, with the cue ball being on the cushion, it limits what you can do with potting that one over the middle, so that's why he's having to give it extra consideration. But like you alluded to before, I think that red does go into the middle, right middle, but it's piecing it together. Could you even maybe play the red off the 8
Off
ball?
the black. Yeah, off the 8.
And then that open things up. But again, it's getting there, getting into that position where you don't lose the cue ball as well. Because I think this one into the right middle is dead straight, and it's really limiting his options.
I actually quite like that, to be fair.
Oh, that's clever. That's just to give him so he can move the cue ball. Yeah, another one for Liam. We'll go on nicknames. Liam Deliberate Dunster.
Deliberate. The Deliberator. Is he just running into the black here, maybe?
I think he's got two options. He either goes into it, he needs to make sure he controls it, because the red's then going to go onto the yellow. So he's just looking at that now. Well, the other option is he could play him behind it. But it's very tricky whichever way he plays. So if he does go into it, if he hits it too soft, they're pretty much going to be touching still. Which still probably wouldn't be a major problem because it would afford him good position for the right middle. Or hit it a bit harder so the red goes into the yellow and then separates. He doesn't want the cue ball going too wide. And there you go, he's done the latter, so they separate nicely.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, world class probably doesn't even do him justice, Red. He is absolutely sensational. And this finish to this point so far has been nothing short of unbelievable. He just needs to get through. Just about perfect. Is he going to push on and off the cush here? Yeah, very nice. Very nice indeed. The camera makes it look like it's quite high above the middle.
The thing is, at least he knows he's going to get on it well, so that's going to make it a lot easier, but it is still going to be a tricky shot. He's Yeah, it's a bit of sides to get as close to it as possible and as straight as possible so he can see the whole pocket. Or see the line of it, the pocket as best as he possibly can.
Yeah, Liam Dunster makes it 5, breaking dishes in a row. But Dave, that was some finish.
It was, yeah. It's the working out of it. It's the way he controls it as well. He's in complete control, and it's well thought out clearance as well, and the shots. He's put it together really well.
Yeah, some genius, most definitely, in Liam Dunster's repertoire. It's just not very often that he needs to use his imagination, but he's proved right there that he's got the shots in the locker when he has to get them out.
Both matches the same scoreline. Liam Dunster 3-2 ahead, and in the other semi-final, Mark Boyle was 3-2 ahead.
5 breaking dishes in this match in a row. Ken Goobsy. Imagine this ended up 10-9 and they were all breaking dishes.
5 down, 14 to go.
That would be a record, surely. Well,
I think it's up there, but I've heard of similar matches where it's been like 7 each, and then the only ball missed was like in the final frame or something. But yeah, what a hammer there from Goobs.
yeah, and there's another chance at a potential break and dish. Clearing the balls up like it's absolutely nothing, these two. Different class, absolutely different class.
Both colour sets look open, but I feel both have their own problems as well. I don't know if both reds go past the yellows at the baulk end of the table. If you were to take yellows, then you've still got the yellow in the middle of the table and next to the 8 ball. But you could actually cut the one bottom left and cut it in and play up to the red as a stopper, and that would open that one up potentially. Or the yellow, and then but just don't want to be stuck behind the reds. But I think you're bound to be on one anyway. I'm pretty sure that yellow doesn't go past the middle and next to the 8 ball, so I think that'll go into the corners. Scott was just looking at that.
Starting with the plant. Can he stun inside? Yeah, a little flick off the red. Means he's on the one closest to the black. Straight away.
Yeah, good shot. I did wonder if you go for that, but I just don't know if he fancied it first shot with it just being not quite in line with the pocket, but he played it well. So that's opened it up dramatically. Like you say, pop the one next to the 8 ball, then maybe one down the cushion. But at some point you still need to go back up to the baulk area to clear them, so I do wonder if he's actually what he's quite he's looking at.
Yeah, I think if he takes the one to the bottom right, can maybe pull the cue ball back to not far away from where it is. It would allow him to push through and then take the yellow below the red into the right middle.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's what he's looking at. So,
yeah. So if he puts the, like you say, this yellow here, then the one down the rail, then the one next to the red, like you mentioned, that yellow in the middle of the table has his 2 pockets. It can go in the top right or the right middle, and it doesn't really matter what order he takes the last 2 out. It should be good for the 8 ball. Well, he'd a needed angle on this one though, but as he's straight, it's okay. He can still follow through, and if he's straight on the one in the middle, he's actually perfect. ideally he wants to be straight so he can hit it comfortably instead of having to just drop it in, but he still should be fine anyway.
Yeah, I think he's slightly high, but as you say, he should be okay.
It's just one of them, you want to leave plenty of angle on it so you can cut it in, especially with these all these tables being recovered. You know, the cue ball does trap in the cushion.
Yeah.
With the slide, so you know you want plenty of angle so the cue ball does the work for you. Oh, we're getting nicknames for Scott now.
For Liam, Scott as well. Scott the what? The hammer.
Yeah, with the way he's breaking.
Yeah, I don't think he would argue with a hammer. It's not a bad one. There's been so much to work out here. As you say, there was 2 yellows that went almost nowhere. They only had one of them only had 1 bag, and the other one possibly 2, as you say, if he dropped a bit further.
Yeah.
And he's got them as early as he could.
And even this shot, I think he's actually better coming off 2 free cushions. So he to basically go through all these reds, because there's 4 reds there that could cause him a problem. So there you go, 1, 2. So you see there. So there you see, that's why you had to hit it with plenty of pace to either miss them, or if he's going to hit them, he's not going to stick on them. So the only danger here now is he'd love to drop it in dead weight, so that the cue ball's on the cushion, but because it's so thin, he's going to be really worried about being on the other yellow straight and not being able to get out. So this is trickier than it first looks.
Yeah, this is one of them where he wants to more or less just land it.
So yeah, that's
Even at that.
yeah, even that's tricky. He might have to do cushion first. Yeah, he has done cushion first for that very reason. He's played it well.
Yeah, he's played it too good. And this is for 6 break and clearances in a row. Some standard.
Wow, I think I'd have rolled that in. That cue ball could have easily clipped that red and gone in off.
Wow.
So that's 6 dishes now. 6 down, 13 to go for the 19 requested at the start of the match. So still on serve, Liam Dunster to break next. In our other semi-final, Mark Boyle is leading 4 frames to 2 against Mark Farnsworth. Here we see it, the cue ball accurately placed in the same place. Breaks exactly the same every single time. one of the drawbacks with the cup break can be you can get clusters on one side of the table, and here we see it. So a lot for Scott to figure out here is whether he's going to attack or defend. It looks like our dishes could possibly be coming to an end. If we don't reach the 19, we'll have a word with the players after and give them a bit of a telling off. So I think this is be a tough finish to chase, so I think he's either going to play safety or maybe pot a ball to get on his preferred colour set and then play safety. But there's doesn't look any future really here in attacking. So yeah, it's come to an end. The dishes have come to an end.
I'm distraught. I feel like that was my fault for disappearing for a couple of seconds there.
It is your fault. I've just said before we're going to have a word with the players afterwards and have them explain their actions. Letting us down, shocking.
Yeah, that is. It's caused a bit of panic in the room. There's a few people asking me if this was allowed, and I says, "What do you mean?" They says, "Well, they've been just breaking the balls and finishing, and this they didn't get a ball here. Did they not just set them up again?" I says, "Well, no." Yeah,
I think that'd be a good option. I think because this frame could take a while to play out.
How good would it be though? How aggressive would the game be if you broke dry? You did just set them up again, just like the 8 ball game, and you go, no, dry break.
Oh, imagine.
We need, but that would then mean that the breaker progresses playing the next shot.
Yeah.
And one of the guys that's on watching right now, he's a huge advocate for the person that breaks that he plays the next shot.
Yeah, I've made a case for that. Not saying I think it's what should happen, but what it does do is it means you got this more chance of having an equal share of chances.
Yeah.
Which makes it more of an equal match. Of course, you're still going to get some harder chances or some easier chances than your opponent, but it would be like a bit of a leveler. But also as well, it goes against what's the point of being a good breaker because it doesn't really count for anything. But I think maybe like a one-off event a year or something, you could do something like that. Change the rules for like something different.
Well, Marshy would like to see either the tour become that the 4 events have a different break rule. One where you nominate, one where you follow on, one where if you win the frame you break again. And he would like the 4 tour events to be just slightly different on the break, just to freshen them up. And then have the majors, if you want to call them that.
Yeah.
Like your worlds and stuff like that, whatever it might be, then have them as they were. But he's like, I just like the idea of having some variation in there, just to make each individual event stand alone rather than it just being
like give it its own identity to each event. Yeah. I think I've got to be careful of not doing too many. and then people being confused and going,
No,
"Oh,
of course.
what's happening in this event? I can't keep up," kind of thing. But I think like some ideas to freshen it up, and like we said about giving each event its like own identity.
Dementor. Sounds like a Jamaican talking about his mentor. My Dementor, man. Having a win one there, isn't I? Yeah, Sebastian, all the way from South Africa. What a guy. What a guy. He's always there, Dave. Always tuning in, always supporting us.
Oh, that's brilliant. It's great to see, and thank you very much.
Yeah, it's safe to say that this frame could take a while.
Yeah, it was Liam's cut break that did the damage.
Yeah, that does happen every now and
Yeah.
again, that all the balls kind of congregate in one side.
And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, safety shots are what is going to be the order of this frame until such a time that they are either told to become aggressive or someone decides to be aggressive. But right now, there is no need for either to go mad, so I don't blame them. I do not blame them. However, we will come a point where they do have to make a move. Yeah, this frame could, by all definitions, take a long, long time. We'll wait and see who decides to break first and have a go at something. Yeah, I'm not really sure how Liam can really materialise this frame to have a positive chance. And to be fair on Scott, He's now got 4 yellows tied up as well at the bottom left. So it's truly a very, very awkward frame. Yeah, 6 dishes, and yet here we are. 5-3 Mark Boyle against Mr. Farnsworth. He's just trying to get something in the bottom corner. It's hard to not understand it in this situation. There's not a whole lot on where we want to be. Hypercritical of any of the fudge frames that we see at times. Sometimes that's just the nature of the game, and in this situation there isn't a whole lot of reward for anyone to really go at it. Yeah. Scott saying that the yellows aren't on the cushion, sorry. Just trying to manoeuvre things about. It's just not going exactly to plan. But neither of these guys are going to flinch. They're going to dig in and dig in and dig in, as long as it takes. There's a long way to go in this frame, that much is for sure.
I'll see you later, darling. Take care. Thank you.
The plan really to do that when people actually just happen was, this is not happen was, we still playing the actual safeties.
Liam will most likely take the bottom corner now. It does Scott. Just touch the yellow and leave Liam on the one at the bottom, then Liam just touches the one at the bottom, and then we're in a vicious cycle here.
Yeah, there'll be a few shots like that back and forth, I think, till the red and the yellow start separating, unless he does hit a bit more pace to try and reduce those shots, which he has. It's always awkward these frames, isn't it? Because with the balls all so close together, they're all blocking each other, and so even though Liam's got the advantage with the red over the pocket, he's still got the 3 other reds to, or 4 reds to unlock, really.
Yeah, Liam playing that way so that Scott doesn't put him back in the same position again.
Yeah, he just wanted to hit it a little bit harder to avoid exactly what you mentioned. I feel Scott could just still play the same shot, but it'd be very, very thin. He's looking up table as well, but he also doesn't want Liam to cover the other corner pocket. Meanwhile, on the other table, in the other semi-final, Mark Boyle leads 5-3 against Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, he's got a chance to go 6-3 right now. Yeah, I would fancy him to get them. It's not easy.
Yeah, a few tough shots still for Mark Boyle to play, but he got a chance.
Should have re-racked this frame about an hour ago. That's one of these moments that you kind of get caught between it, because there's a lot of thinking goes on. It's like a game of chess now.
Yeah.
And it might not be to everyone's liking, but both of these guys, just like everyone tuning in, will be dying to have a go at something. It's just not there right now.
And the tricky thing is, there's so much to consider in these shots. Like trying to open your balls up, but then trying not to put anything safe or leave your opponent on. And then obviously sometimes you play like the softest little shot, which feels like it's had not a lot of impact, but you have had to think about it. So he'd have loved the double kiss in behind the yellow there.
Yeah, is this a chance for Liam to get something out?
The advantage Liam's got here is the fact that I don't think the skill shot's on, so he can start opening balls up, but he's got to be careful he doesn't leave anything to like a ball to break into them. Mr. Magic takes that chance we spoke about and is now 6-3 ahead.
Yeah, not.
Liam, is the Reds are getting better. The Reds are getting better. So
Yeah, against the world.
there's another one out.
Yeah, although the 30-second shot clock is not in play, if anything does slow down, it will be enforced. But the final will have a 30-second shot clock. Unfortunately, we've not got a shot clock in play right now. But if one of the matches was to fall miles behind, it would then be enforced.
He's playing the chop pipe.
Another red in play. Was he trying to knock a yellow away from the middle pocket there?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. That's why I was a little disappointed, but good vision there because he knows he can. That yellow could be a potential breakable for a combination later, so he's looking to move it out of the way. Is Scott looking to be aggressive here and maybe crash into that corner by putting the one in the middle?
I think he has to look to be aggressive now at some point because Liam's balls are in a far better position.
I think the danger, the problem is here, there's a chance only one of them could come out. I mean, both can come out, it's just, yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, good call, Dave, good call.
But he had to try it. Like you mentioned there, he's losing advantage. He's behind in the frame, so. But I'm sure this yellow does go very difficult, but. Looks like he's opting for the safety.
Yeah, there wasn't, as you say, a tough, really tough yellow. If he was deciding to play it and getting his cue through it, making it go the distance would have been tough. So he's opted to just kind of touch inside there, but I'm not sure Liam will even go here. He might just touch the red at the bottom.
Yeah, I think that's all he'll do. Is I think it's still too early to go for it when he's got the advantage. Scott was just pretty much where he left the cue ball, but just the higher side of the yellow was where he'd have liked it. Well, the other thing Liam's got to consider though, he's leaving the yellow though if he doesn't pop the red over the pocket, so he might be looking to swerve around the yellow and hit them reds just to leave it there. Or will he have to come off the side cushion into the reds? Because he doesn't want to move that yellow. And putting this red is effectively like moving the yellow, so because the pocket will be open, so. So I think that's why he is considering going aggressive. We're getting there.
We're getting there, Dave. We're getting there. It's just been one of those frames from the break. The ball's all kind of congregated on the one side. There was nothing kind of obvious.
It's nothing the players can help, you know, if when the balls land like that. It's
Foul.
oh wow.
Liam calling a foul on himself there. Whilst he was looking at his jersey over the yellow at the top, he's manoeuvred his cue and flicked one of the other balls. Very good call, Liam.
So one great thing about our sport is if anyone ever knows the foul, they always own up. And they'll obviously be deeply frustrated for him after all this hard work to do that, so he'll be really disappointed. So I think all the yellows go now once he pots this red. Do you reckon that yellow goes past the two reds into the corner? Once he's cleared the other yellow?
Yeah, I mean, I think it might. I actually think it might. But it does go in the top right. Obviously the middle right as well if he had to drop on it, but I do think worst case scenario it might just go past into the bottom corner. He's not came as high as he would have liked there. Yeah, that's actually probably pretty spot on, this frame being longer than the rest combined. And this match was absolutely cruising with 6 dishes in a row with the laws of averages. Tell you there's likely to be one kind of tactical frame thrown in. Why has he played that, Dave?
Yeah, I think he's just thinking,
looking the gift horse in the mouth, I'm right on it, just play it and that's it.
Yeah, am I going to get a better chance? I think that was probably what he's thinking.
That probably confirms to me that it didn't go in the bottom left.
Yeah.
But I felt that he could maybe have used the one over the left middle just to drop on it.
Yeah, but I think it's also at what point through the pattern is he going to get there, and I think that's why he's decided to take it there. Reluctantly taking it, but still feel that maybe now is the time. So Liam gets the double. So he has the chance now.
You know, I'll never be the guy that buys the rhetoric that tactical frames in pool are the reason why it won't make it to TV, right? I've never been that guy, because I'm not saying it's the same game as snooker, never in a million years. But you can have a single shot in snooker take 15 minutes, one shot, and I know that that's the nature of it. But for me, if we're going to just get down the road, but there's already a game out there where they just go and pop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I'm not the biggest fan in the world of that game either, but it seems to have made it onto TV, and that's fine. But I'm never going to buy that we won't make it onto TV because there's a tactical frame. There's already games with cues that have proven that a tactical frame that can last hours and hours doesn't really take you away from it. Do you know what I mean? It's just back in the day we were institutionalised with that game. We only had 4 channels on TV. It was the only kind of Cuesport that was on, and you only got to watch what was on TV at the time. So it became really popular because of that. And then the tobacco companies and the money that was thrown at it. We're just not there money-wise, but there's no... I've never been that guy, I don't believe it. But each to their own.
Yeah, I can see both sides really. It's obviously like they said, the players. It's not their fault, so yeah.
No, that's just the nature of it.
But it is the nature of the game, unfortunately.
Are you telling me that I don't know what night you play your league nights, Dave, but we play on a Tuesday night in Glasgow. For every 5 or 6 aggressive breaking dishes there might be, there'll be a tactical nightmare of a frame thrown in somewhere. So that's just the nature of pool. There's no such thing as I mentioned earlier. So if we're just going to go and pull the balls in after every single time there's a tactical frame, then listen. It's just, for me, pool. It is what it is. Some frames you get wide open, and every now and again, like here, after 6 breaking dishes, you get one of these, and you have to respect sometimes the skill that it takes to just hang in there, fight and dig and scratch and claw to try and win one of these frames.
I think the hardest thing with pool, is why we get it and probably more than other Cuesports, is the table's smaller. We've got less balls. We've got more balls to keep safe on, like more balls to hide from. And what I mean by that is, like, say, billiards or snooker, you tend to know what shot you're going to play straight away. Like 9-ball, for example, you know virtually what shot you're going to play straight away.
Well, that's the thing that intrigues me about this, because, as you say, it's 7 reds v 7 yellows, not just you against your opponent.
Yeah.
So you're having to then avoid and hide, and that's the thing. We've probably got away from the game that this once was and went to this aggressive, you have to break and dish for it to be exciting. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just a purist, I don't know, but
I think it's a balance. I mean,
that's exactly it.
We want the viewers to like see good pool, and
but that's that. Then it becomes an opinion on what's good pool, because there'll be a lot of people. There was a frame last week in the Saltire, and it was an unbelievable frame of pool. It was tactical. It had everything in it, and a few people commented and said, "What a frame of pool that was!" That was just. Some of them, there's not a lot the players can do, and they try and kind of dig their way back in. But listen, each to their own. You can never ever. There might be people out there that watch the Olympics and they only watch the 100 metres.
Yeah.
And there's other ones that maybe only watch the boxing, and they don't like every facet of the Olympics, but they like certain parts of it, and that's that's totally fine.
Yeah, and it does give a bit of a variety, doesn't it? This game, certainly. But yeah, it's when I've had this conversation with people before, and I've said like about particularly more like this topic is similar to this, but it's basically like rhythm. And I think rhythm, this is the hardest Cuesport to have rhythm in, because there's so much to consider, and that's not a negative.
No,
it's just the fact there's more to consider. Like if you play a safety shot, if you're on red, say, you've got to keep your 7 yellow safe.
This is the thing.
And the pattern and less space on the table, and so.
But then does that mean that there's scope then for somebody who wants an ultra attacking breaking dish styled kind of game? Do you go to 5 reds and 5 yellows? Less place to hide, less space to hide on the table, less balls, everything will be more open. There's very little chance of being clusters.
Yeah.
You've took 5 balls. Well, you would have 5 of each probably in the 8 balls, so you'd have 11, but you're losing a few balls.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, does that make it more open and aggressive? Why has nobody thought of it? Because in the big ball game, they've got 9 and 10 and all the different kind of straight pull and this and that and whatever the hell they kind of come up with. Maybe that's something for the aggressive nature.
What I'm interested in is how are you going to set 11 balls up?
No, well, you do.
Is it 10 and then the one at the back?
Yeah, of course. That's the way I used to do it as a kid in the house. I used to do that when I had the snooker table, so you had the.
Is that when you didn't want to pay for a new set of balls, so you made them last longer by only having 11?
Yeah, I've lost a couple of them, so I just decided to No, I had the snooker table and I used the colours, but I could only use 5 of each. So I used 5 reds and 5 colours, and I had the black at the back.
Oh, yeah.
Either that or after you break, you put the black on the spot. I think we've just invented a new game, Dave.
I know, yeah.
All this time, nobody thought about it.
So we got viewers from South Africa. It's great to have you join us.
I need that Guinness.
Now this frame has had a foul, a mistake, tactical drama, if you want to call it that, but in the end, it's 4-3 Scott Gillespie after this black.
And I'm sure around the country there's been a few people put the kettle on the cuppa as well, yeah.
There's a couple of hoorays. And
No.
everyone will be hoping that we're back to some kind of dish fest that we started with. If Mark Farnsworth and Mark Boyle continue at the rate they're going at, we might see a shot clock on this one.
It's one of them, it just happens every now
Yeah,
and again, doesn't it? And, yeah.
You know, it could happen on the other table. Of that, there's no doubt. Every now and again, there's just 1 or 2 frames that go in. We've seen it in the match before with Mark and Gio.
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly the same, yeah.
And it is Mark Farnsworth 4, Mark Boyle 7, but Mark Farnsworth is on an 8 ball to get back to 7-5. And it is 7-5 in that one. And Scott Gillespie, with a slender advantage here, has managed to get one off the break and a decent opening. If he's on that red to the top, it's most likely going to be reds here, Dave.
Yeah, it's looking like reds. The red on the cushion now, it's a little tricky, but then saying that, he's got a good link ball next to the yellow, so they can use that to get on that. So yeah, it's looking like it's going to be reds. Yeah, so the score on the other table with Mark Boyle. Mark Boyle is 7-5 up against Mark Farnsworth now. Semi-finals, a race to 10.
Yeah, this. Yeah, is he going to try and screw back through the gap here? Just looking at where he put his cue there.
So it looks like he's just a bit far there because he'd like to have been behind this, but I think he's going to hit this super skinny so he can still hit the other red. Yeah. Has he controlled it enough? He might have got lucky. If that red goes through the 2 yellows, he might still be okay. Not how he played it. But
Yeah, he's looking now because he was disappointed there. Because if it didn't, he was going to have to run into the yellow, probably on his next shot, and then require a little bit of fortune, Dave. But he's fortunate, nonetheless.
That's massive. He's got a lot of problems to solve if this isn't the case.
No.
Did he miss it, or was it maybe tighter than we thought? I was obviously very disappointed with that, so I think it went.
Yeah, I think it did as well. I think that's why he's as disappointed as he just shown there. That was a slice of luck, if you want to call it that, and then he's not capitalised on it. But in fairness, if it was tight, and it was definitely no easy shot.
I don't think he had to worry too much about pace control either, which can make them shots harder. If you happen to hit them softer than you want, it can put you off the shot a little. So I don't think that would have come into play there.
Yeah, Liam still in a bit of trouble here, even though even though Scott let him back to the table. I was just looking at that Mark Boyle scoreline there, 7-5, and Mark Boyle's on a finish. We will keep you updated on that, but that match is obviously looking like it's getting closer and closer to maybe crowning a winner. Mark Boyle in the lead just now. We'll keep you updated. Is he going to maybe play cushion first? I don't think he can. I think he has to play the one to the middle, Dave, but you'll know better than me.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the one to the middle. He's going to play it left hand side, then try and come through the gap of the red and the 8. But it's hard to get that control. Oh, right. You don't need that gap. You just use the knuckle. Yeah. You just use a knuckle.
See that shot?
Yeah. For me,
You did see that, didn't you?
no, I mean, I didn't expect Liam to play anything else.
Yeah, so that's worked out pretty well now. I think you'll have to play the yellow off the red though, but it's got to be wary of where that red goes. But if you can stun it and still leave the yellow into the middle, you'll have options.
I would actually be disappointed if Liam told me that was a bit of luck there. I would be hoping that he says, no, come on, Stevie. I'm a precision pool player. I meant that.
Malfunction.
I thought I seen a couple of sparks.
Yeah, it's, most of us normally go to the doctors. He goes to the garage. Or sees an electrician.
Yeah, that's it. We need an auto electrician for Liam. You've seen the movie RoboCop. We've got Liam Dunster. I mean, I'm surprised that that's just not ended up his name, the robot.
Yeah.
Because the amount of people I hear say he's just like a robot.
Yeah, exactly.
Liam the Robot Dunster, and probably just, that's the end of it. Does he play the two in the same bag first and leave the one at the top to last?
I think go for the one balk line first. And then if it leaves angled, then that'll be better placed for the 8 ball.
Get closer to the 8. Has he landed a touch too straight? Maybe just a slightly powerful stunt shot.
Liam's not one that's particularly as such known for his cue power, but this is a sort of shot that he still plays really well.
Yeah.
You know, he really puts the cue for it and judges it really well. Like that.
Yeah.
He just still has the ability to hit it really well and get it exactly where he wants. So you can see some players who go like, just don't hit it right and it goes nowhere, or it goes too far.
Yeah, you're right, Liam. It's a bit more controlled, even though he does put that a little bit extra on it. It's with a tad more control than maybe letting your arm go at it.
Going back to what we were talking about, Liam, before, like like the natural talent as such. He's pretty much built himself into a pool player.
Yep.
So a lot of things I don't feel has come natural to him, but I feel he's like really built himself into a pool player, or certainly at the very least a better version of what he would be with all his hard work.
See, there's a lot of players, probably argue that most, have played some kind of snooker, and I started off as a kid playing a bit of snooker, and then I disappeared from that to play football. But snooker was, I would play the odd time in the pub. My family had a pub in our area, so I would play pool some mornings down there with my dad, but most of the time it would be, I had lucky enough to have a 6 foot slate bed snooker table, and then I went on to playing the bigger tables. And Liam didn't really have that. I think most youngsters that I would maybe speak to all had some degree of playing snooker.
Yeah.
I know Scott played snooker, and Mark Boyle obviously playing at a high level, and there's loads of, even if they didn't make it or even play snooker competitively, they all had the kind of background in it. Liam kind of just went straight to pool, and never really went to the big table. Don't know how much snooker he's played.
I think he's played a bit by all accounts. I don't think like anything competitive, or
no,
I'm not sure, but I know he does practice the odd bit.
The snooker came later because he had never, as far as I'm aware, in the beginning it was always just pool. He didn't really lift a cue on a snooker table, and I would imagine through the years he's obviously played a lot of snooker since, but I think that's probably the reason why he's become such a exceptional pool player, that was all he really knew. That was his, so kind of the way he goes about his finishes and everything, so precise. His game was started off having to find these gaps in the table and work the cue ball, whereas, and it's probably the reason why his cue action's slightly different as well.
Yeah. But I do believe he's good on the snooker table by all accounts.
Oh, I would imagine so.
It's
he's very talented with a cue, but
exactly. But no, I think he has had big breaks, I'm sure. I just can't remember the conversation, but do you know by any chance what his icebreaker is?
I don't.
No.
I really don't. As I say, I don't know how much snooker he played. I know when he was young, he was in the Scotland set up and that way with some of us when he was a teenager, and I don't even think at that time that he had really maybe played more than a few frames on a snooker table when he was in his early days. But I know, obviously through time, that he's been more involved anything with a cue, but he's, as you say, he's
right, we've got a few comments. He's played every week for the last 7 years.
There you go, brilliant.
Yep, and 138. I did wonder if it was around the 140 mark.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that's in like the local league or something like that, so he's playing once a week since he's, that's, there you go, that's amazing.
No, I thought he might have something like that, so thank you for that.
Yeah, that's no surprise to me. He's just
apparently he's maybe made the main tour as well, so
the main tour. What main tour? No, just practice. Okay,
just
right.
practice, right, yeah. But still, it's
no, that's Dave. I used to, on a Monday when I finished work, I would go for a couple of hours in a place called the Masters. It was where John Higgins and that used to play, and I would get in there and have a couple of hours after work on a Monday night, and it made such a difference. But I was just there scattering the balls and potting them. I was never working on anything. I was just potting balls, but it did help you kind of cueing. But I can imagine the kind of practice that Liam, it'll be so deliberate, the way he goes about it. Do you know what I mean? And that's, it's no surprise to me.
And the thing is like, because of his routines and what he does, I mean, off them comments that he plays every week, that'll be part of Liam's routine.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Which
exactly.
sounds exactly what it is. So I haven't really played snooker for years, as I used to play like a lot, but played the comp a year ago, and that's been about it in the last 10 years, and that's been about it.
It's probably been about a year and a half since I last played snooker myself, and it was in McGoldrick's, and there's no excuse because the tables are there, but it's about a year and a half since the last time that I played a frame of snooker. And to be fair, I'm only playing pool right now at the tournaments. I can't remember the last time I had a practice session, so no, that's Liam all over the back. That's the kind
Yeah.
of character he is, and it's why I'm never surprised to see him have the success that he has.
The weird thing is like everyone says, like you play snooker, it improves your pool. But
Yeah.
I have quite a different relationship with it.
I don't believe it improves your pool. I believe it might help you with your cueing
Yeah.
when you're on the pool table and stuff. But I don't think there's any degree of snooker that's going to make you a better pool player, because that's
It's it's the cueing side of it.
cueing and potting and stuff like that. But but no, listen. Well, I do believe that, because if you're cueing pretty well on a snooker table and you're handy at pool, then there's not going to be many open balls that you're going to miss. It's just but it's just a totally different game.
I think for me is the cue action slightly different. So what's happened with me before is I've gone and played like snooker, and then played for a few hours and all that. You come back to pool, and your arms free, you're cueing better, and I play well for about 4 frames. The table feels really small, and then after them 4 frames, I'm just absolutely shocking. And then I feel like I've never played the game before. But it's everyone is different. That's just me. So on the other semi-final, Mark Farnsworth is about to take this frame. So that's now Mark Boyle 8, Mark Farnsworth 6.
Young Bobby, he was in the toilet and he says to me, Dave, I want you to go out and tell everybody on the stream that I think it's going to be Boyle and Dunster in the final. That'll get everyone excited.
Yep.
And I was like, okay. That probably most of them are thinking that right now anyway.
Yeah. He also tipped Boyle with that final as well to win it. So we'll see what happens. If he gets them right, we'll be asking them for scores as well.
Yeah, see that to play the shot that Liam's just played, almost length of the table. Would you say, Dave, that? Oh, what a shot! What a brilliant shot. Would you say that shot, bridging over the yellow, potting the red in the top, just the way he cued it, so pure? Is that the kind of thing that maybe you benefit from some snooker?
Yeah, possibly. For me, it wears off after a while, so it doesn't really work for me. But so I'm probably not the best person to ask. But yeah,
Dave's using snooker as some kind of drug cheat, and once it wears off, he gets withdrawals and doesn't manage to get over that. Yeah, brilliant.
But I do feel I'm in like the small minority, and it's got to be good for your cueing if you're playing a bit of snooker, and because I feel like sometimes it's like on the pool table, there's just not quite enough space to cue properly, if you know what I mean. So
get your hand on the
it's
table.
more about touch and feel rather than cueing through the ball. So.
No, that's so true.
So you're kind of a little trapped in your work a little compared to snooker. But no, it's definitely going to help. It's just got to make the slight adjustment when you come back.
The DJ has started in the players' lounge.
Someone saying Liam's got mad fingers.
You don't want to get them upset. They go mad on you.
I think you say the same for the rest of them.
See if somebody
robotic.
tells me that he can play Mozart on the piano or something next, then I'm done.
Oh, but don't stop
Because
me.
he does everything else. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. Was it chess? Is it taekwondo or something similar to that?
He's watched a bit of Bloodsport and decided he was turning into Van Damme, and he's done all the. I think he's. I don't know what it is, but yeah, he's martial arts and then chess. And if I find out that he's a mad piano master, we're done.
It wouldn't stop me, yeah.
No, I wouldn't surprise me, but
No.
I'm starting to wonder where he gets all the time to do these things. Does he sleep? He's the champion of staying awake as well.
Yeah, robots don't need sleep.
No, true.
You just
He
switch
needs
them on.
Just need to recharge him every now and
Yeah.
again.
Unless he's solar controlled.
Yeah, Liam, what you doing? What you doing over there at socket, pal? Come on, get away from there. Unbelievable. That was some finish. Absolutely world class.
Oh wow, what a break.
That's the thing. Freaky finger. Yeah, that finish. Still playing in my mind there, Dave. Some of the shots he's just pulled off
Yeah.
were absolutely sensational. And
that's the thing. It's like the control on the pool table with the less space and to get into certain spaces and hit it pure as well. Because you know, when you're cueing over a ball as well, like sometimes you can't even see the pocket.
No, that's true.
You kind of sometimes kind of feel you're guessing in a way. And then that last one he played to screw through the gap, but it was the way he hit it. He hit it really well.
It's a decent break off, but these are pretty awkward. The red down at the bottom, kind of on its lonesome, and then the two close to each other, Dave. You're obviously playing at the highest level. When you're at the table, you're in this situation. Anything standing out that you think, right?
I mean, you would say reds, but they're not straightforward. With that yellow up there next to two reds, this red down the bottom as well on its own. You've really got to pick apart this clearance. And the thing is where them two reds together, where do you disturb them? It's tricky to find a ball that can actually disturb them. So, I mean, you could pop the one over the pocket and screw into the yellow to try and disturb it, and then be on the one, but down on the bottom cushion. But can't even hit enough of the red to play that shot. And that's why he's taking a bit of time with this, because
Do you know what I've noticed over the course of the weekend? Anytime Scott's been on stream, he's got a habit with his break at getting almost every ball at the top end of the table.
Yeah,
I mean, it's some connection that he's getting on them.
I think he's put over the years. I think he's had a bit of an up and down relationship with the breakers, as we all have, of course. But you know, he seems to be getting it right this weekend. He's hitting the ball really well. So.
He's just going to try and push the gap. Maybe just about. But again, as you say, he's still got a lot to navigate at the top. This red was always going to be slightly annoying because it's way out the way from the rest of the bunch. But the two reds up in the middle, even the one just slightly to the left at the top cushion.
Well, if he takes this one down here as well, it's only so hard he can hit it without losing the line. So.
Yeah.
But, I mean, maybe loads of side swing off 2-3 cushions, or even 4.
Mark Farnsworth 7, Mark Boyle 8. I just noticed that there, and it is Mark Farnsworth breaking, and that's the thing you were talking about there, pace, line. He actually had very little control over the line that it was going to go on because of the angle he had.
I think I'd probably hit it like a little harder and loads of side to try and avoid that, but so you're going closer to the corner pocket, but then trying to zip out, but then but even then, the side on the cue ball coming off the last cushion could have gone straight into the 8 ball anyway. So yeah, question there. Do you think you can hit the brake too hard?
Probably in some instances, yeah. I mean, obviously, I can only really consider myself, because I don't know how hard everybody takes a swing at the balls. Like, it looks like Gibbsy's hitting them really hard. It looks like Liam controls them more. But me personally, there's times, like yesterday, in fact, I felt like I was trying to leather them. I wasn't getting a ball, and then I says, you know what? I'm going to stand a little different. I'm going to hit the same ball. I'm going to try and take a bit off it, but time it better. And my next 2 breaks after that, I had a good chance to go and take a finish. But I don't know. I might have still been hitting them as hard, but just not realised it because I was controlling it better. But I don't know. I think there's times Liam used to break really soft, but control the yellow towards the left middle pocket. I asked him in the Normandy Hotel in the tour in Glasgow when he won the final against Morgan, I think it was, and I says to him, you seem to be hitting the brake a bit harder towards the end there, and he went, was I?
Yeah.
But we could see on the video, or on the stream, that it looked like he was putting a bit more into it compared to the start of the match, but he didn't even really realise that he went, oh well, okay. He went, I just thought I was doing the same thing but getting a better ball. He says, but okay. He wasn't saying he didn't do it, he just didn't realise. So I was like, I said, well, maybe it wasn't, maybe we were just thinking that because the brakes were better. But he since did, I don't know if he watched it back, but I'd mentioned to him before, and
he would have done.
Yeah. And he's, he does. He watches back. He says to me, it was one of the honestly, Dave, one of the funniest moments. I walk into a pool hall, I play a match, I finish my match, and he shouts at me from across the room, hey Stevie, I did mean that. And I'm like, I didn't even see what he did. I thought he was talking about the match he was playing. And I says, all right mate, I was playing there, I never seen what you did. And he says, no, a couple of months back in McGoldrick's, when I played the shot to come round and land on the ball into the bottom. And I went, oh, away. Me and Mark Boyle were commentating, and we were saying that he was trying to basically nudge it. So and he went, no, but he waited all that time till he seen me, and the first chance he got, he shouted to me, I did mean that. And I was like, no way.
Did he make sure that he had an audience when he pulled you up?
Oh, he shouted across the room. Oh, it was funny. And I was like,
I hope the place was full.
I'm like, that's mad. But listen, again, that's the attention to detail that he's got.
Yeah.
That I actually said to him, all right, okay. I said, I still don't believe you, but we
had
a joke about it, but it was. I just thought it was mad that he kept it in the tank to the next time he seen me. And
brilliant.
I didn't even know, honestly. I'm like, I never even seen your game. What you talking about? He went, no. That tournament in McGoldrick's, and I was like, whoa, what? What a guy.
So my answer for the break is yes, because I don't want people hitting it that hard because I can't. But no
point in asking Dave. He doesn't even aim for the balls. He hits the cushions.
Exactly. Yeah.
Brilliant. Oh. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, sorry. Just reading the message there. Yeah, I can't remember that one, to be honest.
I think it's something to do with going into a restaurant and doing card roulette. And
sounds like it, doesn't it?
The loser pays. You know, I've got a vivid memory of hearing the story, but I've not got it exactly, so I don't want to. It'd be the last thing I want to do, because Liam would correct me as soon as he watches it, but
he wouldn't do that, would he?
Yeah, that's a Liam Dunster type shot. Aggressive, kind of ruthless safety at the same time.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Because it's tricky to get out of this one. With the 8 ball in the way, the 2 yellows as well. Well, even the 3 yellows, trying to get through the gap of the 3 yellows as well. It's not easy. especially on these new conditions as well. If he slide as well, and
I think there's a chance here that he could hit the red and pop the other one in.
I think he's going side cushion.
Yeah, look at this.
I think he's trying to go side cushion,
Yeah, you're
maybe,
right.
or misjudged it. But he was in the middle of both of them, so it was hard to tell exactly which one.
There's every now and again absolute legends pop on, Dave, and Billy Snadden is one of them. Former professional snooker player, one of the best to lift a cue in Scotland, numerous titles all over the place. He's been going through hell in life, and he still picks himself up and goes and wins tournaments again. He's just honestly
That's incredible.
Inspiration to anybody that, not just in pool or anything like that, just in life in general. Billy, I hope you're well, mate. What a guy.
Great to have you join us. Yeah, it's great that you're watching. Yeah, it's a bit amazing, isn't it? You know, and like you say, with stuff like that, and to come out like that is absolutely fantastic.
And what are you doing here, Dave? Are you thinking, obviously the yellow in the middle of everything's awkward. Does the yellow pass the red at the top right?
I think it does, and I think he can actually. I think, to be honest, he could actually set that up first before playing this shot, rather than playing it off the red second shot. Use it as your free shot. Well, that obviously didn't go, so that's why.
Yeah.
So he's had to do it this way. So I thought that went. So yeah, no, he's had no choice but to do it this way around. But yeah, the two on the left cushion, it's just a matter of potting that in the middle and then leaving yourself a shot down the rail, I think. So that's the only major thing. With this shot here, he can only hit it so hard as well because he doesn't want to lose the. He doesn't want the red coming back in any trouble, but he's obviously got to hit it hard enough to get enough bite on the cue ball to get position. So I don't know if he's coming behind the yellow. Yeah, he is. Yeah. And because he's come down for this earlier than expected, he can actually nudge that yellow off the cushion.
Yeah, it's quite clever, and it's always by design when it comes to Liam. It's always a calculated approach. It's never by chance, Dave. It's always deliberate the way he plays every shot.
It's like my only worry was you wouldn't want to hit it too hard because you didn't want the red coming into play, but you know it was perfect.
Yeah, all of a sudden we might get a little bit of daylight if Liam goes 6-4 in front. Mark Boyle is breaking for the match. And the other side, it is 9-7 Mark Boyle. Mark Farnsworth can do nothing but sit in his seat and hope for a big mistake from Mr. Magic.
So if Mark was to win that, we're guaranteed the trophy staying in Scotland. But can Mark Farnsworth stop that? Prize money for this event is $5,000 for the winner, 2,500 for the runner-up.
1,000 each to the beaten semis here. 500 the quarterfinalists left with, and the last 16 guys left with 200. What it is, a whopping 5 Gs to the winner.
I only, with IPA, unfortunately, I only usually have 5 Gs coming out of the pockets, but never going in.
Yeah, it's a tough skill, Dave, I must admit. And I'm just glancing over to the other table. I don't know if you've noticed it, but what a break.
Good chance here now for Liam to take a 2-frame lead and a bit of daylight.
That's why I'm getting one, because I've been good.
Like there's no veg, I don't like spring onions.
You've just got that?
Like no veg, I don't like spring
Oh,
onions.
he's drink. Aye, us.
Just don't like any onions.
Well, there is daylight.
Don't like any onions.
6:04.
Apparently he's outside, isn't it?
Yeah, the sun has been shining all day here in bonnie Scotland, but we've seen none of it, Dave. We've
No.
been stuck inside. In fact, you would swear it was -5 because we're in the air conditioning.
Well,
It's
that's
pretty nippy.
I'll be honest, that's the only reason I'm sat here next to you.
Think like that.
Ah, Todd. How are you, my friend? Well, thank you again for the help you gave us down in Wales, mate. What a guy. As Mark Boyle gets over the line in the other match, he is our first finalist. Big Ray, Mark Farnsworth, off his seat to congratulate him quickly, but Mark Boyle is our first finalist and he will go head to head with one of the guys in this.
Potentially the ranked number 1 and 2 player against each other should Liam come through this match.
Yeah, that is a distinct possibility. Well, it was 10 frames to 7, Mark Boyle. Some standard, that one.
My second thought today, my second thought. Try again. Be healthy and lose a bit more weight, eh? But I'm not sure he's it. It's not easy.
6 frames to 40 up. And just looking at the way the balls are situated, Liam might be considering. This is the thing that people maybe don't realise as much, and I think it's mad. Although Liam might be a bit more methodical the way he goes about his business, he's a very aggressive player, Davey.
Yeah, I know,
if
definitely.
there's a chance to go for it and a chance to nudge a few balls out, it's just he doesn't do it in a rash, smash, bash way. It's just kind of
Yeah,
just a bit more calculated.
yeah. I was going to say subtle, but no, calculated is definitely the word. It doesn't play anything unnecessary. If he feels it's the time to attack, then he will do. Because sometimes by not attacking, you're actually causing yourself potential more problems. So it's important to get that balance right.
That's a great way of putting it.
So he does attack.
Mad Midlothian Mick. I don't know if you know this guy. Oh, Mikey Gallagher from Edinburgh. He's he became famous on the Walker the Talker page. I put a video of his played a cocked hat in one of the tournaments in here, and I just done a wee voiceover on it, and I watched it while it was on the other stream, and I wasn't commentating on it, and I says that shot deserved a bit of commentary, so I did one, and next thing it had hundreds of thousands of views. It was just, I was like, that is mad, just, and I'm on it saying Mad Midlothian Mick, and it's just yeah, but what a player as well, what a brilliant guy.
You can buy me a hoodie if you like. Then I'll stop looking.
Oh, the numbers are flying up, and you know what that is? That's a sign that all the people that were watching the Mark v Mark game have now switched over to the commentary the commentary table.
Well, that's it, yeah. Obviously, Mark Boyle, the Mr. Magic, has a lot of followers, so as we've seen throughout this match, there's been a lot of comments, come on Boyle, come on
Yeah.
Mr. Magic, so
I knew that was the shot Liam was going to play, but is he on the yellow at the bottom? Is he on it?
I think so, but does he have to play with a bit of side, so it just depends how hard he can hit it. So it might reduce how hard he can hit it, so.
And not just pot it though, Dave. Can he get out and on something else? Maybe get back and play the double?
That's the thing. I think he's going to be restricted. if he has to play it with side, then he's not going to be able to do much with the cue ball.
Can he pop it over the bottom pocket, leave the cue ball stuck to the red?
I was thinking that, but then he's still going to be leaving the shot on, so he won't be able to play that shot.
Yeah, it's tough. It's just landed slightly awkward after playing the pot kick.
It's tough to find a safe place on the table, really. I mean, even if you left it on the bottom cushion, like you could end up in the corner and leave a breakout shot. So it's quite tough. I think that's why he keeps looking back at this yellow.
Aye, that's fine.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the left dimples.
Did he drink or anything?
Yeah, we're getting well looked after here in the Players' Lounge in Falkirk. Brilliant staff that have kept us all going the entire weekend here at the IPA Scottish Grand Prix, and once again out making sure the commentary team are watered. And Dave actually said no, and she said, "Don't worry, it's on Santa. Just take it."
Yeah, but you didn't hear what I asked for.
Yeah, they're not dishing out the champagne just yet, Dave.
Oh, I tried.
Yeah, so is the referee there just to watch this shot, I'm guessing?
I mean, it is tricky. I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, it does look to me like he's going to have to put a bit of side on the ball and try and flip the yellow, because
Yeah.
it looks to me like it doesn't really go straight in. So,
But the more side you put on it, the less you can manoeuvre the cue ball, which means he's going to be in no man's land. So
yeah, I think he has to just play and leave the red early. Oh, he's playing this digging. Oh well, wait a minute.
yeah, it's I know this is the thing. Like, everyone watching will go, "What was all the fuss about?" But the thing is we know as players that
No,
how
exactly.
tricky that is, and I'm amazed that he's managed to get the cue ball there.
Yeah, exact same.
So-
The fact that he's had to dig down with that bit of reverse, as you know, to flip the yellow, get the cue ball out, and he's not even touched the red. That's yeah, some shot he's played.
I think he's almost had to maybe bounce it as well.
Yeah, just to create that bit of spin and
Yeah.
basically changing the direction.
Yeah. And plus that little bounce as well means you get close to the reds, because obviously as the cue ball's a little higher up, it becomes smaller effectively.
Yeah, that wasn't easy. And again, he's still got work to do. I've heard a rumour, and it is just a rumour, that Martin Jones, another cracking Scottish player, who's been, feels to me as if he's been about forever. I don't think he's that old. But then someone's told me that he won a Masters event. That means it's over 50s. No way Jonesy's in his 50s. I'm not having that. But I've heard the rumour, and if it's true, massive congratulations. Martin Jones in the winner's circle once again.
Congratulations.
Beat me in a seniors final not so long ago. I'll let him tell everyone about the flukes he had. Oh, Liam, he's concentrated so
Yeah.
much on the kick. Oh, that's so unlike him. So unlike him, because it's that old saying, sometimes all you can do is pot the ball, and then what comes after that? Fantastic effort. However, Scott Gillespie will be absolutely ecstatic sitting in his seat. He's not in his seat anymore, actually. He sprung up in some fashion there. Yeah. You know, I've always been one of these. You can sometimes get kind of misunderstood when you talk about the players when you're doing the comms, Dave. And I've only been involved in this probably a couple of years, and it came by accident just because there was a tournament one day. They said, anybody fancy it? I went in, just it grew arms and legs. But you can sometimes be talking about players in a good way, but it can be misunderstood because of the way you're. But I've never once, ever in my life, felt the need to try and criticise a player that has won 100 times more than me and could do 10 times more than me on the table any day of the week. And I've just got the utmost respect for people that work their way to get the success that they've got. And I used that phrase earlier, more than one way to skin a cat. I don't even know where that came from. I heard that when I was a kid probably, but it's just came out today. But Jason Shaw reminded me when I was young of kind of the Ronnie O'Sullivan of pool, I used to say, because of the way he played, so flamboyant, and I've never seen the likes of it. There's obviously so many amazing players, and then Liam's like the polar opposite. And just every now and again when I see people maybe try and, I don't know how you can come down on someone with the talent that he's got. It's just, it absolutely bemuses me.
Yeah, no, exactly, and I do get it. Like even the best players make mistakes. The difference is they just make them less than everyone else. They just don't do it very often.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the complete opposite.
Ah, Mr. Fishcake.
Oh, here he is. Where have you been hiding? Don't say you've been travelling home. We've seen you leave this morning, but
some well-deserved ranking points over the weekend, mate. You'll be mixing with the pros next year. You keep this up.
Yeah, we hope so. Certainly had plenty of results to get there.
That's in a nutshell. Every single person, no matter who they are, no matter how skilled, or we talk about people having great bottle and stuff like that and how they play the game, but under the utmost pressure, even the best in the world in every single competitive sport has crumbled.
Yeah, I mean, when I go to the table, I have absolutely great bottle, but it's full of water. But yeah, it's the pressure that people are under. It makes you do the silliest and daftest things and see problems that are not there. So makes you see things that you wouldn't normally see without that pressure. And the thing is like you could have a shot that's easy and you could play it 100 times out of 100 and get it, but it's the fact that if you need it that very one time, the one time that you actually need it, there's suddenly a lot more pressure. So that's why it feels different playing these conditions and these big matches. And every shot's like that, not just like one I've just mentioned, you know.
No, that's it. It's there's just so many things that go into it. I've just noticed young Gio, the upstart, he's taking no prisoners. Gio, I expect a huge post and video from you having a dash at everybody, because I'll back you on it. I was in the same boat as you. To be fair, guys, I think I was led to believe that if one match fell a lot further behind the other, that it would go on the shot clock. I don't know. I can't answer the reason why it's not happened, but it's not to say it might It might yet happen. Maybe if Scott was to win this frame, we might see it implemented. I know they're trying to get things kind of running side by side, but there's obviously no perfect kind of concoction that you can put together and make it ideal. But yeah, it's he's tried to get inside that there, but he's opened it up at least. So if he nails this, frame winning chance, Mark, for Scott here. Oh, what a pot that is, Dave. What
shot.
A pot that is.
But by all means, this clearance is not easy. Trying to get in on that yellow. Trying to get a natural ball to get in there.
Yeah, I'm looking and trying to see the obvious connector as such to try and get in there. And even going from the one, if he pops the one in the bottom right and then uses the one to the bottom left and tries to go 2 cushions, and then but the slide on the new cloth,
yeah,
with the balls, it is.
I can't see an angle where you can come off that right side cushion into the 2 reds, which is the ideal way to go into it. I just can't see a shot that really links up to that. And that's why I feel you have to cut it in, but that's tricky as well. And that's why this really does take some thought here to which way to go around it. Because like, if you're playing the cut, you want to get as close to it as possible, but then you need a shot to be able to do that, and the pace control. So if you underhit it or overhit it, you've got no shot, and that's why this takes a lot of thought.
But I get what you've said, but I just think it's wrong that he's putting it in the street.
Has he just got a... I think he's not far away for the right angle here to screw up inside that, but again...
Yeah, it's well worked out if you can get there. I mean, if he's got the right angle, you could screw right into it. Screw right into the red. You just don't want to be sitting on top of it or glancing off it, because you then could be sitting on top of the yellow. I mean, this is why it's so tricky.
Lee Anderson, good evening. Yes, this is a ranking event, and one which could see number 1 and number 2 go at it in the final, unless Scott Gillespie does something about it. I think he's got to play that shot here, Dave, because when does he get better on it?
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, okay. Is it going to fall? It's not.
I can't say I blame him, because although it would make sense to go to it, like try and get a bit closer, you could end up having no shot. So
no,
he's actually taken a shot while he's actually got one. So, and he wasn't a million miles away. So.
Yeah, listen, I'm telling you guys right now, Mark Boyle can see. He's got X-ray vision, this guy. No, he said some problems with his eyes. That is no joke. But for some reason, he just seems to keep... I don't know what it is. It's just... He just seems to always be there, and that's... And it's, the thing is, I know personally that he is hardly putting, if any, time on the pool table, and at all. He's got dodgy eyes. But I said to him, he's standing right behind me, but I said to him last week, maybe it's just a special month. I was born in August, so I already think it's a special month. But maybe it's just one of these months.
There's not much hope for him, really, is there?
The only thing for me, if Mark goes on and wins this today, right, that'd be amazing. And then I go and win Lola's next week. That would be just as amazing.
There you go.
I mean, we're starting to gather a head of steam here.
That's August and organised.
Remember 50-50, Stevie?
Oh mate, that goes without saying. Just keep my ball stashed till the end.
We said
You are 50, aren't you? Yeah.
yeah.
JD, good evening. Good evening, every single one of you. 800 nods it's on right now. I'm sure by the time the final is underway, like many other of these events, we've broken well into the thousands. So hopefully that continues. But right now, the Scottish Grand Prix, brought to you by the IPA here in Falkirk in the Players' Lounge. Walk of the talk up. And the Isle of Man's favourite son. I'm going to keep using that. Dave Adderall. We are here. And keep you guys going. Mark Boyle is already in that final. Mark Farnsworth has made his way down the road. Another cracking tournament for him. He was in the semi-finals last week up here in Scotland, and another one today. And he's always at the business end. And that red coming across there wasn't part of the plan, Dave, so he's...
So what does he do? I think he's going to have to tie things up again and then try and unravel it later in the frame just to stay in the frame. Because it's hard to attack from here. It's possible, but you're kind of putting all your eggs in one basket. Like the only way to attack here is possibly the red down bottom right. One there on the left cushion, pop that, and then getting behind the two reds and then disturb this red he's about to hit. But
I think he's tempted at the 2-1 here.
It could be, yeah, actually.
I think, I mean, if the red was off another millimetre, I would have said yes, but right now...
It is then.
Yep.
Oh, but great shot. Yeah.
I knew it was on, but I thought the red had to be out of touch more, and he's played it fantastic. Just on the inside, follow through.
No, that's definitely worth a shot, that, you know, because you probably wouldn't have got a better chance anyway in the frame, so... Thankfully, that'll be down to the conditions as well, picking that shot.
Still, the mad thing about it is he's landed a bit straight, but what a shot. What a brilliant shot. And again, he gets a tough time apparently for being negative. Liam could have just put the red right on top of that there.
Yeah, I thought he was going to.
Just put the red right on top of it and then just tie the frame right up, because all of a sudden Scott would have a lot of work to be done from the fact the two yellows are down the opposite side of the table. So yeah, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, very clever. That should be a frame winning shot there.
Yeah, can't blame him for that. He had no angle at all, trying to come out, and virtually, if Scott doesn't pot off this, virtually wherever he leaves it, he's going to have a shot. So most important thing, he's blocked off the left hand side of the table for the cue ball, so that's so it's virtually impossible if Scott, unless he can do the two cushions, the zigzag. So we might have to use a bought cushion first, but I still don't think he can. I don't know if he can zigzag.
Want some salt or that? You want enough chips?
Yeah, that was really tricky. Wasn't really a good way out of that at all. So this leaves the chance for Liam to take a 2-frame advantage again. So a nice little setup shot there. He'll be using that to get on the 8-ball later on in the clearance. So I think I'll take this one over the pocket and then use one of the 2 reds to get on the 8-ball. I fancy him to the one on the left to leave that as a link ball to the 8-ball, but I may choose the other way around. He's played that well, nice and straight, so just pace control now, but plenty of room for this though. He can screw it right back to the cushion just before, or just bounce off, and it's perfect. And there it goes, Liam Dunster takes a 7-5 lead. So we have Liam Dunster leading 7 frames to 5. Makes the ball, so has the first opportunity. I think yellows will be the balls here. In fact, they will be, as there's no red is on, so it'll definitely be the yellows. The yellow next to the red in the middle of the table. He's just taking consideration of that before picking his pattern and which route to go. So he may put a couple of the yellows and then the red is right in the middle of the table. He can use that maybe as a stopper if he has to go into it. Which you'll see potentially a couple of shots later. So I'm expecting them to put these two in the left middle and then come over and nudge that. See these line up there, so when he pots that one, he'll be using the cue ball to hit the red in the middle of the table to land on the yellow next to the red. We may even take the other yellow into bottom left, put them two together anyway. After these two, it'll be them next, them two. So yeah, has he just gone past the natural maybe? But he should still be able to run into that red. Hit it softly with a bit of a left hand side and it'll drift over into that red. There you go, he's played that nicely. So these two yellows he can play in any order. It does give him the option actually to the yellow next to the red. He could actually leave that to last now if he's so he could take bottom left, one down the rail, one over the pocket, and then one next to the red. But depends how it looks on the table when he's looking at it. So, but yeah, that's the choice for both now. But if this yellow next to the red is really straight, that means he can hold the cue ball. So this is definitely then the route. The reason he's taking consideration is he just needs to make sure the cue ball's not too far away from the one on the cushion. So he's just being mindful of that. The other semi-final is already finished. Mark Boyle won that 10 frames to 7 against Mark Farnsworth. Nice little shot there from Liam to into the red, so leads the cue ball in the perfect position. You can pot this at a good speed without having to worry about losing the cue ball. So yeah, a little simple stun along the side rail. As long as it goes past the red there, then it'll be perfect on the 8 ball. And there you go. And it goes. Liam ahead 8 frames to 5. Hi Jamie, thanks for the kind words. Hopefully you join us next year, and I hope you're back home safely. Great to see you as always, and I shall see you next month. Scott Gillespie to break now. Wow, absolute monster. What every pool player would pay to bottle that. Absolute sledgehammer. So you can take either colour set here really. My initial thought was reds, but there is the red near the yellow on the right hand side that doesn't have a pocket, so that may change his mind to yellows. So he elects reds. And reds is his colour set. And that ball I mentioned before is not really a problem. I spotted it, so the red into the middle was a perfect link ball for the red that I mentioned, so all looks pretty good. There you go, it's just a matter of dropping this one in the middle dead weight. So you go, just screw back. You probably take the one in the middle after this, and the reason is he's going from side to side. If you do it the other way around, you'd have to screw back from the one in the middle to get on the 8 ball. Whereas if you take the middle now, then the other red, you're the right side of the table.
What have I missed?
Well, chance here for Scott to get another frame on the board.
Yeah, I was actually standing at the table when he broke.
I'm surprised he's going this way round, but maybe it's because for this shot here he couldn't pot it in the middle of the pocket. Maybe he thought he's maybe hit the knuckles, so the only reason I'd think you'd do it this way round, but same difference.
Yeah, 8-6 it's going to be. Liam to break, but Scott not going anywhere. Phenomenal display so far. It's never easy when guys like this go head to head. But as Jamie Ringham pointed out there, Liam Dunster is absolutely relentless. There's been a lot of names, maybe over the last few weeks since I said I wasn't happy with the duster, and I told Liam this. Excuse me, and he said, well, you know, I'm not really the happiest with it myself, he said, but you can actually see in the back of his top, the sporty stuff, when they were doing some TV thing and they said to him, listen, we need nicknames, and that was one of the ones that popped up. He was telling me about it. I can't mind the exact story, it might not have even been for that, but he mentioned that he would be open to a new one if we got him a good one. And some of them that have been going about, Deadly Dunster, and someone said earlier something about the Dementor or something. But there's been loads. Someone said the Flash. And then Doomsday has been one of the most popular ones. Doctor Doom. Grant Polly pointing out Doctor Doom, and Doomsday has been one of the kind of, I said to him, Liam, that's probably the one that's winning, Doomsday, Doctor Doom, same idea. And he wasn't too sure on it until I mentioned to him that it was like a Marvel bad guy typed. I don't even know if it's a bad guy, I just know it's like a fictional character. And then he started to get, Becca, he said to me he didn't like it until yesterday. And I said to him about how popular it became, and then he said, Liam's words to me were, I just don't get it. I mean, what does Doomsday mean? Just like a bad day in the calendar? And I said, no, Liam, it's like a superhero type character. I think Doomsday, I think it's a bad guy kind of thing. And he looked at me and he went, oh, I'll need to look into that. That actually doesn't sound that bad. So the reason he didn't like Doomsday is he thought Doomsday was apparently quite a bad day on the calendar, but he didn't realise that it was actually a character in the world of, well, the superhero type world. So who knows, but the problem you've got is a lot of people might not like their nickname, but you don't really get to pick your own. Nicknames are given to you. That's just the unfortunate nature of it. So we'll see what he ends up with. I'm happy that if he decides to like one and enjoy one and willing to put it on his tops, but maybe we should call him Dexter, after the serial killer Dexter Morgan. Liam Dexter Dunster. Not bad. No, that's up there 100%, and I've said this to him. He just wasn't really grasping some of the. Listen, as everyone on here, Renzi says, listen, what we do is we just make sure we hammer it home over and over and over, and then that way it can't be denied. So Liam Dunster, what a guy, what a player, serial winner, and here he is, 2 frames away from a place in the Scottish Grand Prix final where he would meet his friend and ultimate competitor Mark Boyle. Yeah, you get labelled Bagel. So Paul McIntyre, if anyone knows him, he was labelled Bagel because he kept getting beat to nil every match. Anyone tuning in, 5-0, 6-0, 7-0, this guy couldn't win a frame. So his nickname became Bagel. And that's what we mean. You just do not get to pick. It's as simple as that. I love that, Becca. That's it. That's the deal. That is the deal. We'll make the decision. We'll get them done. I said to him not long ago, I can't mind if it was the purple top or the, and I says, I think it says World Championship 2020, whatever it is. I've got it in green, and I said, "You going to get the new tops?" And he said, "Why? What's up with this one?" I said, just because it says like World Championship 2021, I don't even know exactly what the date is on it. We know what he's like anyway, and he just said, is there a rip? Is this torn or something? And I was like, no, I was just asking you a question if you were going to get some of the new tops. But it was became a bit of a mad conversation with Liam, because he thought that I was telling him there was something wrong and his top was ripped or burst or had paint or something on it. But yeah, that's the deal. We get the nickname sorted, we get the t-shirts made, and we say, there you go, Dr. Doom. Liam Doomsday Dunster. What a guy. Does this go on off? This looks tight. Wow, I did not think that would go. And he's unfortunate. Anyone that doesn't believe that this guy is not aggressive is off their rocker. He could have easily just decided to hang in there and just grind away. Lightning.
How does your Chinese compare to back home? How does your Chinese compare to back home? How does your Chinese compare to back in England?
Yeah. If you can just cushion the red here. Side cushion. Yeah, he's tried to be pretty cute about that. I think probably the shot, and again, who am I to tell Liam Dunster, but just a little trace and try and come inside, go 2 cushions, and then can I cushion onto the reds from there? But that's the precise nature of how Liam plays. He's tried to be absolutely perfect, and then playing to cannon the red full in the face. It was obviously really thin to cut the yellow in, so I think he had to just cue it a bit more.
Even with earphones on, I knew who that was.
The venue is hotting up as we get towards the final. I just noticed that Jamie Craig has changed his name to the Suntan Kid. You're starting to rip that right to shreds, mate. You think you can give yourself your own nickname? We are changing yours as well. Remember the tango guy? The tango guy for the adverts years ago, when he would run round and give you a slap in the face? Jamie Tango Man Craig. Craig Anderson sitting next to me. He's loving that. Oh, that wasn't far away. The droid, well, Jim Haddon, that's a good effort, but there's a guy who has spent a bit of time on the comms throughout the day. He's been known to be called that in the Isle of Man. And that name, the droid, has been thrown towards Dave Adenall, and we're not in the business of copying names. We need to get something original. Doomsday, Dr. Doom. Liam actually quite liked Deadly. He was quite chuffed with that, and I think he had like the idea of the kind of cartoon caricature with a kind of Scream looking mask and standing with a pool cue with a scythe on the end of it, but who knows. This is based on the 8 ball that he's taking this ball first, making life a lot easier for the connection. Last thing he wants to be doing is popping that yellow, trying to play it in at pace and get up high enough for the black, so very clever. Nah, I don't mind it. I don't mind the Suntan Kid. It's not too bad. It's quite big right enough. There's a lot There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. I mean, a nickname that's actually 3 words. If we were given 3 words to every nickname, who knows where it could end up. Yeah, that's Doomsday for me. I said to him, it's like the destroyer of worlds. It's the guy, the thing that just ends it all, and that's Liam all the time. Liam Doomsday Dunster. Dr. Doom. 9-6. It is looking like Liam Dunster will join Mark Boyle in the final. Will it be IPA ranked number 1 player against number 2? And that is the trophy. That is all going to be on the line for. We're in the Players' Lounge in Falkirk. It's the IPA Scottish Grand Prix. And Goobsy is going to have to fight as hard as he can, and there probably isn't another player on the planet from this position that you would give a chance. Scott is one player from here that I would not bet against. This is a huge break in the grand scheme of things. Every single time Scott Gillespie steps to the table now is absolutely huge. But Dave Adenau, 9-6 down to one of the best players to ever play the game of blackball. Well, you don't really get many second chances against him.
Yeah, that's it. It's just a matter of waiting for the chances, and if they come, then take them. And but this is the first thing to deal with, is taking this chance. I think yellows look pretty good.
And if we can keep this match going, it's going to be that every single chance Scott gets he needs to take. And I know that sounds mad, but it is no mistake pool from this point. Even if it's a safety, even if it's to hang in there, every single thing has to be probably as perfect as it can be. But I just mentioned there, Dave, he's the one guy right now. If someone said, would you bet your life on Scott not coming back here, I would say no, because he's the one guy that you could argue has still got the minerals to fight to the very end. But a lot of people in this position against someone as ruthless as Liam can be forgiven for kind of throwing the towel in.
Yeah, it's nice. You just don't, do you? You just never know how it can turn around, and like there's a chance here. So, you know, if he was to take this, then that would be 9-7, and it just goes to show you don't need many more frames to win. So you should never give up.
Well, we're getting all kinds of information that's important for my educational purposes, because I'm a DC guy, so I'm hoping, in fact, Becca's already made the decision, so we will be getting Doomsday t-shirts made very, very soon. Yeah, Scott. Can he just drag this in?
I can't believe someone's actually put that on.
Curry sauce is nice.
Curry sauce makes it nice.
The yellow at the bottom, Dave, I was just about to ask you, do you think it goes in the bottom left?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I think it goes.
Really? I'll take any recommendation I can for Chinese. Just
If it does, can he just drop in the one at the bottom left, and then, or is he looking at? I think he's looking at moving. Is he looking at?
think what he's looking at is the line to get through the red and the yellow once the other yellow's cleared. He's got to think of the angle to come across naturally.
Right. Yeah, so he's landed short of where he wanted to be.
Yeah, which for me is kind of, you want to be straight or just off straight like this.
See, my thinking was to take the one closest to the bottom left
Yeah.
and then to the right middle and drift through the gap.
Yeah, I'd
But-
rather screw back and then play it because you've got more room of error. If you're playing for the middle, you've got a small window that you've got to get into. Whereas if this
yep,
one was
no.
straight, then you can screw back. You've got 2-3 feet, and then you can stun it across.
Well, Dave, that's why you're the pro, and that is why
But
I'm not. No, to be fair, I'm looking
but-
at it and thinking if I leave the cue ball
Yeah.
exactly where the yellow is, it's
Yeah.
just a drop through. But as you say, you're getting to cue it.
Yeah.
The way you're talking, you're getting
Yeah.
to get your cue through the ball. You're not dollying anything in, and it makes sense. Makes so much sense.
the only issue is that he's just off straight here. He doesn't need to be straight. But so it might change plans. Oh, that's worked out well.
Well, that is a little slice of fortune.
A little, but he's played it as well. He also knew he had the yellow in the middle, so it'd probably have felt a little unfortunate not to have a shot at it. So, do you still feel the yellow in the middle is the shot next? Just because how it links up? Or?
Yeah, I think that's the big issue now, because in an ideal world he would love to just pop that in the bottom right and then bottom left, but as you say, to play that he would actually have to go pretty high
Yeah,
to get on that last yellow.
because that red plays
Yep.
massive.
Exactly. So well, maybe that's what he's going to play. So he has tried to play up there, but that red does play massive. And as you just said, Dave, he's so he sacrificed. Yeah, sacrificed a bit of position. Oh, brilliant.
Wow,
Brilliant
great
shot, Scott Gillespie.
Get out of jail.
Absolutely brilliant shot. Controlled it well.
I think the yellow I said in the middle must have been harder than we first thought,
Yeah.
because I can't imagine he returned it down otherwise.
No, 100%.
And then it
Very
goes.
good. He's had a slice, but he's then had a great shot he had to play. And he's managed to get it in a fantastic black. It's 9-7. But Liam Dunster will break here with a chance for a place in the Scottish Grand Prix final here in the Players' Lounge in Falkirk. The IPA Pool Scottish Grand Prix. Walker the talker, Dave Adenau. It's been some match, it's had a bit of everything. It started off with all kinds of breaking dishes, then there was a tactical frame, and then there's been a bit of everything after that. It's just been, yeah, it's been one of the matches. It might not suit everyone's taste, but on the whole, it's been absolutely superb.
Oh yeah, I think it's had absolutely everything, and it seems like a weird thing to say, but it's like a match of two halves. And normally you say it's because one player's doing really well and the other player does the same in the next half of the match. But it does feel like just the way the play's gone. It's like a game of two halves.
Yeah, what a finish there from Gibbsy. Up steps Liam with a chance to break and get himself in the final, where he'll face Mr. Magic himself, Mark Boyle. And they don't know. That's the thing, people were guessing why they call him Mr. Magic. Started off as a magician, used to do card tricks with his eyes closed. Now he just plays pool with his eyes closed. Only guy I know that can't see that keeps winning tournaments.
His glasses didn't work.
What some talent. And he's had so many issues with his eyes lately, Mark, and he's still finals and winning finals, and it's just absolutely incredible. But that is the winner that is inside him. One of these two will be joining Mark in that final. Will it be Liam, who's at the table right now with a chance to affect his frame? Or Scott, who's sitting in his chair, not even sure that he'll get back out of it, except to maybe shake Liam's hand. Is he perfect to kick that straight away?
Yeah, I think he's worried about, has he got too much angle? The harder he hits it, the more chance he's got of missing that red. So I think that's why he's just taking a moment to think about it. So he actually wants to either come into the yellow if he was to play that shot, ideally, or if he had to go into the red, he would have to hit it a half ball to knock it off the cushion out of the way. The other shot he could play, very similar to what he played before. Obviously, he could cut the red onto the yellow, the combination shot, and the cue ball come across and disturb them too. I think you'd be very unlucky not to be on something. Might not be perfect, but because you might be high on the yellow in the middle if it doesn't go right. But
I think he's going to have a go right now at going into these two. He did.
Yeah, I'm surprised with because that shot I mentioned is the exact shot he played early in the match.
The thing for me there is that is such a hard shot on a new cloth with new balls.
Yeah.
Because it skids straight away.
Yeah.
So it's hard to get the actual angle that you want to play because the initial reaction takes it away.
Yeah.
And then it decides to start moving. By that time it's offline. Yeah, that was such a hard shot. Pretty surprised myself that he played that. But he can drop this in, I think, and then maybe play the yellow to the bottom.
Yeah, so into the red and the cue ball, sorry, and then disturb it now. Same kind of thing. You need to either hit the yellow or the red quite hard so it bounces out the way. There's no doubles on here or anything, so he does have to disturb it.
He's given himself a chance. He doesn't need to play it hard either. He'd be really unlucky, Dave, not to be on at least the yellow at the top end in the centre. Is this the shot that creates the opening for Liam Dunster? Oh, well. Does that yellow? I don't think it does.
No. I think with side you might be able to get it, like a little side to like drift it in. But it doesn't go cleanly, definitely. And you can do absolutely nothing with the cue ball if you can pot it. Literally, you can go forward and that's about it.
Yeah, if you're in this situation, is it maybe a case of potting the two balls at the top and then playing the double?
Yeah, there's a case for that, yeah. I mean, it's certainly not the ideal route, but I think at this stage you're outnumbered. You've got to think of, am I going to get another chance? Am I going to get a better chance? And sometimes you just got to go, well, if I'm going to lose the frame anyway, why not have a go at it?
You are the weakest link. Goodbye, Tim. And Liam is looking at popping these two in and then playing the double. It's not an easy double, Dave.
It's not, no. And also the fact you've got to be careful not to like decelerate and sneak yourself in the 8-ball if you make the double. So he does have to screw it back a little. Especially, it makes it even harder if he can't get close to it. Makes the double a little harder as well. Do you know what? Where he is now, there's a case for actually playing a double now. If he's in the perfect line.
Yeah, actually.
Just because if you get the wrong line on the double, I still think this is the right way to leave the double to last, but with consideration if you need to.
Yeah, he would like to be somewhere close to where he was, well, a moment ago, and he's not far away.
I think that's actually better.
Yeah,
a
because
bit higher up.
Yeah, so that he has to pull the cue ball away from it.
Yeah, because if he has to pull the cue ball back, it means he's got to hit it harder, which means it's going to straighten up off the cushion. So the fact he's a little higher than he was is, I think, is perfect. So he can use the middle of the table as a guide for the cue ball. He needs to come back about 6 inches, but anywhere near the middle of the table, he's the cue ball will be good for the 8-ball.
Yeah. Massive shot. Can Liam Dunster nail this double and end this match as a contest? Oh!
Yeah, even seen Liam's reaction that.
Wow. So, Scott Gubsy Gillespie has a chance on these reds, and he'll break in the next frame if he does take these. He could square it up and we could have a decider on our hands.
We certainly could do. Couple of things to consider here. I mean, them two reds, did he plant? Can he play them with any kind of pace? Or and then of course yellow on the left cushion. Red on the left cushion even, sorry.
I like Dave's colourblind in a
Yeah.
strange way here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cocked hat would have been a highlight reel moment.
We do call them the other way around in the Yellow Man, you know.
What do you mean?
The reds and yellows.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah, we just call them the other way around. Do you not realise? Sorry.
I can believe that. I used to ask the question, who decided everything is what it was? You know what I mean? Like, who says that's a red ball? Why is it not a pink flower?
Yeah.
You know, like things like that. And it's like someone somewhere one day just started deciding all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, listen, excuse me, that's what that is. Oh, right, okay. And then they told their friends, and before you know it, the entire world agreed. The entire world agreed, apart from in different languages, but they agreed.
Well, you say that, but the stuff that you call things sometimes and we call things are totally different. I mean,
yeah, but
so I don't think that's quite true.
Yeah, well, you've just hit the nail on the head a moment ago. You called that red a yellow, so yeah, that is
yeah, exactly.
That's very true. Yeah, so for your information purposes, though over 1,000 of you tuning in right now on this Sunday evening, we will be starting a fresh stream for the final. So after this one is finished, please make sure you click on to the new stream and get ready for the final. Liam Lifeline. They might start calling him Baywatch. Mitch Buchanan, because he throws lifelines to people.
Also to all the viewers as well, please share and subscribe so you get notifications for all the IPA content coming up.
Yeah, share, subscribe, tell all your friends and family that this is the place where we get to watch Doomsday Dunster do his thing. And listen, to Scholesy and Coisty.
Aye.
Red and yellow spheres. Yeah, I've always wanted to know who came up with everything, like a triangle being a triangle, deciding that things are shapes and colours and stuff like that, but it kind of fries your head when you start thinking about it, how the entire world became to agree that that's what everything was. There must have been an argument somewhere. There must have been someone saying, no, we're not calling it that, but then eventually one of them gave in.
Yeah. And then everyone's made up their own words anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So here we go. Looks like Scott's going to take this out.
Yeah, and he's going to break with a chance to square the match up. At 9-8, there's moments away. Scott Gillespie will break with a chance at going 9-all. But if it does make it to the all-important decider, it would be Liam Dunster to break. Will it get there? That is the question. That is the question.
Yeah, talking about a language barrier. So here in Scotland, well, in the Isle of Man we call it fish and chips. Yeah, in Scotland you call it fish supper.
Yeah, a fish supper. But anything that you get from a chippy, if we call it, if you go in and ask for like what do you call a single sausage in?
Well, sausage and chips.
No, but just so if we get into the chippy, we can say, can I have a single sausage or a single fish or a single hamburger, and you just get that on its own.
Oh, right, yeah.
But if you go in and ask for a fish supper or a sausage supper or a steak pie supper, then it comes with fish.
Right.
It comes with chips, sorry.
Yeah.
So, but if you ask for a single, you get just the meat part on its own. If you ask for a supper, you get that with it. But it's the same as I heard you saying.
So why not ask just sausage and chips?
Well, why not? You mentioned something about a bap earlier as well.
oh, don't tell me it's a bad cake, is it?
No, because it's a roll.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, it's a roll.
Of course, yeah. I forgot about that one as well, yeah. You just call it a roll.
Yeah, everything here as well is kind of in. Everything's, whatever it is, in. Like toast and cheese.
Ah, yeah.
Fish and chips.
Here we go.
That's fine. And salt and vinegar and...
Last break for Scott Gillespie in this match.
Thank you,
They
guys.
both potentially got one each.
Isle of Man, I've just went mental. Like rolling sausage, or sausage roll. See, if somebody asks for a sausage roll, they better be in Greg's. See, when if someone walks, I could just imagine going to one of the snack vans here and asking for a sausage roll. They would be like, we don't sell them. You don't put sausage on a roll? Well, it's a rolling sausage. You're right. There is obviously.
Yeah, 'cause it's like a sausage bap for you. What is this? The sausage roll. And,
roll, no.
Bap is totally different.
Yeah, a rolling sausage is what would you call a bap? A sausage bap. But a sausage roll is like what we would get from Greg's.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just there is a lot of crazy turns of phrase that you've got from all over the UK, but it's quite funny.
So yeah, it was first chance for Liam.
That's very, even better. Stephen Sloan. Oh, what a guy! I'm glad you said that because I was thinking it at first and then I just kept rambling. When you actually go into the chippy and you ask for a single sausage, you get two. You get two sausages.
Are you going to try and justify that to me?
Oh, I absolutely love Scotland in the way we've just twisted everything. It's amazing.
Not surprised if you've only paid for a single sausage and you get two. You must be loving it.
I imagine a lot of people that aren't from Scotland and they stand there and think, oh, I'm getting away with one here.
Yeah,
I've got two. I'm not even going to say anything, not realising that's what they get. Yeah, but unlucky with the cue ball here.
Yeah, it's a horrible position, and I feel it has to be yellows, but then you've got two yellows on the side cushion, and it's a difficult shot to play initially.
Yeah, there's serious work to be done. And it's the usual dry break and then it lands there. But the thing is, I know with Scott's break, most of the ball's at the top end again.
Yeah, it's very true, yeah.
I was trying to slow roll that.
What a shot.
That is absolutely fantastic.
And that's what you had to play. And so now does he deal with this end of the table first, or Is he going to use the yellow in the middle table to nudge the red out the way, like stun into it?
Yep.
Which I think is the shot.
We've had one ball finish in 4 dots, and then we've had one like this, what was Dylan's EQ.
These guys are trying to get me going with some of these things. Even all over Scotland, Dave, people call things different, but it's just that one there with the chip cob in Nottingham. I would expect to get chips and corn on that. I would pick that on cob. But that's what I mean. But when we say roll and you say bap,
Yeah.
I think wherever you are in the UK or anywhere, you kind of look and think, why are we calling that that piece of kit so many different names? It's
barn cake as well. There's another one for baps. Yeah. But yeah, someone commented there, outrageous slow roll. I mean,
that's
absolutely was.
That's
exactly
one of the
that.
bag weight shots that you need. That's a Liam Dunster shot.
Yeah.
The way because like we talk about the way he cues quite different to loads of other people.
Yeah.
If you're putting your cue right through it, like maybe even a Boyle or a Gibbsy, it's hard for them to kind of pull out of that and play the slow, really trickling at home there.
It's millimetre precision, and also if that doesn't go, you lose the frame. You know, you're giving 2 shots away, and you feel you've lost the frame. So it's incredible, really.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely first class. Liam Dunster for me is probably one of the best in the game at that shot.
Yeah, 100%
if not the
agree.
best.
100% agree.
But those 2 yellows you mentioned, they are going to be tough.
Yeah, it could have done with a bit more yellow space around these yellows at the top end of the table. So trying to get back to them now is a little tricky. I mean, if he drops this one in the right middle, has he got the one in the left middle? Does it go or not? But then, saying that, actually the one in the middle of the table, just above the racking line, that does go in the bottom left, so you could get in there. So
yeah, that's it. Because obviously, if that sneaks into the bottom corner, it kind of makes this shot a touch easier. But you're still going away from it, Dave. He's still travelling to the top end. Still loads and loads of work to be done, but he stepped into a dry break from Gibbs. They were awkward from the start. Well, this will be some finish if he somehow gets these. So he's played out on it at the bottom, and that's a very good shot, because he's again
just off angle, but that's what he needs.
He was travelling away, so he made sure he could kind of power that in with a little bit of reverse side and come back out, staying a bit closer to his work.
I think someone's trying to call me out.
Yeah, apparently Isle of Man FC is not your team. And you have been fibbing to us, talking about supporting your local clubs and stuff. Yep, not wearing it. Toast in, just in. It means it's short for and. Short for and. Toast in cheese. If someone says toast on cheese, they've got some serious issues. And Liam Dunster might be putting Scott in a world of issues here if he can take these out. I'm thinking, is he playing this in and then playing the cross double?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Maybe not then. Must be cross double last.
But oh, sorry, yeah. No, I was thinking pot this one then the double, but
yeah,
I actually think the double for the bottom of the 2 yellows, and that yellow actually might still go in the middle.
Yeah, it might still drop in the middle. Yeah, I thought maybe that he could have maybe just pushed that in a touch and went towards the kind of right hand side and then cross double on the yellow. Flick the other one out and then be on the one to the right hand. But that's the reason why I'm sitting here and Liam's at the table in the semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, someone's mentioned that as well, about the one close to the middle, double that and knock the other one out. But the reason I'd avoid that is exactly what I first thought. But the reason I'd avoid it is because of that. Is if that yellow does go, it's actually easier to play position on the bottom one and not risk trying to land on a moving ball. So that looks like that's his thinking. Maybe worried, has he gone too far?
Keeps having a look at his
think
tip.
he's
He's done
okay.
that a few times. So I wonder if he's having some visual option or kind of obstacles. When you look down your cue, sometimes there's a little bit kind of sticking out because
Yeah.
he's had a look a few times at his tip, as if something is either in his eye line or bothering him. But
It's nothing worse as a pool player. It's the tiniest little thing, isn't it? Like the tiniest fibre sticking out, but yeah, it stands out massively. So it's just whether he's straight enough, whether he has to play one double or two, but I think he's just about one.
I think he's playing the shot to just double it in and drop the yellow.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the one. So it's perfect on this. And this is the thing, why I say about doing it this way, he's got this shot now instead of relying on a moving ball to be on. So, but he's just got to drop this in, a couple of
I'm
good
going to
shots.
ask you, he drops this in and off the red or clean?
Nah, clean. Yeah, I don't. They're not close enough to the pocket for me.
Right.
I think if you hit any of them reds, you're potentially missing it. So
I think a lot of players, just because they're there, end up using them and end up making a huge error and then think to themselves, why did I not just pot the ball?
Yeah. I think in this instance, it's like, I think sometimes it's harder to judge it off the red unless it's right over the pocket.
This finish, along with a few more in this match, this is to win a match against Scott Gillespie to get to a major final. What a finish.
Yeah. No, most definitely. It's been absolutely brilliant. Oh, he has done it. I'm surprised at that. Yeah. Well done, Liam.
Yeah, so Liam Dunster does join Mark Boyle in the Scottish Grand Prix final. But guys, like we mentioned, there is over 1,100 of you on here. Please join the new stream that is coming in a few moments.